Chapter 1865. Aolai muttered to himself. His hesitation immediately caused sect leader Kui's eyes to light up. From an angle that Aolai did not notice, sect leader Kui gave Yang Chen a very subtle look, indicating that he should strive for more understanding on this matter. At the end of the day, the dragon puppet had always been in the hands of the Five Elements sect. This was something that sect leader Kui could not deny no matter how much he wanted to. The crime of desecrating the dragon clan's corpse, especially the corpse of such a great expert, would definitely land firmly on the Five Elements sect's head. In order to obtain the dragon clan's understanding, sect leader Kui was willing to pay any price so that the Five Elements sect's legacy would not be severed. Don't judge the dragon clan based on the aura of Aolai and another expert. However, the Five Elements sect would never doubt that the dragon clan had the power to destroy the Five Elements sect. Everything else aside, just the fact that the dragon clan had directly seized control of the dragon puppet was enough to send the entire Five Elements sect to hell. The relationship between Yang Chen and the dragon clan had now become the Five Elements sect's only lifeline. No matter what, sect leader Kui had to fight for it. During the process of waiting these past few days, sect leader Kui had given Yang Chen enough hints. Now, it was time to see how much weight Yang Chen had in the eyes of the dragon clan's expert. When Yang Chen had suggested that the Murong sisters should not be implicated, Aolai had pondered for a long time. To sect leader Kui, that period of silence was no less than waiting for the final verdict. After waiting in silence, Aolai did not disappoint sect leader Kui. He finally nodded and said to Yang Chen, "For your sake, I will not pursue the matter of those 5 girls. However, the dragon clan's corpse cannot be left in your hands." This had been made very clear. When sect leader Kui heard this, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. His heart that had been hanging in his throat also returned to his chest. If the Murong sisters were not pursued, then only the Zhao father and son were left. The Five Elements sect could be considered to have indirectly avoided a calamity. The father and son of the Zhao clan were dead for sure. There was no doubt about that. Even if the dragon clan did not make a move, sect master Kui and the cultivators of the Five Elements sect who had been deceived would tear him into pieces. Not only the father and son of the Zhao family, but also the trusted subordinates that they had cultivated in the Five Elements sect for so many years were all implicated. As long as there was a slight proof that they had ill intentions towards the Five Elements sect, they would immediately be assigned to the father and son of the Zhao family, and they would never let them go. The internal strife of the great sect was definitely not more peaceful than the strife in the imperial palace. These people who were implicated could not escape the fate of death. No one would think that pushing out the Zhao family's father and son would quell the dragon clan's anger. These disciples who had already violated the sect's rules and committed the great crime of treason were to be given to the dragon clan as an explanation. When Aolai's gaze turned to sect master Kui, he only briefly mentioned how the Five Elements sect was going to deal with them. Without a second word, sect master Kui handed them over. There were thousands of Five Elements sect disciples of all cultivation bases. They were executed one by one in front of Yang Chen and Aolai. The ferocity and decisiveness of the punishment made the disciples of the law enforcement hall tremble with fear. All the belongings of these executed disciples were not kept by the Five Elements sect, and everything was handed over to Aolai as compensation. At the same time, the Five Elements sect also offered a considerable amount of wealth as a token of appreciation for the dragon clan expert who had not shown up. "It seems that you are very sincere." Aolai was very satisfied with the way sect master Kui dealt with the matter. He gave a comment and finally said something that made sect master Kui feel completely at ease. "In that case, for the sake of Yang Chen, I will let this matter go." When they heard this, all the senior officials of the Five Elements sect who were present at the scene felt relieved, and their gazes towards Yang Chen were filled with endless gratitude. The dignified Five Elements sect, one of the 5 great Tao sect, had probably never thought that they would personally take action one day and use the lives of their own disciples to ask for someone's forgiveness. However, this matter had happened to them just like that. "Senior, this junior still has a presumptuous request. I hope that senior will allow it." Seeing that everything was about to be written off, Yang Chen suddenly spoke. When they heard that Yang Chen still had a presumptuous request, the hearts of the Five Elements sect which had just been relieved became anxious again. Some people secretly blamed Yang Chen for being a busybody. What presumptuous request did he have at this time? Since he knew that it was a presumptuous request, why did he have to mention it? Yang Chen did not shut up because of the criticism of the crowd. He did not have anything that he could not say to Ao Lai, so he directly said, "Senior, can you lend this Dragon Clan magic treasure to my wife for a period of time?" The so-called Dragon Clan magic treasure naturally referred to the intermediate golden immortal dragon puppet which had almost caused the entire Five Elements sect to fall into a desperate situation. After putting on a show with Ao Lai and Ao Lan for so long, Yang Chen was not willing to end up with nothing. The moment this request was uttered, all the senior officials of the Five Elements sect who were listening at the side almost fainted. What kind of joke was this? That dragon puppet was originally refined from the corpse of the Dragon Clan. Previously, they had worked so hard and paid the price of thousands of lives and countless treasures before the Dragon Clan did not pursue the crime of desecrating the corpse of the Dragon Clan. How did Yang Chen want to die? At this critical moment, he actually brought up the old matter again. Was he not afraid that the Dragon Clan would directly attack him? The moment Yang Chen finished speaking, Ao Lai immediately released an extremely sharp killing intent which directly enveloped Yang Chen. At the same time, the Dragon Clan expert who had been hiding in the dark and had never appeared also released endless killing intent. The two killing intents were so ferocious that almost the entire area of the Five Elements sect was enveloped in it. Countless disciples of the Five Elements sect were swept by the two killing intents. They could not resist at all and directly fainted. Only the experts of the Heaven Immortal level could maintain their consciousness. However, they could only maintain their consciousness. Not to mention counterattack, it was already an amazing expert to be able to stand steadily. Sect leader Kui and the other senior officials, who were in the center of the storm, were already filled with despair. The good situation had been ruined by a sentence from Yang Chen. At this moment, they already did not know how to evaluate Yang Chen's audacity. The only thing in their mind was how the Five Elements sect could survive in this catastrophe. On the contrary, Yang Chen acted like nothing had happened in the face of the undisguised killing intents of the two great experts. It was as if the two almost tangible killing intents were not directed at him at all. He took a sip of wine as if nothing had happened and quietly waited for Ao Lai's answer. "How do you want to die?" Ao Lai's words sounded sinisterly. He did not hide his desire to attack at all. It was as if he would attack and tear Yang Chen into pieces at any moment. Chapter 1866. I want to live well all the time. No one knew if Yang Chen was naive or confident, but he said this sentence that made the dragon race so angry that they wanted to grind his bones and scatter his ashes. Sect Master Kui and several other core executives have been completely desperate. Not to mention the proud dragon race, even the human race and the monster race would not be able to bear such provocation. Yang Chen was reckless and wanted to drag the Five Elements sect into the water. Before Ao Lai made his move, Yang Chen just said a sentence lightly and it made the furious Ao Lai calm down. In exchange, I can help you refine a furnace of medicinal pills at an appropriate time. This was the original words of Yang Chen. His tone was very calm, as if he did not feel Ao Lai's anger at all. Sect Master Kui and others simply didn't know how to describe Yang Chen. It seemed that it was not enough to describe Yang Chen's current state. It was true that Yang Chen was a genius alchemist, but until now, he was only the lowest fifth-grade alchemist in the spiritual world. In the spiritual world, there were countless sixth and seventh-grade alchemists. What kind of medicinal pills could a fifth-grade alchemist refine to satisfy the appetite of the dragon race? Not to mention exchanging it for a dragon puppet. At this point, the good situation was destroyed. Sect Master Kui even had the heart to cry. He could only secretly think about how to deal with the dragon race when they turned hostile. The thousands of masters that were dealt with before could be regarded as a waste. Although those people committed the crime of treason, it was estimated that any sect would feel pain for masters of this level. This was still because the Five Elements sect was a big family. If it was an ordinary sect, those masters alone would be enough to destroy the whole sect. To the surprise of Sect Master Kui and others, the storm they imagined did not come as expected. Ao Lai, who was furious just now, suddenly calmed down at this moment. The process of forcibly suppressing his anger and forcibly calming himself down was presented in front of everyone without any concealment, so that everyone had no idea why. What medicinal pill? Ao Lai seemed to be very interested in this exchange and asked directly. Any elixir you specify. Yang Chen replied without hesitation. Then, he gave Ao Lai a choice. Or, a fusion embryo pill. Hearing Yang Chen's words, sect leader Kui and the rest were stunned. Any pill designated by the Dragon Clan was easy to understand. It was nothing more than letting the Dragon Clan raise their own conditions. But what kind of pill was the fusion embryo pill? The core members of the Five Elements sect who were present were all experienced and knowledgeable people. However, none of them had ever heard of the fusion embryo pill. Neither did they know what its uses were. Based on the name, the embryo fusion pill seemed to be a pill to protect the fetus. Was this kind of pill useful for the Dragon Clan? At least in the eyes of Sect Master Kui and the others, the choice proposed by Yang Chen was absolutely unreasonable. However, reality stunned sect leader Kui and the rest once again. This time, the one who spoke was not Ao Lai, but the even more terrifying Dragon Clan expert hidden in the dark. Fusion embryo pill? Are you sure? Ao Lan's voice sounded like she was bargaining with Yang Chen calmly. However, Yang Chen, who had interacted with Ao Lan for some time, could hear an unprecedented nervousness and anticipation in her voice. This junior is sure. Yang Chen answered Ao Lan in a well-behaved manner. Although he had accompanied Ao Lan along the way, the feeling that Ao Lan gave Yang Chen was not as intimate as Ao Lai. If Xiao Chen wanted the dragon puppet, he could only openly negotiate with her now. Of course, this did not exclude the possibility that Yang Chen was borrowing the Dragon Clan's power. Xiao Chen could use the might of the Dragon Clan to establish an even more unfathomable image for himself. At the same time, he could allow the Murong sisters to receive more attention in the sect. When? Ao Lan's calm voice rang out again, asking for the time. When this junior has the ability to do so. Yang Chen replied unhurriedly, completely ignoring the nervous expressions of Sect Master Kui and the others next to him that almost collapsed. This time, Sect Leader Kui and the rest really wanted to cry. Talk about the conditions, as long as it could be fulfilled. But now Yang Chen actually wanted to use a future illusory promise to exchange for a dragon puppet in the middle golden immortal stage. Wasn't this too much of a child's play? Who could guarantee that Yang Chen would be able to grow to the point where he could refine the so-called fusion embryo pill? At least, no one in the Five Elements sect dared to make such a guarantee. The people of the Five Elements sect did not dare to guarantee, but Ao Lai and Ao Lan were completely sure that Yang Chen would reach that realm one day. It couldn't be helped. The process of Yang Chen refining the 8 revolution pill without touching the profound spirit furnace was too shocking. So much so that the 2 experts of the Dragon Clan had to admit that in terms of alchemy, Yang Chen had a jaw-dropping genius performance. It was even a little insufficient to describe him as monstrous. Human cultivators did not know what the fusion embryo pill was, even Ao Lai did not know. The question just now was simply asked by Ao Lan secretly. Even Yang Chen only recently discovered the pill recipe in the Dragon Palace left by the original owner of Ao Lai's body. The fusion embryo pill was actually not a heaven-defying pill. This pill only had one simple effect, that was to make the primordial spirit and the body quickly unite. If Ao Lai had this pill when he seized the body, he would be able to unite his spirit and body directly in a short period of time. He would not need to spend hundreds of years to adapt like now. Of course, if it was just like this, the fusion embryo pill would not make the Dragon Clan moved. In fact, the fusion embryo pill was a unique pill of the Dragon Clan. The real magic was that it could completely integrate the primordial spirit and the body that was not in harmony with the 5 elements. It could even fully display the 2 elements of the primordial spirit and the body, becoming a strong person with dual attributes like Gaou. The fusion embryo pill was mainly used with the dragon soul incense. If there was no perching divine jade and the later appearance of the spirit gathering pill refined by Yang Chen, The combination of the fusion embryo pill and the dragon soul incense was the fastest combination for a dragon clan expert who had left his primordial spirit. Of course, the premise was that there was a suitable body. Since there was the dragon soul incense in the gourd of the dragon palace, the fire dragon would definitely keep its primordial spirit. The only problem now was that the dragon spirit had not completely dissipated, so it was not regarded as the disappearance of life, so the dragon soul incense did not work to revive the fire dragon. Previously, when Ao Lan saw Yang Chen's pill refining technique, she was hesitant. It was also because of this consideration that she was still weighing the choice she should make. Now, Yang Chen's suggestion gave her a better choice. How do you intend to use that puppet? After muttering to herself for a long time, when Sect Master Kui and the others were extremely anxious, Ao Lan's voice finally reached everyone's ears. Chapter 1867. The situation has taken a turn for the better. Sect Master Kui and the core elders were all elites. They had been in charge of the sect for many years. Ao Lan's simple question already revealed her intention to compromise with Yang Chen. This was simply an unexpected surprise. At this moment, Sect Master Kui wanted to sing out loud. Given his understanding of Yang Chen, since he had handed the dragon puppet to the Murong sisters at the start, he would definitely hand it over to the Murong sisters if he asked for it from the dragon race. That was a mid-stage golden immortal dragon puppet. Whichever sect controlled it, that sect's strength would rise to the top. The five-element sect had been ranked among the 5 great sects of the Daoist sects for a long time. Now, it actually had a chance to become the top. How could Sect Master Kui not be overjoyed? What made Sect Master Kui even happier was that to make up for his apology to the Murong sisters, Sect Master Kui personally accepted the Murong sisters as his personal disciples. Now, the Murong sisters addressed Sect Master Kui as Master. The Murong sisters were Sect Master Kui's disciples. Furthermore, they controlled the golden immortal dragon puppet. Who else in the 5-element sect could threaten Sect Master Kui's position? Thinking of this, Sect Master Kui looked at Yang Chen and really liked him more and more. Such a son-in-law was simply the best gift given to him by God. Naturally, it will be handed over to the 5 sisters to use. In the expectation of Sect Master Kui, Yang Chen finally said this sentence that made Sect Master Kui completely relieved. At that moment, Sect Master Kui felt like he had drunk a cup of iced honey during the hottest days of the year. He felt extremely comfortable. The 5 sisters have the 5 elements. Their cultivation is the same, and their thoughts are the same. They are the best candidates to control that senior's body. Yang Chen quickly expressed the benefits of the Murong sisters controlling the dragon puppet. I believe that after a period of refinement, it will be very beneficial to that senior's body. At this point, Yang Chen no longer mentioned the word puppet. Instead, he referred to it as that senior's body. He believed that Ao Lan would definitely understand what he meant. Ao Lan did not betray Yang Chen's trust. The moment she heard Yang Chen address her in this manner, she already understood Yang Chen's intentions. Once Yang Chen had the ability to refine the fusion embryo pill, he would have the fire dragon's dragon spirit thoroughly die. Then, the fire dragon's life essence spirit residing in the dragon soul incense would be reborn. However, with the fusion embryo pill, it would be unprecedentedly simple to regenerate one's original primordial spirit. It would completely save the time needed to regenerate a new body. As long as one had a suitable body, they would be able to do it easily. As for a suitable body, was there anything more suitable than this intermediate golden immortal dragon puppet? Ao Lai's current physical body was the best choice. His physical body and his natal primordial spirit should be the best combination. However, there was a small problem that Ao Lan needed to consider. Right now, Ao Lai's natal true flame was not the same as the original fire dragon's. Instead, it was an addition to Ao Lai's spirit-devouring dragon fire. It might not be a good thing to let the newly born fire dragon control it. The dragon puppet's cultivation was sufficiently strong. Furthermore, it was earth-attributed. Furthermore, with the effects of the fusion embryo pill, the fire dragon would immediately possess the dual attributes of earth and fire. At the same time, its cultivation would soar to the intermediate golden immortal stage. Without the difference of merging with the body, the original body would definitely not be comparable to this strong dragon puppet. Of course, given Yang Chen's current cultivation, he could not refine the fusion embryo pill. The difficulty of such a pill was very high. It was not something that an ordinary rank 7 alchemist could think of. Yang Chen might be able to refine it only after he ascended to the immortal world and became a rank 8 alchemist. This was what Yang Chen was thinking as well. At the very least, in the spiritual realm, the dragon puppet was unrivaled. With this, the Murong sisters would not have to worry about their safety. When they ascended to the immortal world and their cultivation broke through to the golden immortal stage, it would not be so important to have this dragon puppet. It would not be a pity to return it to the dragon race. Moreover, after thousands of years, the Murong sisters' balanced sacrificial refining of the 5 elements could actually nourish the body of this dragon to the best state. If Yang Chen also refined the dragon spirit in the profound spirit furnace into the fusion embryo pill, it would be a part of his own primordial spirit. It could nourish the primordial spirit of the fire dragon, and the effect would be twice the effort with half the result. According to Yang Chen's proposal, it was a win-win situation for the Murong sisters, the 5 elements sect, and the fire dragon itself. On the contrary, Ao Lan took back the dragon puppet. It would not help her cultivation and strength much. Instead, it would lose a chance to make the fire dragon quickly become a golden immortal expert. Although the fire dragon spirit in the profound spirit furnace was destroyed, the fire dragon would be reborn immediately. However, if a reborn dragon wanted to recover quickly, not to mention the consumption of time, it would lose an opportunity to increase the earth attribute. At the same time, it would also lose the opportunity to familiarize itself with the various fire seeds in the profound spirit furnace. In comparison, a mere few thousand years would not have much impact on the long life of the dragon race, but it could bring more benefits. Xiao Chen believed that if Ao Lan really did it for the good of the fire dragon, she would make the right choice. Otherwise, she would not have forcefully frozen the fire dragon back then, hoping for a chance to treat it. After another uncomfortable silent wait, Ao Lan's voice finally came, yes. Hearing these 2 words, everyone from the 5 elements sect secretly cheered in their hearts. Not to mention anything else, with this dragon puppet, the strength of the 5 elements sect would not be affected by the loss of thousands of elites this time. Instead, it would become stronger. Of course, in addition to being happy, some people would also feel that it was a pity. This time, the power of Sect Master Kui would definitely become the mainstay of the 5 elements sect, and it would be impossible to pull them down. However, after the incident of Yang Haoshuan's rebellion, Sect Master Kui's power had already occupied an absolute advantage. Strictly speaking, the addition of the Murong sisters and the dragon puppet was just icing on the cake. It was just that this added flower was a little big, enough to make people look at it in a new light. As for the dragon puppet, they believed that after this experience, no one would dare to have any ideas about it. Not to mention that hundreds of celestial immortal experts and dozens of supreme profound immortal experts could not complete the refinement, just the consideration of the dragon race behind it could make all the ideas disappear in an instant. The following things were easy to handle. The 2 sides reached an agreement, and no one dared to stop the Murong sisters from controlling the dragon puppet. With the secret help of Ao Lai and Ao Lan, the Murong sisters only spent a short 2 months to regain control of the dragon puppet and become the masters of the dragon puppet again. During this period of time, Yang Chen and Ao Lai were treated as VIPs. They treated them meticulously. Ao Lan still did not appear. This disappointed the people of the 5 elements sect, who were preparing to make use of this opportunity to get to know the dragon race experts. When everything was done, it was time for Yang Chen to leave. Chapter 1868. When it was time to send them off, Sect Master Kui and the others only solemnly sent Yang Chen and Ao Lai out of the sect. As for Ao Lan, everyone knew she was there, but no one knew where she was. She was sent off, but no one had seen her except for Yang Chen and Ao Lai. The Murong sisters bid farewell to their husband reluctantly and sent him off thousands of kilometers away. This time, the Murong sisters had definitely gained a lot. Aside from becoming Sect Master Kui's personal disciples, they had also gained complete control over the dragon puppet. No one else in the sect dared to have any ideas. All of this was due to their husband. Of course, with Yang Chen's help, it was only right and proper for his women to enjoy a good life. The five-element sect owed Yang Chen a huge favor. Exposing the Zhao clan father and son, resolving the crisis of sect Master Kui's rebellion, eliminating the blame of the dragon race, and leaving the dragon puppet in the five-element sect. Any one of these things was enough for the five-element sect to repay. Standing at the sect gate, Sect Master Kui watched the Murong sisters send off Yang Chen and Ao Lai. He did not say anything and returned to the sect. Sect Master Kui was now the absolute authority in the five-element sect. Part of this was because Sect Master Kui had turned the tide and defeated the Zhao clan father and son scheme. More importantly, it was because of the strength of his personal disciples, the Murong sisters. Everyone was curious about what the embryo reunification pill that Yang Chen and the dragon race were talking about. Why did the elusive expert of the dragon race care so much about it? He did not even take back the mid-stage golden immortal dragon puppet. After returning to the sect's great hall, Sect Master Kui asked Elder Feng, who was trying to redeem himself, Elder Feng, what cultivation realm do you think the hidden dragon race expert is at? In the five-element sect, Elder Feng's cultivation was the highest. His judgment was the most accurate. He is probably at least a golden immortal. Although Elder Feng was unwilling to admit it, he had no choice but to come to this conclusion. To be able to suppress this old man without making a sound, no matter how low his cultivation is, it is impossible. Furthermore, at this point, Elder Feng's words hesitated for a moment. This immediately attracted Sect Master Kui's attention and he immediately asked. Also, the reason why the other party let go of the intermediate golden immortal dragon puppet just like that and wasn't even afraid that we would use it against them is definitely not because they don't trust the reputation of our sect. Elder Feng voiced out his hesitation. He didn't say the rest, but he believed that everyone understood. Since he wasn't afraid of the attack of a mid-stage golden immortal dragon puppet, it meant that he wasn't worried about the reputation of the five-element sect. This also meant that the hidden dragon clan expert's cultivation was at least at a level that was not lower than the dragon puppet's current realm. The hidden dragon clan was indeed powerful. Sect Master Kui sighed in his heart, feeling a little more envious of Yang Chen. He was a little guy who could chat and even drink with the experts of the dragon clan. If others looked down on him because his cultivation was destroyed, that would be the biggest joke. Pass down the order. In the future, when the sect's disciples see Master Yang, they must all use the etiquette to meet the sect's elders. They must not be disrespectful. Sect Master Kui now had sole authority, so he was a little more decisive. He immediately ordered, if there is any disrespect, they will be punished according to the sect's rules. If there are outsiders who dare to target Master Yang, the disciples can take action. The sect will take responsibility. Although there was already a relationship between the Murong sisters and Yang Chen, it was definitely worth it if they could use this little attitude to completely rope in Yang Chen. The sect's higher-ups had definitely decided on their attitude towards Yang Chen. Sect Master Shao, who was also a core disciple of the sect but whose cultivation was not that strong, and another core elder who had ascended together with him from the mortal world were discussing another issue. Do you really think that the Murong sisters have completely handed over the dragon puppet? The matter was too big, at least it couldn't be hidden among the core disciples. Now, everyone was discussing the Murong sisters' attitude towards giving up the dragon puppet at the beginning. Sect Master Shao immediately asked without batting an eyelid. Could it be a trap? The elder next to him, who had a close relationship with Sect Master Shao, asked. It was precisely because the two of them were close that Sect Master Shao would say this to him. Zhao Zhisheng's divine sense is at the fourth stage of the Heaven Immortal realm. With the help of hundreds of Heaven Immortal experts and dozens of Shen Immortal experts, he still ended up like that after a few months. Shao Wenshuan said very calmly, the Murong sisters only have the cultivation of a human immortal. It only took them a month to take back the control of the dragon puppet. Is this possible? Didn't they have the help of the dragon clan? The elder didn't think so deeply. He just used the facts he knew and asked. The dragon clan didn't appear earlier or later. They just had to appear at this time. Don't you think it's a bit of a coincidence? Xiao Wenshuan chuckled. Do you really think the Dragon Clan is so easy to talk to? They have already flown into a rage and are waiting for you to finish speaking? The elder was immediately speechless. According to common sense, Ao Lai didn't make a move in that angry situation. It was either because he was afraid of Yang Chen, or there was something wrong with it. Obviously, a peak heaven immortal expert of the Dragon Clan didn't need to be afraid of a young man in the Foundation establishment stage. Thinking about it carefully according to this logic, the elder suddenly felt that he inexplicably shivered. Yang Chen should have already expected this situation and deliberately let the Murong sisters cooperate to hand over the dragon puppet. Anyway, there would always be people who would be tempted and coveted something of this level. Everything would go according to Yang Chen's plan. The father and son of the Zhao family were really wronged. They actually jumped out to help Yang Chen and the Murong sisters complete such a trap. If they knew the truth, they probably wouldn't be able to die in peace. They thought that they had already refined the dragon puppet. They would never have thought that they had been playing within the permitted range. They never really touched the core. What a pity. No wonder Sect Master Xiao stood firmly on the Murong sisters' side, on Yang Chen's side, and on Sect Master Kui's side from the start. It turned out that he already had a sufficient understanding of Yang Chen. On this point, the elder felt ashamed. He originally thought that he already had some understanding of Yang Chen in the mortal world. He did not expect that his understanding was not deep enough. Yang Chen did not know what Sect Master Xiao was thinking. Even if he knew, he would not care. Of course, Sect Master Xiao also did not realize that Ao Lai did not dare to make a move on the spot because he feared Yang Chen. However, this was also good. At least in Sect Master Xiao's eyes, Yang Chen was a person that could not be underestimated at any time. Even if Sect Master Xiao took over the Five-Element sect in the future, it would be a good thing for Yang Chen and Chunyang Palace. After leaving the Five-Element sect's territory, Ao Lan finally appeared in the profound Heaven Dark Sea Shuttle. She started to formally discuss the conditions of refining the embryo-fusing pill with Yang Chen. Ao Lan attached great importance to the fire dragon. Chapter 1869. Xiao Wenshuan's guess was wrong, but the result was right. From start to finish, the dragon puppet had been under the Murong sisters' control. This had never changed. Even when the dragon race appeared later and it looked like the dragon puppet had lost control, it was just a facade that the Murong sisters put on based on Yang Chen's hints. The true core had always been in the hands of the Murong sisters. When necessary, they could even suck Zhao Jisheng's group dry. The Zhao clan's father and son thought that every tense situation had been set up by the Murong sisters. Even though the Murong sisters could not control it directly from the sect's secret pavilion, the formation at the core control center would take effect at certain times. In the following month, it looked like the dragon race helped the Murong sisters refine the dragon puppet. In reality, only Yang Chen did the work. Strictly speaking, only Xiao Tian did. He had eaten his fill and swallowed up all the aura that did not belong to the Murong sisters, leaving nothing behind. Ao Lai and Ao Lan both did the work. However, their goal was the profound heavenly nether sea shuttle and the dragon palace. Ao Lai had promised Yang Chen to help him refine the dragon palace and the profound heavenly nether sea shuttle together. With Ao Lan's help, they had basically completed the task in the past month. The rest was Yang Chen's own matter, which was also Xiao Tian's work. The profound heavenly nether sea shuttle had already merged with the fire dragon palace. What Xiao Tian needed to do was to merge the water dragon palace and the earth dragon palace again. This was also a long time of water grinding work. Xiao Tian was busy. What Ao Lan truly needed to confirm was the timing of Yang Chen's refinement of the embryo-fusing pill. In the Five-Element sect, Ao Lan had promised Yang Chen that the Murong sisters could use the embryo-fusing pill. Actually, this matter was no longer under Ao Lan's control. Yang Chen had only done this because he wanted the Murong sisters to gain some reputation in front of the Five-Element sect's upper echelon. At the same time, it was to deter them from having any designs on the dragon puppet. Ao Lan did not agree because of the embryo-fusing pill. Instead, she had no choice but to agree because of double, even triple, pressure. The strength of the dragon puppet was already about the same as Aolan's, possibly even higher. Once Aolan fell out with Xiao Chen, the dragon puppet would be a great weapon to deal with Aolan. Another pressure was Yang Chen himself. Even though everyone thought that Yang Chen was just a foundation establishment cultivator and that he could easily crush them, Ao Lai and Aolan had never thought so. Ao Lai had personally experienced Yang Chen's prowess. He had been suppressed by Yang Chen's physical strength without being able to resist. Although Aolan did not make a move personally or would definitely hold the upper hand, if Yang Chen had the dragon puppet, Aolan would not be a match for him. In any case, under the pressure and temptation, Aolan agreed to the Murong sisters' use of the dragon puppets. He hadn't reached a complete deal with the Five Elements sect, so he needed to refine the details of that deal. What was certain was that the Union Embryo Pill could only be refined in the immortal world. Firstly, refining the Union Embryo Pill required a strong cultivation. At the very least, Yang Chen had to be a peak heavenly immortal. Furthermore, using the spiritual pressure of the spiritual world to support the refinement of the Union Embryo Pill was still somewhat lacking. Furthermore, refining the Union Embryo Pill required at least a rank 8 alchemist. Yang Chen looked like he was already a rank 8 alchemist. However, in Aolan's eyes, it was still insufficient. At best, Yang Chen was only touching the edge of rank 8. It was definitely not because his alchemy had truly reached rank 8. Once he started refining, the rate of failure was extremely high. The medicinal ingredients needed to concoct the Union Embryo Pill were not ordinary items. Something that could move even the Dragon Clan was definitely not easy to obtain. Furthermore, Yang Chen still needed the dragon spirit in the profound spirit furnace to refine the Union Embryo Pill, which was even rarer. Once he failed, there would be no way to replenish it. Even if it was Yang Chen, he could only ascend to the immortal world and raise his alchemy level to at least the true 8th level. Only then would he use the merit chapter to escort him and refine this fusion embryo pill. Based on Yang Chen's cultivation speed, by that time, the Murong sisters and Yang Chen would have already reached the golden immortal stage. That dragon puppet would no longer be of much help to them. Everything seemed to have been calculated. If not for knowing that all this was a coincidence, Aolan might have suspected that Yang Chen was the mastermind behind all this. One had to know that the Murong sisters had the dragon puppet now. However, Yang Chen would fulfill the agreement several thousand years later. At that time, if Yang Chen failed in the refinement, Aolan would have no choice but to accept the unwilling result. In the end, it was still Yang Chen who made use of the pressure from the other parties to create this situation that was extremely beneficial to Yang Chen and the Murong sisters. Of course, Yang Chen was not an untrustworthy person. By using the dragon spirit furnace, he believed that the possibility of failure had already been reduced to a negligible level. In any case, the agreement with the dragon race could be considered complete. Ao Lai had also completed the merging of the profound Sky Nether Sea Shuttle and the Fire Dragon Palace. It was time to part. After all, the dragon race was the dragon race. They would not mingle with human cultivators for long. However, this time, Ao Lai might be in for a tragedy. Aolan had an unusual affection for this body that he had possessed. Hence, he also felt the care and concern of a senior for Ao Lai. The pitiful Ao Lai could only bring Aolan back to his territory unwillingly to continue refining the Fire Dragon Palace. Ao Lai did not know what kind of suffering Aolan would cause him. As for Yang Chen, he set off on his journey back to Chunyang Palace alone. However, after Yang Chen rushed for a while, he discovered a very obvious mark. His expression changed slightly, but Yang Chen still chose to follow the direction of the mark and rushed to another destination. Along the way, Yang Chen found several marks. Finally, he followed a series of directions and arrived at a desolate area. After executing a few specific hand seals in a hidden place, Yang Chen's body disappeared and entered a hidden space. Martial Ancestor. After entering the space, the first person Yang Chen saw was the profound Sky Sect's Elder Li. He immediately bowed and greeted him. Elder Li did not have a good expression on his face. However, he still squeezed out a smile and acknowledged Yang Chen. Then, he led Yang Chen to the obvious palace. Along the way, Elder Li did not forget to complain to Yang Chen. Why did you give that dragon puppet to the five-element sect? It sounded like a complaint, but it was a very obscure reminder of Yang Chen's reason for seeing him urgently this time. Yang Chen already had a number in his heart. He confidently followed behind Elder Li and walked into the palace. As Yang Chen expected, Sect Master Wang and the Law Enforcement Hall's Hall Master Liu were already waiting inside. Their expressions did not look good. They probably had some complaints about the dragon puppet. Chapter 1870. The five-element sect had caused a huge commotion this time, and they had executed thousands of elite disciples. It would have been impossible for the other sects not to have heard of such a big thing. Almost every major sect had spies from other sects. There were definitely many spies from the mysterious heaven sect in the five-element sect, so it was not surprising that they knew the ins and outs of this matter. What's more, the original Yang Haoxuan had suddenly become Zhao Haoxuan. No matter how much the five-element sect wanted to keep their dirty linen in public, they had to inform the other sects to be careful. It was normal for the mysterious heaven sect to come looking for them so quickly. Which sect wouldn't be interested in a dragon puppet at the intermediate golden immortal stage? When Yang Chen first announced that there was a crisis in the trial ground, everyone thought that the dragon puppet was only at the mysterious immortal stage. Who would have thought that it was a dragon puppet at the intermediate golden immortal stage? Any sect that had such a powerful expert would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. How could Yang Chen be so muddle-headed on such a big matter? He actually gave the dragon puppet to the Murong sisters of the five-element sect. Because of this matter, Sect Master Wang, Elder Li, and Hall Master Liu didn't know how to explain it to the other core members of the sect. Fortunately, they still believed that Yang Chen wouldn't do anything to let the mysterious heaven sect down, so they decided to personally ask Yang Chen what he was thinking. After Yang Chen respectfully greeted Sect Master Wang and Hall Master Liu, he served the three elders the top-grade fragrant tea personally made by Shishanshan. Only then did he sit down obediently and wait for Sect Master Wang to speak. Tell me, what do you think about the dragon puppet? Sect Master Wang's tone didn't contain much blame. It was more of a desire to know the whole story. It gave people the feeling that he wasn't here to question Zhao Zhouge, but rather to ask about Zhao Zhouge. He was indeed worthy of being the sect master of the mysterious heaven sect. Just in terms of speaking skills, he was a super master. Actually, it's just a coincidence. I don't have a better choice. Yang Chen immediately answered respectfully. The trial ground should be the core array core that the Zhao family set up, and they chose this golden immortal level dragon puppet. At that time, I only had the Murong sisters with me, so I could only let them do it. Yang Chen had already told everyone about the other sealed areas in the previous warning, so everyone present knew the process of undoing the seals. When he remembered the scene Yang Chen described at that time, he could only admit that the Murong sisters and five-element sect were really lucky this time. Actually, the dragon puppet might not necessarily be a good thing for the sect, Yang Chen added after explaining his helplessness. What do you mean? Elder Li didn't wait for sect leader Wang to open his mouth and asked. There were some things that had to be resolved by sect leader Wang and hall leader Liu, otherwise it would be very disadvantageous to Yang Chen. Elder Li took good care of this junior of his. Because of this matter, at least thousands of five-element sect elites died. Yang Chen sighed and told them about the recent events of the five-element sect. Although sect leader Wang and the others could find out about this through the spies in the five-element sect, they definitely wouldn't know as much as Yang Chen. Sect leader Wang and the others listened with relish as they listened to Yang Chen describe the various dangers of Zhao Zhisheng's refinement process and the process of the Zhao family's identity being exposed under Yang Chen's guidance. They wished they could be there to see all these things happen. Sect leader Kui was actually forced to abdicate and put under house arrest. It was impossible for the sect leader of the mysterious heaven sect to know about such a major event, so he heard the whole story from Yang Chen. Afterward, sect leader Kui used the opportunity of discovering the identity of the Zhao father and son to carry out a purge and execute thousands of elite disciples, which matched what sect leader Wang and the others knew. To be honest, if this hadn't happened in the five-element sect and the dragon puppet had been given to Dao Junki, there would have been voices like Yang Haoxuan's within the mysterious heaven sect. When he thought of the price the Five Elements sect had paid, even someone as calm as sect leader Wang couldn't help but be shocked. The Taishanmen of the mortal world had already been exterminated, and the mysterious Heaven sect couldn't withstand any more torment. If Yang Chen hadn't accidentally given the dragon puppet to the Five Elements sect, the mysterious Heaven sect might have experienced a bloody storm. This matter was easy to understand when one thought about it calmly, but after a moment of greed blinded one's rationality, they always felt that if it happened to them, everything would be under their control. Only afterwards would they think about the dangers involved. Yang Chen's explanation this time made sect leader Wang and the others feel relieved. Firstly, the situation at the time was like this, and they had no other choice. Secondly, the powerful dragon puppet didn't bring any pleasant changes to the Five Elements sect. Instead, it immediately caused them to lose thousands of elite disciples. With these two reasons, it should not be a problem to convince the core upper echelon. What was the deal with the dragon race? The appearance of two strong dragon race experts in the Five Elements sect could not be hidden from the mysterious Heaven sect spies. Right now, sect leader Wang was most concerned about the dragon race, so he asked anxiously. The dragon race came looking for us because of the dragon puppet, Yang Chen explained slowly as he organized his words. Following that, Yang Chen recounted what happened after Ao Lai and Ao Lan appeared in the Five Elements sect. Of course, he did not hide the whole story. This matter could not be hidden. No matter how hard the Pill Cauldron sect tried to cover up the fact that Ao Lai nearly started a massacre in the Pill Cauldron sect, it was impossible to guarantee that no one would know about it. The mysterious Heaven sect would find out one day, so there was no need to hide it. Xiao Chen could just say that he had a special relationship with the dragon race, which would increase his position. Of course, Yang Chen had attracted the attention of the dragon race because of his cauldron's item spirit. In any case, when Yang Chen was in the mortal world, the alchemy patterns on his medicinal pills were already dragon patterns. This was something that everyone knew. The dragon race that appeared also recognized Yang Chen's alchemy standards. They gave Yang Chen an alchemy recipe and asked Yang Chen to see if he could refine it. This led to the rest of the matter. Everything about his dealings with the dragon race was based on Yang Chen's description. Naturally, whatever Yang Chen said was the truth. Sect leader Wang and the others could not verify it with the dragon race. According to Yang Chen's relationship with the dragon race was neither close nor distant. They were not very good friends, but they were definitely not enemies. This relationship might deepen in the future. Anything was possible. In the eyes of cultivators, the dragon race was a fortuitous encounter that could only be chanced upon and not sought. Since Yang Chen had this opportunity, everyone was naturally happy for Yang Chen. Sect leader Wang did not say much. He only told Yang Chen not to offend the experts of the dragon race and to maintain their relationship as much as possible. He did not force anything. At this point, the atmosphere became very harmonious. Sect leader Wang's concern shifted from the dragon puppet to the discovered Zhao clan father and son. What is the connection between the Zhao clan and this training ground? Sect leader Wang urgently wanted to know. Chapter 1871. Everything before, including Yang Chen's warning, was based on speculation. The true relationship between the Zhao family and the trial ground, so far, was only a rough inference, and no one dared to be completely sure. However, Yang Chen unlocked the seal of the dragon puppet in the trial ground, and 9 supreme mystic immortal masters were unlocked from the 9 locations hidden in the 9 ancient zithers. All of this forcibly linked the Zhao family and the trial ground. Yang Chen did not neglect, and he explained in detail the process of getting the location from the ancient zither and the experience of unlocking the seals of the masters from all sides. Very early on, Yang Chen told the 3 present that there was a secret hidden in the ancient zither. At this time, he even said the mystery of unlocking the secret, and the 3 couldn't help but believe it. The Zhao family had been hiding in the dark all this time. Such a huge force actually couldn't find any clues. This made all the sects feel as if there was a fishbone stuck in their throats and a thorn in their backs. It was very uncomfortable. Now there was the news that the Zhao family was actually hidden in the Five Elements sect, one of the 5 major Dao sects, and became a core elder, which was even more difficult to accept. Although it was a normal practice for major sect or even every sect to place spies in other sect, all parties also restrained themselves. At most, they would just inquire about the news. Similar to this kind of direct contact with the core, there were very few, unless it was decided to annex the other sect or plan to destroy the sect. It was similar to Yang Chen, who was now nominally the core of the Pure Yang Palace by the Profound Heaven sect. In the mortal world, there was a core elder of the Green Jade Immortal Island who was from the Zhao family. In the spiritual world, there was another core elder of the Five Elements sect who was also from the Zhao family. He even led thousands of elite disciples to force the Zhao family to abdicate and almost succeeded. Such an arrangement, in the eyes of the major sect, was a conventional practice. That was the idea of destroying their own sect, not leaving a way out for themselves. In the cultivation world, it was normal for the big to eat the small. It was also the major sect that wanted to eat the small sect. It was not to let a guy hiding in the dark treat them as prey. How could the major sect tolerate such things happening over and over again? This had completely crossed the bottom line of every sect. Whoever dared to do this would become the mortal enemy of every sect. What's more, a huge incident had happened in the mortal world. The Taishanmen had been exterminated. Yang Chen has led a lot of spearheads to the Zhao family. Now combined with the lessons of the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Five Elements sect, the destruction of the Taishanmen was really the work of the Zhao family. According to this inference, 3 of the 5 major Dao sects had already fallen into the hands of the Zhao family. As for the remaining 2 sects, Blue Cloud sect and Chenkuan sect, they probably wouldn't be able to escape unscathed either. It was just that they hadn't found the person hiding in the dark yet. Since the Dao sect had fallen, the Demon sect would not be an exception. As for the monster race, the Zhao family could easily seal so many supreme mystic immortal masters. Even the dragon race couldn't escape, let alone them. Sect Master Wang, Hall Master Liu, and Elder Li were all silent as they listened carefully to Yang Chen's description, thinking in their hearts. The Shentian sect was the one who got the most news from Yang Chen, so they would naturally make arrangements for these master ancestors. When Yang Chen addressed these high-level officials, he never called them by their positions and identities. They all called him Master Ancestor as seniors. This gave everyone the feeling that an elder was facing a junior, not a sect master meeting a disciple. The atmosphere was naturally different. The upheaval of the trial ground is inevitable. We have to make arrangements early. After Yang Chen mentioned this, he immediately reminded, I think that since the Zhao family's ancestor made this arrangement that even the younger disciples don't know about, he must have his reasons. However, he definitely won't let this upheaval affect the Zhao family itself. That is to say, as long as we closely monitor the areas that haven't been affected by the upheaval of the trial ground, the Zhao family's important place might be in these areas. Elder Li immediately got the hint from Yang Chen's words and quickly said. This was what Yang Chen had always suspected. In his previous life, he knew that although the Millennium Devil Tribulation in the spiritual realm affected a large area, there was still a larger area that was not affected. At least, the area where he hid from the Shentian sect's experts back then was not affected. In addition, several areas that Yang Chen mentioned before that he wanted to use as a mountain gate were not affected. With such a large area that was not affected, it was impossible for Yang Chen and the power of Chunyang Palace to explore them one by one. The location of the Zhao family's hiding place was still a mystery. Now that the Shentian sect was in front of the investigation, it was naturally the best. Whether it was efficiency or scope, it was countless streets ahead of Chunyang Palace. Go back and make arrangements immediately. Communicate with the other sect and keep a close eye on them. Sect Master Wang also nodded. The upheaval of the trial ground was important, but it was also important to investigate the whereabouts of the Zhao family. At this moment, the Zhao family had been firmly regarded by the 3 Shentian sect higher-ups as the culprits of the destruction of the mortal world's Taishanmen. They were enemies that would not rest until one of them was dead. Grandmaster, looking at the Zhao family's previous arrangements, the changes in the trial ground this time are probably extraordinary. Yang Chen once again kindly reminded the elders, the sect must not take it lightly. I'm afraid that the explosive power of the dragon puppet at the golden immortal level will not be small. Grandmasters, you must be careful. It's okay. Sect Master Wang and Hall Master Liu nodded again. They still enjoyed young Chen's sincere concern. They were originally a little slack in their hearts, but with young Chen's reminder, they also realized that things might not be so simple. They made up their minds to go back and make careful arrangements immediately. After explaining the misunderstanding and helplessness, young Chen told them in detail what happened in the Five Elements sect. Sect Master Wang and Hall Master Liu had gained a lot, so it was time to go back. Elder Li naturally had to stay behind to take care of young Chen. Sect Master Wang and Hall Master Liu were aware of the relationship between the two of them, so they turned a blind eye to the fact that Elder Li would help young Chen in private. Someone had to do this to let young Chen feel the warmth of the sect, and Elder Li was the most suitable candidate. Anyway, with young Chen's performance, no matter how much reward he received, it would not be a loss. You've done well all these years. When Elder Li was the only one left, he revealed a kind smile and praised young Chen. He took a look at young Chen's current cultivation level, then let out a long sigh and said, "It's been hard on you." "It's not hard on me," young Chen responded subconsciously. Looking at Elder Li's face, he suddenly had a thought and a crazy idea popped up in his mind. After careful consideration, he said to Elder Li, "Grandmaster, after we go back, if there are any changes in the trial ground, Grandmaster must not take the risk for the first half of the year." Chapter 1872. Why is that? Elder Li was startled when he heard this and asked in confusion. In his opinion, since the Zhao family's formation had been destroyed by young Chen in advance, the power that it would erupt with wouldn't be very strong. If he didn't try to obtain merit now, when would he? The mysterious Heaven sect was a large sect with fierce competition. Even with Elder Li's status as a core elder, there were many people who coveted his position. If Elder Li didn't get some achievements that he could show off, he would be ostracized by others. Now that young Chen was advising him not to take the risk, it was for the sake of his safety, but it also cut off his opportunity to obtain merit. This formation has been nurtured for tens of thousands of years. Once it explodes, its power will be extraordinary. Young Chen patiently explained, since it was destroyed by a disciple midway, even if the power is slightly lacking, the power accumulated over a long period of time will not be ordinary. Martial Ancestor should understand the principle of the first spurt of energy, the second decline, and the third exhaustion. After half a year, it shouldn't be that dangerous, so Martial Ancestor can go without worry. Elder Li pondered. Young Chen's words seemed to make sense. However, the sect had already prepared a lot for this, so Elder Li was a bit unwilling to immediately give up the first opportunity. Martial Ancestor, does Martial Ancestor have the confidence to resist the fierce beasts in the trial grounds? Young Chen casually added fuel to the fire. Once he thought about the terrifying beasts in the core of the trial grounds, Elder Li's thoughts of stealing merit immediately calmed down. When it came to the trial grounds, everyone had underestimated it at the beginning. The powerful beasts in the core were something that even the experts of the sect didn't dare to get too close to. Yet, he was confused and wanted to take advantage of the situation. That makes sense. Elder Li faced young Chen. Although he had the face of an elder, when young Chen's words made sense, he didn't forget to express his attitude. After pondering for a while, he suddenly asked, "Why didn't you say this when sect leader Wang and division leader Liu were here? Sect master will definitely be guarding the sect. Naturally, he won't go there rashly. Disciple, you don't have to worry." Young Chen smiled and explained, "Hall Master Liu also has to oversee the law enforcement hall and track down the whereabouts of the Zhao clan, so he definitely won't take the risk. Once a change occurs in the trial grounds, there must be at least an elder like Master Ancestor leading the team. Disciple does not wish for anything to happen to Master Ancestor." Elder Li also enjoyed it. His concern was evident in his words. He let out a long breath and asked again, "Then, according to your opinion, how should I evade these days?" In fact, sect leader Wang must have arranged for his own people to steal the credit. Young Chen's guess was right, he really gave it to Elder Li. Now that young Chen wanted Elder Li to avoid danger, Elder Li naturally had to have a reasonable reason. To Elder Li, to be able to reach this position, he naturally had his own methods. A mere excuse was very easy to find, but Elder Li seemed to listen to everything Yang Chen said, so he really wanted to know how to deal with it from Yang Chen's mouth. Actually, it's very easy. Master only needs to be injured. Yang Chen was very understated about his own suggestions, but his eyes were staring at Elder Li, with a kind of expectation in his eyes, as if he was looking forward to Elder Li to continue to ask questions. Injured? Who injured you? Elder Li's face didn't show any expression after hearing this. It was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. It was as if the person that Yang Chen said was going to be injured was not him, but someone else. Just find anyone to do it. Yang Chen said this casually at the beginning, but then he became serious. For example, the Zhao clan. Or, some experts from the demon sect and the demon clan. Or, some experts from the mysterious heaven sect. Elder Li's gaze suddenly became sharp, and his aura suddenly erupted. He stared at Yang Chen as if he was staring at a suspect and asked coldly, "Experts from the mysterious heaven sect? Why would an expert from the mysterious heaven sect injure me? Who knows? Maybe it's a spy from the Zhao clan in my sect, or maybe it's someone from another sect." Yang Chen didn't seem to be aware of Elder Li's imposing manner, and still replied in a calm tone, "Or some elders who don't want ancestor to grab the first merit are also unknown." The latter guess directly expressed Yang Chen's most direct meaning. He said so much just for this one sentence. The real meaning was also this sentence, and he believed that Elder Li would be able to understand it. This time, Elder Li didn't directly respond. He still maintained his powerful aura and coldly looked at Yang Chen. During this time, he didn't say a word and remained silent. If it was any other human immortal, under the pressure of Elder Li's heaven immortal level aura, they would definitely be at a loss and panic. If it was a normal foundation establishment stage cultivator, it wouldn't be strange for them to be shocked to death by this aura. However, Yang Chen didn't seem to feel anything. He just stared straight at Elder Li, giving him tit for tat. However, Yang Chen's body had already begun to tremble slightly. It was very obvious that his foundation establishment stage strength couldn't compete with Elder Li's heaven immortal level strength. Even if he only released his aura, it was enough for Yang Chen to not be able to withstand it. Elder Li noticed this and coldly snorted. Then, he suddenly withdrew his aura. The mountain-like pressure from before suddenly disappeared without a trace. When Yang Chen finally returned to normal, Elder Li looked into the distance and asked in a deep voice, "Why?" "Because this time, only sect leader Liu and master came." Yang Chen replied honestly, "No one else came." "So what?" Elder Li didn't know what this had to do with what Yang Chen said and continued to ask. Disciple doesn't want the matter of Yang Haoshuan forcing sect leader Kui to happen to the ancestors. Yang Chen finally said the words he wanted to say the most in front of Elder Li. Elder Li once again became silent, but this time, he only remained silent and didn't release his aura. How could the mysterious heaven sect not have the full power strife of the five-element sect? It would only be more intense than any other sect. "Do you know? Yang Chen." Elder Li didn't speak for a long time and suddenly said, "Until now, this old man believes that you are this old man's disciple." Seeing Yang Chen's confused expression, Elder Li smiled and slowly explained, "The Taishanmen sect's sect leader wouldn't accept a disciple who only knows how to be grateful to the sect but doesn't have any methods. They also wouldn't let such a person hide in another sect. You didn't show this until now." After saying this, Elder Li gently patted Yang Chen's shoulder and said, "This old man is very happy that you only showed this in front of this old man." Chapter 1873. When Yang Chen heard Elder Li's words before, his heart was finally completely put back into his stomach. He also admired these old fellows for being so suspicious all the time. Yang Chen knew that his performance was flawless, but there was still some distrust in the eyes of these old guys. Sure enough, they were shrewd with age and did not deceive him. Fortunately, at least Elder Li had begun to completely trust him, so he had a solid backing. Now that Yang Chen said this, his intention was for the good of Elder Li and his faction. Elder Li was also someone who knew what was good for him, so he naturally knew how to deal with it. At this time, we need everyone to work together against a common enemy. Is it appropriate to do this? After all, Elder Li was still loyal to the mysterious heaven sect. It was not good for him to scheme against his fellow sect members like this. They were fellow sect members, not enemies. There needs to be an elder at the trial grounds, Yang Chen said without changing his expression. It's better for other elders to go than for martial ancestor to go. It's just a normal rotation of injuries, not a trap, so martial ancestor doesn't need to worry. Which one should I suggest? Elder Li now had a little intention to test Yang Chen, and asked with interest. This time, Yang Chen answered quickly without hesitation, the one who had doubts when I mentioned that the Zhao family was an enemy. When Yang Chen mentioned that the Zhao family was a suspect to the core higher-ups of the mysterious heaven sect, a few elders didn't care at first and even said a few words to defend themselves. Obviously, these people were not part of Elder Li's faction. Otherwise, Elder Li would have told them not to gossip. Why is that? A smile slowly appeared on Elder Li's face. He was becoming more and more satisfied with this grand disciple of his. What he said was almost all the goals he had in mind. Yang Chen's words simply touched the bottom of his heart. When this disciple was first accepted by Master Li, sometimes when the people of Chunyang Palace talked about Taishanmen, this disciple would subconsciously say a few good things about the Taishanmen. Yang Chen did not directly answer this question this time. Instead, he changed the direction and began to talk about himself. Or subconsciously doubting the reason of the person who spoke. Later, after a long time, I slowly got used to verbally maintaining hostility towards the Taishanmen. Although he was talking about Yang Chen's own matters, Elder Li understood it and understood it. Yang Chen's situation in Chunyang Palace was exactly the same as the Zhao family's undercover in the mysterious heaven sect. At the beginning, it was inevitable that they would subconsciously defend their own sect. In particular, Yang Chen also said very clearly that he was not used to it at the beginning. The Zhao family had always been hidden very deeply. The mysterious heaven sect had never heard of the Zhao family, so naturally, they would not talk about it. It could be said that when Yang Chen said that the Zhao family was suspicious, it was one of the few times when they started to talk about the Zhao family. It was very normal for some people to subconsciously react the same way. This way, they were not harming their own sect members, but investigating suspected spies. Although they were targeting the same group of people, the nature was completely different. Elder Li originally couldn't bear to do it, but after hearing Yang Chen's reason, his eyes couldn't help but become fierce again. It seemed that he had made a decision in his heart. Master, why don't you go back and report all of this to the sect master and let the sect master make a decision? Yang Chen looked at Elder Li's current appearance and spoke again. This added fuel to the fire in Elder Li's heart, making it burn even more fiercely. If he reported it to the sect master and let the sect master make a decision, Elder Li naturally wouldn't have to bear the responsibility of harming his own sect members. At most, he would raise his own doubts. This was not a problem for a core elder, and he wouldn't feel any guilt. On one hand, Elder Li could avoid feeling guilty if he directly made a move. On the other hand, reporting it to the sect master would show his loyalty to the sect master and gain the sect master's trust. It was killing two birds with one stone. Yang Chen couldn't think of any reason for Elder Li to refuse. Sure enough, Elder Li's reaction was just as Yang Chen had expected. This time, there was no hesitation. After we go back, this old man will make the arrangements. Originally, Elder Li had only stayed behind to privately guide Yang Chen and give him some rewards to appease the uneasiness of the higher-ups. He didn't expect to have such a harvest. Elder Li didn't know how to describe his luck. It seemed that this grand disciple of Yang Chen was really his lucky star. He didn't know how far Elder Li would rise in the mysterious heaven sect in the future with Yang Chen's help. When Elder Li looked at his grand disciple with satisfaction, he suddenly realized that Yang Chen's expression seemed to be a bit unsatisfied. He didn't know if it was an illusion or not. You seem to have something you haven't said. Elder Li could completely control Yang Chen now and didn't care about Yang Chen's threats. Moreover, with his status as an elder, he naturally said whatever he wanted to say. He wasn't afraid of Yang Chen being dissatisfied. There are some things this disciple doesn't know if he should say. Elder Li asked. Yang Chen became more reserved, which was a bit different from his previous behavior. What kind of things? Elder Li was also interested. Yang Chen had even urged him to deal with his fellow sect members, so what else could he not say? It would be disrespectful to say it. Facing Elder Li's question, Teacher Yang Chen replied. Disrespectful? Elder Li pondered these 3 words for a bit. His expression didn't change as he narrowed his eyes and slowly said, let's hear it. Disciple feels. Yang Chen opened his mouth and called himself 2 disciples. His hesitant appearance made Elder Li understand that what he was about to say would be a bit shocking. Disciple feels. Yang Chen repeated himself, clenched his teeth, and finally said, Disciple feels that the title of Sect Master Li sounds better than Elder Li. After he finished speaking, Yang Chen directly shut his mouth and stared at his feet, waiting for Elder Li's thunderous anger. Boom. Hearing these words, it was as if an atomic bomb had suddenly exploded in Elder Li's mind. All the thoughts in his mind were blown away, leaving only 3 words in his mind: Sect Master Li, Sect Master Li, Sect Master Li. After a long while, Elder Li slowly reacted. He put away the shock on his face and scolded Yang Chen, How dare you? Sect Master's kindness to me is as heavy as a mountain. How can I do such a disgraceful thing? After he finished speaking, he felt that it wasn't enough. With an ashen face, he scolded, In the future, don't even think about dealing with Sect Master. Otherwise, I will be the first to take your head. Chapter 1874. From this point of view, Elder Li was indeed loyal to Sect Master Wang. Just as Elder Li said, Sect Master Wang had done Elder Li a favor, which was why he was so loyal. Of course, on the other hand, it was precisely because Elder Li was loyal to Sect Master Wang that he had his current status. When Yang Chen said that he wanted Elder Li to replace Sect Master Li, Elder Li's first thought was that it was impossible. After saying this, he also understood why Yang Chen hadn't said these words. Obviously, Yang Chen had already guessed his reaction. Yang Chen, you are my grand disciple, and I am very optimistic about your future. After scolding Yang Chen, Elder Li may feel that it was inappropriate, it was necessary to appease him, and slowly said, The elders who are suspicious naturally have to be screened one by one, but those who know that it is completely impossible don't have those inappropriate ideas. Disciple understands. Yang Chen bowed and agreed. However, this was not the end. After agreeing, Yang Chen continued, Disciple just feels that Sect Master Wang has also worked hard for the sect for many years. This change in the trial grounds may also be an opportunity for Sect Master. It can allow Sect Master's cultivation to improve greatly and ascend to a Xian Immortal or Golden Immortal. This can be considered as compensation for his many years of hard work. He had just said that he was not allowed to deal with Sect Master Wang, and in the blink of an eye, Yang Chen said these words. However, in Elder Li's ears, the meaning was completely different. Allowing Sect Master Wang to ascend to the celestial realm was not a trap, but a real help to Sect Master Wang. It would be of great benefit to Sect Master Wang. If Sect Master Wang ascended, the vacant position of Sect Master would naturally need someone to inherit it. The number of people in the mysterious Heaven sect who had the qualifications to inherit the position of Sect Master could be counted on one hand, and Elder Li was one of them. This was not a conspiracy, but an open and above-board plot. It had almost no effect on the sect. Sect Master Wang was at most at the peak of the Heaven Immortal realm, and his strength was not enough to shake the foundation of the mysterious Heaven sect. The only consequence was that Elder Li would have the opportunity to inherit the power of Sect Master Wang. Just thinking about it made people excited. Elder Li was not a saint. He had been in the upper echelons for a long time and held great power in his hands. Naturally, he understood the glory of becoming the sect master. Now that there was a chance for him to become the Black Heaven sect master, it would be a lie if Elder Li was not tempted. It was the largest sect in the Dao sects. It was even the largest sect among cultivators. How prestigious would it be to become the sect master of the Black Heaven sect? Even Elder Li began to look forward to it. Will Sect Master really have such an opportunity? Elder Li couldn't help but mutter as this concerned the future of his life. As long as I can recover my cultivation within 1,000 years, It is naturally possible, Yang Chen replied confidently. This was simply too easy to accomplish. As long as he wrapped a 6th revolution marrow replenishing pill with a few millennium pills and fed them to sect leader Wang when the time was right, the medicinal effect of the millennium pills would activate at the right time, allowing sect leader Wang's strength to soar through the heavenly tribulation. Of course, there must be some super strong spirit congealing pills and questioning inner heart pills to ensure that the advancement of sect master Wang's divine sense was not too bad. At most, he would have to consume some merit points. In short, his ascension would be a 100% success. Within 1,000 years. Elder Li repeated this time with a playful expression on his face. This is the most conservative estimate. Yang Chen replied and added, actually, within 1,000 years, Grandmaster, you still have to eliminate the Zhao family's spies in the sect and win over a group of direct descendants. There are still a lot of things to do. Only by planning in advance can some things come to fruition. When Elder Li heard that Yang Chen could guarantee that nothing would go wrong, his heart began to beat wildly. If one's ambition was released from the cage, it was easy to grow into a behemoth. Elder Li had this intention now. Yang Chen's words were also heard by Elder Li. Some things were to be preempted and laid out in advance. With this 1,000 years of preparation, Elder Li could indeed make himself the person with the greatest assurance. However, if he wanted the support of the majority of people, he must have enough benefits. Ordinary things might not be able to move the hearts of those people, but this was not a small problem. As if he had seen through Elder Li's concerns at a glance, Yang Chen seemed to be beating a drum next to him in the hands of this disciple. There is still a batch of dwelling god jade that can be transferred to the ancestor at the market price. When it is convenient for the ancestor to hand over the spirit stones to buy the dwelling god jade to this disciple. Yes, dwelling divine jade, this was definitely a good thing to win over those masters. No one would think that their life was too long. The dwelling divine jade could give them another life. This was something that no one could avoid. Even if some high-ranking people in the mysterious heaven sect already had dwelling divine jade, who wouldn't want to have a few more pieces in their hands? Even if they didn't need it, there would still be a few friends and relatives who needed it, right? This was a great favor, and no one would refuse it. As for what Yang Chen said about transferring it to the market price, Elder Li obviously understood that this was just an excuse to make him feel better. Could it be that Yang Chen really wanted to ask him for spirit stones? Wasn't it only right for a grand disciple to show filial respect to the Grandmaster? Moreover, as long as he became the mysterious heaven sect master, wouldn't Yang Chen just have to open his mouth and ask for anything he wanted? This was a good grand disciple. Not only could he fight for his face, but he could also help him use his brains. At the crucial moment, he could even help him raise his status without hesitation. Which grand disciple was so awesome? Other than him, Elder Li, who had such good fortune, there was no one else. Others couldn't do anything about it even if they were jealous. If they had the ability, they could take in a disciple and then a grand disciple too. Yang Chen didn't just say it. As he spoke, a universe bag appeared in his hand, and he respectfully handed it to Elder Li. Elder Li took it and scanned it with his divine sense. The contents of the universe bag were clear. At least 100 kilograms of dwelling divine jade was enough for Elder Li to give away a great favor. It wasn't that Yang Chen didn't give much. If he gave too much, it would expose the relationship between Yang Chen and Elder Li, as well as his relationship with the mysterious heaven sect. This wasn't good. Moreover, the rarer something was, the more valuable it was. If there were too many of them, they wouldn't be valuable anymore. This amount was just right, not too much, not too little. It was enough for Elder Li to rope in some experts without being exposed. After you go back, cultivate with peace of mind. No matter how the trial ground changes, you don't have to worry about it. With your current cultivation, others can't say anything. Just focus on recovering your cultivation. Elder Li began to warn Yang Chen, you don't have to worry about Chunyang Palace. The sect master will naturally use the warning you gave everyone last time to protect them. Don't worry. You don't have to worry about Junkie either. This old man will take care of her. Elder Li was concerned about Yang Chen and spared no effort. Let's see how big of a battle the Zhao family can make this time. Chapter 1875. Elder Li left with a heart full of passion and wild ambition. He left behind a lot of materials for Yang Chen to recover his cultivation. Yang Chen bowed as he sent Elder Li off. It wasn't until Elder Li's figure disappeared without a trace that Yang Chen slowly stood up. At this moment, Yang Chen really wanted to laugh out loud, but he forcefully held it in. This was not his territory, so he had to be careful no matter what he did. It was not easy to create such a good situation, so he couldn't lose the big picture because of a small laugh. Today, because of his small suggestion to sow discord, Elder Li had completely accepted him, which was a pleasant surprise. Of course, the most pleasant surprise was that the seed of ambition had already been planted in Elder Li's heart. It was just waiting for it to germinate and blossom. What better way to destroy a sect than to incite internal strife? If there were still external enemies at this time, it would definitely be the best choice to destroy the sect. Yang Chen had already found an external enemy for the mysterious heaven sect. On the surface, it was the Zhao family, but in secret, it was the sect that had participated in the siege of the Taishanmen in the mortal world. Even though everyone appeared to be harmonious in the spiritual realm, everyone was secretly on guard against the mysterious heaven sect. If there was a chance to repeat what happened in the mortal world, these sects would definitely not let the mysterious heaven sect off easily. As for internal problems, Elder Li's ambition had increased, so he would definitely spare no effort to deal with those who were not on good terms with him. At the very least, he would definitely use this opportunity to frame a certain person and then send the other person out to withstand the explosion of the trial ground. 2 of the core higher-ups had been eliminated, so he was much more efficient than Yang Chen. After the demonic calamity erupted, the mysterious heaven sect would definitely suffer a great loss. Even with the divine perching jade provided by Yang Chen, this outcome could not be avoided. The effects of the divine perching jade would take at least 1,000 years for the dead to recover. Right now, the mysterious heaven sect regarded the Zhao family as the culprit behind the destruction of the sect. They were mortal enemies, so it was hard to guarantee that the Zhao family would not use this opportunity to make a move against the mysterious heaven sect. When Elder Li ascended the stage, he would definitely have to eliminate a group of opponents, and the Black Heaven sect's strength would weaken once again. After the devil calamity, the demonic spirit pill would become popular again in the spiritual realm. As long as Yang Chen guided it a little, the Black Heaven sect would definitely fall into the trap of the demonic spirit pill. With this series of arrangements, he believed that the Black Heaven Gate would not be able to hold out for long. Yang Chen had enough patience to wait for the day when the Shentian sect in the spiritual world would repeat the mistakes of the Taishanmen in the mortal world. After seeing off Elder Li, Yang Chen turned back to Chunyang Palace. There were no more twists and turns along the way, and they smoothly made it back to the sect. As soon as he returned to the Chunyang Palace, Yang Chen immediately summoned the top leaders of the sect for a meeting. Previously, the Chunyang Palace had been preparing for the devil calamity for a few years in advance. They had stockpiled all kinds of materials, prepared Dharma treasures, prepared pills, and asked the disciples to carefully adjust their state, waiting for the moment when the devil calamity broke out. A large number of formation flags had also been set up at the Wanbao Tower near the Sunset Rock. They could turn the Sunset Rock market into a solid line of defense at any time. Of course, all of this was secretly prepared and had never been disclosed to the outside world. All of this was to give the Chunyang Palace a little more power to protect themselves when the devil calamity broke out, and a little more chance of survival. Although Yang Chen knew very well that when the devil calamity broke out in his previous life, it would at most affect the area in front of the Sunset Rock. In this life, Yang Chen still carefully arranged all of this. It was better to be prepared. Now that Sai Qianqiu and Jiu Zhishang were among the core leaders of the sect, they could be considered to be absolutely trustworthy, and Yang Chen did not keep secrets from them. The devil calamity will definitely break out, and it will be very fierce at the beginning. Yang Chen once again emphasized the response policy of the Chunyang Palace this time. Our sect has just been integrated not long ago, so we will not face the fiercest first wave head-on. We will only provide necessary help to all parties in the rear. After half a year, the disciples who are interested in the experience can enter the area of the devil calamity and practice on their own. It was certainly not appropriate for the Chunyang Palace to not participate in such a big event. So, Yang Chen simply set the date for the sect to participate in the Devil Calamity half a year after the outbreak of the Devil Calamity. At that time, the power of the Devil Calamity would be much calmer, and it would not be as dangerous as it was at the beginning. Remember, you must act according to your ability, and never try to be brave. Yang Chen seriously told everyone, this is a good opportunity for experience and a good opportunity to make a name, but it is not an opportunity to be competitive, understand? For the arrangement of Yang Chen, Chunyang Palace, from the head of the palace to the ordinary elders, had been accustomed to listening to it. No one had any objection to it, and the response policy of the Chunyang Palace was thus determined. Now everything was ready, except for the east wind. Everything was ready, and they were just waiting for the outbreak of the Devil Calamity. Although the outbreak of the Devil Calamity was decades earlier than in his previous life, Yang Chen believed that Brother Li Cheng would not make a mistake. After arranging the affairs of the sect, Yang Chen directly let people spread the news that because of the problem with his cultivation, he needed to retreat to cultivate. At least, he would not show up until he recovered his cultivation. If there was any delay in the matters of the fellow Taoists, please forgive him. It was also a sufficient excuse for him not to show up for the next hundreds of years. Yes, in his previous life, the Devil Calamity that affected most of the spiritual world and lasted for thousands of years, Yang Chen had no intention of participating in it. First of all, Yang Chen's top priority now was not how to do in the Devil Calamity, but to restore his cultivation, and at the same time, to run the golden body secrets to the best state. This was the foundation for cultivators, nothing else. Second, Yang Chen had already reminded the sect to pay attention. The prepared sect would not suffer as heavy casualties as in his previous life. Moreover, the dragon puppet of the Formation Eye had been destroyed by Yang Chen, and the exit of the demon beast space had also been refined by Yang Chen. The power of the Devil Calamity in this life would be much smaller, so Yang Chen did not need to participate in it. Then there was the end of the Devil Calamity. Although Yang Chen did not know how the Devil Calamity in the spiritual world ended in his previous life, he knew that if he wanted to end the Devil Calamity in this life, he could only rely on himself to close the exit of the demon beast space. However, with his current cultivation, he was completely unable to do this. Hence, improving his cultivation was the most important thing, and nothing else. Of course, there was one more thing. Yang Chen had been in seclusion all this time, so some of the bad things that happened naturally had nothing to do with Yang Chen. In any case, Yang Chen had already warned them in advance, and he had already done what he should and shouldn't do. Even if someone ignored these warnings and suffered losses, it could not be blamed on Yang Chen. This was especially so for the Black Heaven sect. If something like a core member of the upper echelon died, it would be impossible to link this matter to Yang Chen. Up until now, Yang Chen still planned to hide in the dark to take revenge. After all, there was still the Black Heaven sect that controlled the heavenly court in the celestial world, so it could not be underestimated. Chapter 1876. As Yang Chen went into seclusion, a few years passed slowly. Then, as if everything was going according to Yang Chen's schedule, the trial ground began to change drastically without any warning. All the changes happened without any warning. It happened so suddenly that no one had time to prepare for it. In the huge trial ground, a mysterious door seemed to have been opened all of a sudden. Then, crazy demonic beasts appeared all over the mountains and plains. These demonic beasts that suddenly appeared began to attack the cultivators around them in a frenzy. The strength of the demonic beasts was beyond the imagination of the cultivators in the trial ground. In just a moment, tens of thousands of cultivators were killed. With Yang Chen's warning, all the sect had set up arrangements in the trial ground. Not only did they make all the disciples stay away from the center of the trial ground, but they only trained near the entrances and exits of their respective sect. They also withdrew all the low-level human immortal disciples, leaving only the experts above the earthly immortal intermediate stage. Originally, all the sect thought that such arrangements were foolproof. Even if there was a sudden change, these disciples, who were at the earthly immortal or heaven immortal level, would be able to react in time and save their lives. Moreover, for the safety of the sect's area, The sect also needed to arrange some disciples in this area. This little bit of arrogance had ruined the disciples who were training in the trial ground. Almost none of the demonic beasts that appeared out of nowhere were below the Xian immortal level. Apart from a few Xian immortal level supreme experts who survived, the rest of the disciples in the trial ground were all killed in the sect. In less than 30 minutes after the outbreak of the Devil Tribulation, the sect had lost more than 10,000 earthly immortal and heaven immortal disciples. On average, each sect had lost hundreds of disciples. Finally, near the entrances and exits that the major sects were responsible for, the major sects had arranged a powerful array formation, which was able to withstand the reckless attacks of these crazy demon beasts. However, as more and more demonic beasts rushed out of the core of the trial ground, these formations began to be in danger. Almost all the higher-ups of the sect began to regret when they heard the news. Yang Chen had already warned everyone, and all the sect clearly knew that the demonic beasts in the core of the trial ground were very powerful. However, they did not take the warning to heart and only made some targeted arrangements, thinking that it was foolproof, which led to this tragedy. If they had known this would happen, they would have withdrawn the earthly immortal and heaven immortal disciples, leaving only the Xian immortal experts. At least, they could escape with the protection of the formations. Unlike now, every sect had lost hundreds of earth immortal and heavenly immortal disciples. One must know that these disciples were all elites. Even a big sect would feel the pinch. However, relatively speaking, the sects that really took Yang Chen's warning very seriously, such as the Yin-Yang Demon Sect, Limitless Demon Sect, Five Elements Sect, Green Jade Immortal Island, Blue Cloud Sect, their losses were relatively not very big. Although a few heavenly immortal disciples were sacrificed, most of the elite disciples in the trial grounds managed to survive. On the other hand, the Black Heaven Sect, which Yang Chen had specifically reminded them of, had suffered the most losses out of all the sect. Of the two heaven immortal level core higher-ups, one had perished, and the other had been seriously injured and was still in a coma. Even after using all kinds of elixirs, he could only barely keep his life. Who knew how long it would take for him to fully recover? This was not like Yang Chen, who only needed to cultivate his destroyed cultivation again. If the core elders were already in such a state, then the disciples in charge of monitoring the changes in the trial grounds were even worse off. The two core elders had led over 1,000 elite experts, but in the end, less than 200 people had managed to escape. Among the losses suffered by the major sect in the past 100 years, aside from the thousands of elite disciples of the Five Elements sect who were executed, the mysterious Heaven sect suffered the greatest loss this time. Needless to say, this must have been arranged by Elder Li and Sect Master Wang. After listening to Yang Chen's words, Elder Li rushed back to the sect with injuries. While tracking down the murderer, he also truthfully reported Yang Chen's warning to Sect Master Wang. After Sect Master Wang, Hall Master Liu, and Elder Li had a secret discussion, the two core elders personally led the team to monitor the situation in the trial grounds. To the outside world, the mysterious Heaven sect attached great importance to it, but when the news came back to the mysterious Heaven sect, Sect Master Wang didn't have much pain or regret in his heart, except for the sadness on his face. As for Elder Li, he was once again glad that he had a good disciple. If it weren't for his thoughtful reminder, the one who would have died was likely to be him, who thought that he could grab the first merit. Now, one of the core elders of the two hostile factions was dead and the other was crippled. The strength of the two sect would soon be absorbed by Sect Master Wang, Hall Master Liu, and Elder Li. This was completely the fault of the Zhao family. Who could tell that this was an organized and planned elimination of dissidents? It was a flawless situation. They achieved their goal and purified the team. No one could point out any problems. Was there a better arrangement than this? After suffering such a huge loss, the major sect finally took Yang Chen's warning seriously. However, now that the tragedy had happened, it was too late for regrets. Moreover, Yang Chen had already announced that he would go into closed-door cultivation a few years ago. It was impossible to find Yang Chen, and even if they did find him, there was no way to reason with him. It was better to maintain the situation first. Fortunately, outside the trial grounds, every sect had also set up a protective formation to be on the safe side. When the formation inside the trial grounds was broken by the surging beasts, the disciples inside still had the opportunity to calmly retreat to the outside of the trial grounds. Then, something that shocked everyone began to happen. The wave-like beasts began to attack the formation at the edge of the trial grounds, which was the oldest formation that surrounded the trial grounds. This formation had existed for tens of thousands of years and had always been extremely strong. Not a single beast had ever been able to break out. However, in the face of the flood of demonic beasts this time, the formation only lasted for less than 2 months before it shattered with a loud bang. The disciples of the major sect who were monitoring outside were dumbfounded. After the shock, they finally came to their senses and began to retreat gradually with the help of the formation that had been prepared. The surging beasts could no longer be resisted by humans. The smartest thing to do was to stay far away from them. The only thing that everyone was glad about was that they had received Yang Chen's warning in advance and had set up a sufficient formation in advance to allow them to retreat to a safe place. That was all. At this point, the beasts were no longer restrained and began to rush in all directions. The devil tribulation of the spiritual realm finally began to affect more sect and a wider area. Chapter 1877. Everyone had set up the formation, and it did serve some defensive purposes. However, the formation wasn't omnipotent, especially in the face of those extremely powerful demon beasts that had been suppressed for an unknown period of time. Those that could charge at the front were almost all at the king level of the demon beasts. Every demon beast's strength exceeded the 5th grade of the Xian immortal realm. Usually, these were the ones trapped in the core of the trial grounds. Even the grand elders of the various sect didn't dare to rashly try. This time, a ferocious tiger came out of its cage, and it was truly a little unstoppable. The formation that the various sect had meticulously prepared could only hold on for a short period of time in the face of such a powerful torrent of demon beasts before it couldn't hold on any longer. When the formation was destroyed by the unreasonably powerful force, the only thing everyone could do was to desperately resist and run for their lives. On one hand, the experts sent by the various sects were well prepared, but on the other hand, they weren't prepared enough. Everyone knew that the demon beasts in the core of the trial grounds were very powerful, but they didn't expect there to be so many of them. Thus, a tragedy naturally occurred. The moment the formation was broken by the torrent, none of the experts in charge of the formation from the various sect were spared. All of them were killed by the backlash of the formation. This was the result when the formation endured an attack that was several times more powerful than the formation's limit. The only thing everyone could do was to retreat. There was no other way. In the first 3 months alone, 80% of the experts that the various sects had set up in the trial grounds were lost. The more one thought that he was strong, the faster he died. In the face of absolute power, there was no reason to speak of, and there was no chance of luck. Elder Li of the Black Heaven sect was trembling all over as he read the news from the trial grounds. The disciple who reported the news thought that Elder Li had lost his composure because the sect had suffered too great a loss. Only Elder Li himself knew why he was trembling. The words that Yang Chen had advised him earlier had finally come true. Due to Elder Li's accidental injury, the other core member of the higher echelon who could not personally head to the training grounds to take over Elder Li's position, due to his own carelessness, did not even leave behind a corpse. At this moment, he had long entered the stomach of some demon beast, becoming a pile or several piles of waste that had been digested and excreted from his body. Thinking of that fellow's smug expression before he left, Elder Li felt a lingering fear in his heart. If it wasn't for Yang Chen's timely reminder, the one who would have returned to dust would have been him, Elder Li, and not someone else. Once he thought of this terrifying outcome, Elder Li felt both relieved and fearful. This mixed and complicated feeling was the real reason why Elder Li was trembling. Losing a core elder and a group of disciples was nothing. Since they were not disciples of his faction, then it wouldn't be a pity to lose them all. It would be best if all of the people who opposed him were killed by the demon beasts. After calming himself down, Elder Li suddenly reacted. No, the people who died were all disciples of the Black Heaven sect. In the future, he was going to be the sect master of the Black Heaven sect. How could he let his own disciples suffer such a loss? The ambition that Yang Chen had stirred up was like a wildfire in Elder Li's heart. There was only a little spark, but it quickly spread across the entire prairie. The title of Sect Master Li was indeed much better than Elder Li's. According to Yang Chen's suggestion, Elder Li encountered an inexplicable ambush on the way back. Fortunately, he did not die, but when he struggled to escape back to the sect, he was already on his last breath. Elder Li was really on the verge of death. How could the astute Elder Li allow others to find a flaw in his act? With such a serious injury, even the pills refined by the sect's 7th-grade alchemist couldn't heal him. He almost stepped onto the line of death. Fortunately, both Sect Master Wang and Hall Master Liu had the 5-revolution merit Ganoderma Jade pill that Yang Chen had given them. This was the real life-saving medicine. After taking 1 merit Ganoderma Jade pill, Elder Li's injury was stabilized. After taking another pill, his injury began to slowly subside. If it wasn't for the fact that the effect of the pill was too strong and Elder Li's current cultivation couldn't withstand more, he would have taken another pill. However, Elder Li was now able to recover bit by bit. It would take about half a year to a year for him to recover, which matched the time suggested by Yang Chen. After this time, the pills that Yang Chen had given them surprised the core members of the mysterious Heaven sect. Everyone finally understood the difference between a genius alchemist like Yang Chen and an ordinary alchemist. It was just a mere 5-revolution pill, but it was even more effective than the 7th-grade pills refined by the 7th-grade alchemists in the sect. No wonder almost all the major sect chased after it in the mortal world. At this time, Yang Chen's pills also became life-saving medicine in the eyes of the higher-ups of the mysterious Heaven sect. No matter how high the level of a pill was, the best pill was if it was effective. Obviously, Yang Chen's pills had this advantage. A pill that could save a life at a critical moment would be treated as a treasure by anyone. On the mysterious Heaven sect side, aside from Elder Li who was mentally prepared, everyone else was shocked by this sudden bad news. Then, the sect master quickly gathered everyone to discuss countermeasures. It wasn't just the mysterious Heaven sect. The major sect's losses in the trial grounds were almost the same. 80% of the elites that were sent to guard the trial grounds were lost, and the remaining 20% didn't last long. Aside from those who escaped with high-speed flying treasures, the rest all stayed within 5,000 kilometers of the trial grounds. For the major sect, this was definitely a huge blow. In order to seize the benefits of the trial grounds, the major sect almost joined forces to seal the trial grounds. This time, they finally tasted the consequences. The biggest losses in the first wave were all from the major sect. There were no other small sect. It wasn't until the major sect's defensive arrangements were destroyed and everyone retreated thousands of kilometers away that the other sect was involved. These small sects were located in this area. Although they knew about Yang Chen's warning in advance, everyone naively thought that with the major sect's support, there would be no big problems. Just when everyone felt the berserk outbreak of the demon beasts, those who were still in the wait-and-see stage inevitably fell into tragedy. Half a year. In just half a year, all the sect within 100,000 kilometers of the trial grounds, except for those disciples who weren't in the sect, died without exception. As a result, the number of sect exterminations exceeded hundreds. Chapter 1878. For a moment, all the sects in the spiritual realm were speechless. No one had expected the outbreak of the trial grounds to be so intense and merciless. In just half a year, more than 100,000 cultivators had perished, and the area affected had even exceeded a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. This was not the end. The crazy demonic beasts were still spreading in all directions. Based on the current situation, this storm might even engulf the entire spiritual realm. The major sects had lost more than tens of thousands of elite disciples within half a year, and there were even quite a number of Grand Supreme Mystic Immortals. They had suffered heavy casualties. In terms of the number of people, this was more than half of the hundreds of sects that had been annihilated. The loss of these elite disciples alone was enough to make the senior management of the major sects burst into tears. The spiritual realm had been safe and sound for so long. How could the major sects have expected such a disaster to befall them one day? This was under the premise that they had received Yang Chen's warning in advance. The major sects had already withdrawn the disciples in the trial grounds in advance. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. In Yang Chen's previous life, the number of disciples that the major sects had lost in the first half a year was several times that of this time. It could be said that the millennial devil tribulation in the spiritual realm had directly wiped out half of the cultivators in the spiritual realm. At this point, for Yang Chen's advance reminder, as long as it was someone who understood things, they would be grateful. There were even many disciples of the major sects who had been in the trial grounds previously who were grateful to Yang Chen. If it had not been for Yang Chen, their corpses would have been long gone. However, there was a group of people who had always felt that the people in the world owed them something and had never felt grateful. Yang Chen's warning had indirectly reached their ears through the major sects, but they had never taken it seriously. When the tragedy broke out, these people, after escaping with their lives, began to complain that Yang Chen was not careful enough in warning them. He did not explain the severity of the crisis clearly, which led to their misfortune. There were quite a number of such people, but they only dared to resent them in their hearts. They didn't dare to show it on the surface. Firstly, the crazy demonic beasts were still wreaking havoc, and everyone had yet to find a truly safe place to settle down. They could barely take care of themselves, so how could they have the time to find trouble with others? On the other hand, the sect's attitude towards Yang Chen would definitely make some people with ill intentions retreat. The demon beast outbreak swept through more than half of the spirit realm, and in just half a year, an area of several thousand kilometers in radius was completely occupied. The sect that was engulfed in it was either annihilated or fled immediately. Even the unlucky super sect that was engulfed in it was no exception. Just when the spirit realm was in a state of mourning, and everyone felt that the disaster was inevitable, they were suddenly surprised to find that the super-powerful demonic beasts that had swept through everything had suddenly become soft eggs in just a short period of 10 days. The demonic beasts that were above grade 5 mysterious immortal in the eyes of the cultivators had fallen by a major realm in a short period of time, and became demonic beasts that were above grade 5 heaven immortal. This strange change was as if the demonic beasts that had consumed super invincible energy pills in the past half a year, and now that the effects of the pills had worn off, they had become soft shrimps. Of course, the demonic beasts above grade 5 mysterious immortal were no match for them, but grade 5 heaven immortals, or even peak heaven immortals, were no longer that terrifying. At least in the eyes of the major sect, demonic beasts of this level were completely capable of fighting against them, and they could even win against them. The elite disciples of each sect would no longer die in vain. The change involved all the demonic beasts. A large number of demonic beasts that came out of the outbreak area had collectively fallen by a major realm. Apart from heaven immortal realm demonic beasts, there were also many earth immortal realm demonic beasts, and even human immortal realm demonic beasts. They were distributed in an area with a radius of tens of millions of miles. However, this area was still expanding. There seemed to be a place in the core of the trial ground that could continuously produce demonic beasts. Even though the demonic beasts that were leading the charge were no longer mysterious immortal realm demonic beasts, and there were demonic beasts of all levels, they still had the absolute upper hand in terms of numbers. The territory of the cultivators was still retreating, and they were constantly losing ground. After suddenly discovering that the demonic beasts had become weaker, the cultivators of the spirit realm seemed to have collectively taken a stimulant, and they were instantly overjoyed. Especially the disciples of the ordinary sect, those who had survived were even more overjoyed. At this point, the secret of the trial ground was no longer a secret. When everyone found out that the major sect had previously occupied such an excellent trial ground, they dared not say a word, even though they were angry. Now that the blockade of the major sect had been broken by the demonic beasts on their own, it was such a good opportunity. It was simply a trial opportunity given by God to everyone. Without the permission of the major sect, everyone could enjoy the process of this trial. Sure enough, everything was like this. It was a blessing in disguise. The catastrophe of the spirit realm, on the other hand, was an opportunity for many people. However, it was a pity for those who didn't escape. It was all luck and fate. The cultivators of the spirit realm began to fight back. If they didn't seize such a good opportunity to train, would they wait for the major sect to occupy it again? Countless cultivators rushed into the circle that was occupied by the demonic beasts, and it was still expanding. They joined this extremely tragic trial journey that could cost them their lives if they were not careful. The major sect did not slack off. In fact, the first ones to discover that the demonic beasts had become weaker were those who had been at the forefront. Countless disciples began to fight back frantically. On one hand, they wanted to take revenge for their fellow sect members. On the other hand, they wanted to accumulate fighting experience for themselves. At the same time, they wanted to reap all kinds of huge benefits from the demonic beasts. In the past, there were not so many demonic beasts for everyone to train with. Otherwise, the major sect would not have occupied the trial ground. The number of disciples allowed to enter each year needed to be calculated and distributed by each sect. Now, there were no restrictions at all. Everyone went all out and killed. The more they killed, the more credit they would get, and the more rewards they would reap. Elder Li of the mysterious Heaven sect admired Yang Chen's prediction. It was as if he had seen it with his own eyes. His injuries had gradually recovered in the past 6 months. Coincidentally, at this time, the ferocious demon beast had turned into a soft-footed shrimp. Wasn't this the best opportunity for him to make a contribution and win people's hearts? This grand disciple was simply too perfect. Not only did he have strategies, but he was also loyal to him. It had to be said that the most correct thing Sect Master Li had done in the mortal world was to accept Yang Chen as his disciple. Of course, the higher-ups of the major sect had already been reminded by the mysterious Heaven sect to pay attention to the areas that had not been affected. The Zhao family was most likely hidden in these areas. Chapter 1879. In fact, there was no need to deliberately investigate which areas were not occupied by the monsters. Most of the cultivators were gathered in the few remaining areas. As a result, the density of cultivators in these areas was unprecedentedly high. As long as they did a simple investigation in these areas, they would be able to easily find clues. That was the theory, but the reality was not so simple. First of all, there were too many cultivators in these areas. No matter what they did, they would encounter all kinds of cultivators. It was almost impossible to investigate secretly. Moreover, the reality did not allow them to investigate with great fanfare. At a time like this, who would allow the major sect to suddenly use a groundless reason to question their own sect? Even a super sect would not be willing to offend others for no reason. At such a sensitive time, it was easy to attract enemies who shared the same hatred. On the other hand, at this time, the super sect did not play the role of a big brother and lead everyone to resist the monsters, but instead stirred up trouble behind everyone's back. If the cultivators who took refuge found out, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Not every cultivator could understand the Zhao family's plot. Neither could every cultivator believe that the Yarrow Beast tide was related to the Zhao family. Once the various great sects began to openly investigate the matter, others would certainly think that they were using the opportunity to eliminate dissidents. In short, the major sect could only investigate carefully, and the progress was extremely slow. It could even be said that they had no clue at all. However, all the cultivators noticed one thing. Among the few areas in the spiritual realm that were not affected, Shipping Mountain, Sunset Cliff, and Linyang River were one of them. Needless to say, Shipping Mountain was where the 5 great sect of Tao was located. In his previous life, there was no powerful sect there, and it was directly drowned by the monsters. The cultivators relied on the defense line at Sunset Cliff to barely stand firm, and Linyang River became the largest gathering place for cultivators later on. It was completely different in this life. Because of Yang Chen, Shipping Mountain became the 5 great sects' courtyard, and there were many experts there. When the monsters reached here, they were already an arrow at the end of its flight. With the help of the experts of the 5 great sect and the formation that had been operating for many years, the monsters were forcibly blocked outside Shipping Mountain. Among them, the Heaven Immortal Spirit Veins contributed by Yang Chen played an important role. With these spiritual veins, the 5 sects' large-scale protective formations were able to firmly take root at several points on Shipping Mountain. That was why the Sunset Rock and Linyang River were safe and sound. Sunset Rock and Linyang River were the territories of Chunyang Palace. At this time, whether it was the enemy of the Pyongyang Palace or the friend of the Pyongyang Palace, it was only then that they understood what kind of feng shui treasure land the wild land that no one wanted at all was. Counting the Sunset Rock alone, there were now no less than millions of cultivators gathered here. It could be said that all of them were taking refuge in the territory of Chunyang Palace. The entire Sunset Rock followed the direction of the huge mountain range and directly became a huge cultivator city. It was abnormally bustling. As early as a long time ago, Yang Chen asked Elder Wu Xiong to arrange at the Sunset Rock. Everything was in place. As long as the protective formation was activated, the Sunset Rock could immediately become a super fortress. This was also another line of defense in front of Linyang River and behind Shipping Mountain. Needless to say, within the huge territory of Linyang River, several cultivator cities of almost the same size had spontaneously formed. All of these did not need to be built by Chunyang Palace. They were all built spontaneously by the cultivators who fled here. The only thing that Chunyang Palace did was to allow them to take root here temporarily. At the same time, the spiritual veins that should have belonged to Chunyang Palace were temporarily lent to everyone for use. Just by contributing their territory and spiritual veins, the tens of millions of cultivators in Sunset Rock and Linyang River had to be greatly indebted. For this, Chunyang Palace did not know how many big favors they had received. The palace master was happy from ear to ear every day. Seeing that the cultivation of the monsters suddenly dropped to the point where the cultivators could match them, many cultivators suddenly had hope in their hearts. If this was the trend, then one day it was not impossible to fight back to their own territory. Although the territory of Chunyang Palace was so special, none of the major sects suspected that Chunyang Palace had anything to do with the Zhao family. It was not that no one had raised this doubt, but when they raised it for the first time, they were reprimanded by the big shots of their own sect. They no longer dared to think about it. Everyone was eagerly waiting for the moment to strike back. The impatient experts had already begun to kill the demon beasts that were closest to them. The situation of the counterattack was about to begin at any moment. Everything that happened outside had nothing to do with Yang Chen. Yang Chen was now staying in the sect with peace of mind. In the small courtyard transformed by his dragon palace, he cultivated in seclusion. It was estimated that everyone in the spiritual world now knew that Yang Chen had lost his cultivation because of injury and was recuperating, so no one came to disturb him. They tacitly gave Yang Chen a quiet environment for cultivation. Chunyang Palace was not idle during this time. From the beginning of the outbreak of the devil tribulation to the present, the disciples of Chunyang Palace made the protective array, explored the spiritual veins, and chose the location to prepare all kinds of materials for the people who took refuge from all sides. It could be said that they did their best. Those cultivators who were sheltered in the Sunset Rock Linyang River, even if they were picky, could not pick out the mistakes of the Pyongyang Palace. As for why they were so unlucky, but Chunyang Palace was so lucky, it was the thing that no one cared about. Cultivation was about following one's fate. At first, Chunyang Palace chose such a barren land. At that time, many people laughed at Chunyang Palace for buying this land at a high price. Now, everyone felt nothing but envy. Their sect did not have the fate of Chunyang Palace, and there was no disciple named Yang Chen who planned everything. In half a year, when the disciples of Chunyang Palace settled down all the people, the monster tide had begun to calm down, and it was time for everyone to counterattack. Naturally, the disciples of Chunyang Palace were duty-bound and did not hesitate to join the battle to fight for a chance of survival for the practitioners. Except for a small number of disciples who stayed behind, it could be said that Chunyang Palace turned out in full strength. Although the demonic beast tide was a demonic tribulation, there were always good and bad things. With so many demonic beasts, not only could they become opponents for the disciples to gain experience, but they could also obtain a lot of good things from the bodies of these demonic beasts. Both experience and material gains were simply the best gift from the heavens to the cultivators after the demonic tribulation. Everything was done naturally, and no one could see that the disciples of Chunyang Palace were avoiding the strongest monster tide in the first half of the year. Such an arrangement was perfect. Chapter 1880. Of course, Yang Chen's arrangement was perfect. In addition to a few people at the core of the Chunyang Palace, Only the 3 people of the Shentian sect knew about it. Sect Master Wang, Hall Master Liu, and Elder Li of the Shentian sect knew that Yang Chen warned them to avoid the demon beasts for the first half of the year. However, it was a pity that for the purity of the sect and some unspeakable reasons, as well as the face of the sect, some people were bound to be sacrificed. In this regard, the advantage that the Shentian sect had over other sect was that the elite disciples they sacrificed were the ones they were willing to sacrifice, unlike other super sect, who had to be sacrificed when they were caught off guard. In recent years, Yang Chen had been cultivating the golden body secret art, and he was almost at the edge of the core formation stage. It had to be said that after recultivating once, or strictly speaking, after recultivating twice, the process of entering the core formation stage again was not difficult for Yang Chen at all. Even because of this unique experience, Yang Chen also had a deeper understanding of the golden body secret art. The golden body secret art was created by Yang Chen himself. The core cultivation method was the combination of the great yin and yang 5 elements secret art, the heavenly spirit treasure refining secret art, the earth fiend sacrificial formation secret art, and the yellow turban strongman body refining technique. At the same time, it had to be supplemented by the yin-yang heaven burning fire. To be honest, this new cultivation method was also a huge challenge for Yang Chen himself. If it weren't for the realization of recultivating twice and the protection of the merit book, Yang Chen wouldn't even dare to think about this cultivation method. Fortunately, under Li Cheng's simple guidance and Yang Chen's own realization, he was still very lucky to cultivate to the present. The spiritual pressure in the spiritual world was 100 times greater than that in the mortal world, and in the Dragon Palace, it would double again. The cultivation environment could be said to be super perfect. Such a super strong cultivation environment also allowed Yang Chen to spend more than 80 years in the mortal world from the foundation establishment stage to the core formation stage, but in this place, it only took less than 10 years. Yang Chen's divine sense had already reached the Xian immortal level. Logically speaking, it should be effortless for him to control the spiritual power of the foundation establishment stage. But that was the problem. In fact, up until now, Yang Chen's merit chapter had consumed a large amount of merit, but he hadn't really used it on his cultivation. Instead, he had used it on his body protection so that he wouldn't be in any danger during his cultivation. With the yin-yang heaven burning fire's 10 kinds of original spiritual power at the same time, Yang Chen finally mastered the golden body secret art. At least for now, even if Yang Chen didn't use the merit chapter to protect himself, he wouldn't have any problems cultivating the golden body incantation. He took a long breath, and the tension in Yang Chen's heart was also exhaled and disappeared. After overcoming this small hurdle, his future cultivation would be smooth. At the very least, it would not be a problem for him to return to his original human immortal level in just a few hundred years. The reason why he could only say that he had mastered the golden body incantation was that Yang Chen knew very well that the golden body incantation still had a lot of potential to be unearthed. He believed that with his Yuanying Daching, his understanding of the golden body incantation would become more and more profound. At that time, the golden body incantation would become a unique cultivation method like the 3 purities secret art. Calculating the time, Gaou and Gong Sunling should have already begun to prepare to kill the monster. Yang Chen took a short break for a few days and carefully took care of his tired body. Because his previous mastery of the golden body incantation was not complete enough, Yang Chen did not dare to borrow the power of the Yunji Dan to help him cultivate. At most, he would let the Yunji Dan nourish his body. In terms of cultivation, it was still Yang Chen's sole control. After checking his body, Yang Chen was surprised to find that it seemed that he had recultivated the golden body incantation, which had caused the body that had been strengthened by the yellow turban strongman body refining technique, had signs of being strengthened again. Although the time was relatively short, he had already seen the clues. This was definitely an unexpected surprise. Yang Chen thought that his body was unlikely to have any progress under the previous realm of earth-penetrating strength. He didn't expect that after just recultivating 2 realms, the strength of his body had already surpassed it. Although it was not as big as the change from the middle stage to the late stage of earth-penetrating strength, it was definitely a significant change. According to this trend, it was estimated that when Yang Chen restored his original human immortal cultivation base, maybe the strength of his body could reach the late stage or even the peak level of earth-penetrating strength. The demonic tribulation lasted for 1,000 years in his previous life. Even if it was triggered in advance in this life and the power was weakened, it was still possible to last for hundreds of years. However, in this life, the demonic tribulation had one more control. When Yang Chen could restore his cultivation base and completely control the space entrance, it was the time when the demonic tribulation was completely over. What happened outside had little to do with Yang Chen. Yang Chen was now focused on cultivation. After a short rest for a month, Yang Chen took a questioning inner heart pill and carefully summarized his cultivation over the years, and then began the follow-up cultivation. This time, a large amount of merit consumed in the merit chapter was not wasted on the body protection, but was really used in cultivation. This was the first time that Yang Chen had really used merit to cultivate on a large scale. As soon as he entered the state, Yang Chen was shocked. When merit was truly involved in cultivation, the direct result was that the cultivation process would be a complete mess. As a result, the efficiency had also soared. Not to mention the increase in cultivation, just the condensation of spiritual power was many times more efficient than the conventional method in the mortal world of condensing spiritual power from the positive and negative 5 elements. The increase in cultivation efficiency brought by yin and yang 5 elements was thoroughly reflected. Without the process of the negative 5 elements condensation of spiritual power, the spiritual power produced by Yang Chen at every moment was hundreds of times more than in the mortal world. The overall cultivation base was improving at a speed visible to the naked eye. In addition to the spiritual power, the physical body was also being tempered crazily. Because there was no human immortal tribulation, earth immortal tribulation and heaven immortal tribulation in the spiritual world, even though Yang Chen's cultivation base of the yellow turban strongman body refining technique has reached the strength of the earth, there was still a lot of gap with the realm of the immortal world. At least in terms of physical strength, there was no way to compare. But now, the golden body secret art gave Yang Chen a huge surprise. In every circulation, hundreds of millions of merit points began to temper Yang Chen's body, which was close to the level of the immortal world's tribulation cultivators. The only regret was that the speed of tempering the body was still a little slow compared to the speed of the growth of spiritual power. It seemed that there was a bit of a fly in the ointment. In the blink of an eye, 50 years passed. Yang Chen was immersed in cultivation and ignored the changes in the outside world. In addition to cultivation, the most was the tempering of the immortal beheading blade and the profound spirit furnace. Of course, the cultivation of the 3 purities secret art did not fall behind. Since Yang Chen split the second primordial spirit to serve as the spirit of his own life source magic weapon, the process of cultivating the 3 purities secret art has also undergone earth-shaking changes. When cultivating, it seems that it is no longer Yang Chen himself, but 2 Yang Chen ascended together. Chapter 1881. The power of the 3 purities secret art was finally completely released. 2 primordial spirits, 1 main and 1 deputy cultivation at the same time, the direct effect was twice that of ordinary people. Yang Chen had been worried about the split of the spiritual awareness before, so he didn't try such benefits. Only now did he discover that it turned out that when he reached this realm, it was the real beginning of the cultivation journey of the 3 purities secret art. Everything that had happened before was just to lay the foundation. Feeling the unprecedented enrichment in the sea of consciousness, Yang Chen was really a little emotional. When he met the old lord, he really made the right choice. If not, how could there be such a situation now? The entire sea of consciousness has been filled by the pure spiritual awareness that continues to gush out of the white fireball, and after these pure spiritual awareness were assimilated by the 3 purities secret art, part of it entered the second primordial spirit, and the rest piled up in the sea of consciousness, becoming Yang Chen's real spiritual awareness cultivation base. The bond between the main body and the second primordial spirit became clearer and clearer, and it felt more and more natural. If he used to regard the immortal beheading blade as a magic weapon, now he clearly regards the immortal beheading blade as a part of his own body. Using foreign objects and using his own body, which was better and which was worse, it was clear at a glance. In 50 years, Yang Chen has pushed his cultivation base to the realm of the Yuanying stage. Compared with when he was in the mortal world, the Yuanying stage condensed at this time was condensed under hundreds of times more spiritual pressure, and it was naturally stronger by many times. Unfortunately, there was no heavenly tribulation in the spiritual world, so this new Yuanying stage did not accept the baptism of the thunder tribulation. It felt as if there was a bit of a congenital deficiency. However, when it comes to real combat effectiveness, it was definitely heaven and earth compared to the mortal world. To put it bluntly, with a little finger, he could crush many of the Yuanying stage cultivators of the same cultivation base in the mortal world. For others, this was a hurdle that could not be bypassed. It seemed that cultivation could only be like this. But for Yang Chen, it was another matter. There was a thunder tribulation room in the Conch underwater mansion, and with Yang Chen's cultivation base, he could attract the thunder tribulation at any time. When Yang Chen felt that the time was almost right, he decided to go to the Sea of Hatred and cross his own heavenly tribulation, so as not to have any flaws in his cultivation base. Yang Chen was not one to procrastinate. He immediately came out of seclusion and headed straight for the morning parting sea. Countless cultivators had gathered in Linyang River, and there were also tens of billions of natives of the spirit realm. Apart from a few large cities where cultivators were concentrated, there would be a city of natives at regular intervals in other places. Yang Chen did not directly use the shuttle to fly to the Sea of Hatred at high speed. Now the mysterious Sky Dark Sea shuttle was in the integration with the Dragon Palace and was controlled by Xiao Tian. Yang Chen just randomly chose a relatively fast flying sword and did not hide his tracks. He left the Chunyang Palace and went straight to the Sea of Hatred. The cultivators were already used to seeing the natives. Among the natives who were born with the strength of a gold core cultivator, many of them were unable to break through to the nascent soul stage in their entire lives. According to reason, Yang Chen, a small gold core cultivator, flying with a flying sword should not attract people's attention among such a large number of natives. Unfortunately, the scene of Yang Chen going out of the Chunyang Palace was still seen by some people. The territory of Chunyang Palace had been safe and sound from the launch of the Devil Tribulation to the present. Chunyang Palace had become the biggest winner except for the major sect. Every cultivator who was sheltered here owed a favor to the Pure Yang Palace more or less. They always had to come up with a settlement fee to the Pure Yang Palace in order to be able to enjoy the spiritual veins and residences on other people's land. This was common sense. With this alone, Chunyang Palace had made a lot of money. Tens of millions of cultivators had paid tribute to a sect. Just thinking about it showed the huge benefits. Money could move people's hearts. It was not only mortals who had this kind of thought. Almost all human cultivators were born as mortals. How could they not be tempted? Yang Chen left secretly, but he could not hide from the eyes of those who were interested. There were too many cultivators on Linyang River now. Even near the gate of Chunyang Palace, there were many cultivators gathered. There were more than one or two who knew Yang Chen. In the hearts of most cultivators, or almost all the cultivators, the first impression that Yang Chen gave was that he was an alchemy genius. In addition, there was the identity of the young palace master of Chunyang Palace. However, he, the young palace master, was also pitiful. He never became the head of the palace. Outsiders did not know the internal affairs of Chunyang Palace, so it was natural to assume the characteristics of Yang Chen. There was no doubt that his alchemy level could be ranked in the top few among the alchemists of the same level. Then, there was no then. The combat strength that the cultivators paid the most attention to did not seem to be seen in Yang Chen. At least from some of the facts that people knew, Yang Chen himself rarely did things by himself. If he could let others do it, he would never work hard. Of course, from this point of view, Yang Chen was also an excellent master of borrowing power. When he was still in the foundation stage in the mortal world, Yang Chen was chased by Luo Yuan in the late Darching stage. It was Yang Chen who relied on a high-speed flying magic weapon to lead Luo Yuan to the side of a master who was directly killed. The same situation happened several times. When Chunyang Palace forcibly occupied the 100,000 mountains, this kind of borrowing power was played to the extreme. Not only did it win over the terrifying master of the old tree demon, but it also united the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect. And Yang Chen himself seemed to have never come up with a real record. A little guy whose strength was not strong, but he had a lot of wealth, especially with various super magic weapons and more coveted alchemy secrets. His own cultivation base has not yet been restored to the human immortal realm. He was only in the mortal world's Jedan realm. When a person appeared in the eyes of at least the human immortal level cultivators, it was actually easy to guess the thoughts of all parties. Some cultivators paid particular attention to repaying kindness, but most cultivators believed in strength above all else. Those who had milk would be their mothers. Now a humanoid treasure chest was walking in front of everyone. For the time being, because it was still in the core site of Chunyang Palace, no one dared to make a move, but there were more than one or two people who had ideas. Yang Chen himself didn't seem to have such awareness at all, or he didn't notice any danger coming at all. He just drove the flying sword and flew in the direction of the Sea of Hatred. The reactions of the surrounding cultivators simply turned a deaf ear to him. Finally, after a few days of flying, Yang Chen was able to leave the core site of Chunyang Palace. In the direction of Yang Chen's flight, there were some cultivators who seemed to appear by chance. Chapter 1882. The attack was very sudden, and there was no sign at all in advance. The person who launched the attack faced Yang Chen as if he was facing an enemy who would not stop until he died. He did not care that Yang Chen only had the strength of the Jedan stage, and directly used the most powerful attack. This was the real way of fighting in the spiritual world. Even a lion would use all its strength to fight a rabbit, not to mention a guy who was said to have hundreds of powerful magic weapons. Regardless of how low Yang Chen's cultivation was, once Yang Chen had the opportunity to use a magic weapon, then the chance would be reduced a bit. What made Yang Chen most satisfied was that these attackers did not talk nonsense at all. There was no complacency when they consciously won. Killing was killing. The purpose of the early stage was very simple. They did not leave any opportunities and leeway for the target, and they were very professional. Although he was the target of the attack, Yang Chen had not enjoyed this kind of professional fighting for a long time, and he was excited. The golden body secret art flowed rapidly through his whole body, and his strong body was comparable to the strength of the late stage of the Earth Immortal Tribulation. This was the biggest reliance of Yang Chen at present. Originally, the Earth Dragon was still with Yang Chen, but almost 15 years ago, the Earth Dragon had completely refined the cave residence left by the South Pole Immortal Seeker Deer, and at the same time merged with another space. Now, in the belly of the Earth Dragon, there was already the safest and most secret super cave residence in Chunyang Palace. Over the years, the head of the palace had sent the most loyal and most core disciples to this secret cave residence, and the Earth Dragon no longer appeared beside Yang Chen, but directly drilled into the vein of Linyang River, wandering from time to time. Except for a few people, no one knew the location of the Earth Dragon. The other party seemed to be very clear about this fact, and was not afraid of the counterattack of the Earth Dragon. Obviously, there must be a problem inside the Chunyang Palace. In order to win the trust of the major sect, Yang Chen had all the masters obtained in the 9 Jiao family seal formations, including the Earth Dragon. Basically, everyone knew the whereabouts of every expert. It was no secret that the Earth Dragon was in Yang Chen's hands. Now that these Earth Immortal and Heaven Immortal level attackers dared to act so brazenly, it was obvious that they knew very well that the Xian Immortal level Earth Dragon was not in Yang Chen's hands, which was why they were so fearless. And those who knew where DeLong was now were basically people inside Chunyang Palace. Tens of magic treasures attacked Yang Chen at the same time, but Yang Chen did not panic in the slightest. Rather, the flying sword did not slow down in the slightest. However, a magic treasure appeared in Yang Chen's hand in a timely manner and he did not hesitate to meet the incoming weapons. This time, Yang Chen did not use his own natal magic treasure, the immortal beheading saber. Yang Chen's current cultivation was too low. If he used the natal magic treasure, he was afraid that it would damage the second primordial spirit in it. Moreover, this was the critical moment for the second primordial spirit to refine the natal magic treasure. Yang Chen would not take risks with his natal magic treasure. What appeared in Yang Chen's hand was the black space bracelet that Yang Chen had obtained in the Fire Dragon Palace. It was the space bracelet that was identified by Li Cheng and made of the material used to make the diamond bracelet. This bracelet had two characteristics. One was that it was hard and could be made of the material used to make the diamond bracelet. The other characteristic was that it was heavy enough. It was just a small bracelet, but it weighed tens of millions of pounds. Only Yang Chen, a freak with unreasonably strong physical strength, could easily wave it. The bracelet in Yang Chen's hand was no longer the size of a bracelet. Instead, it had become a ring about the size of a person's head. Yang Chen shamelessly imagined that if he changed his attire, he might become the second Nezha to hold the heaven and earth ring. Bang! The flying sword, which was flying the fastest, was smashed into a crooked shape by Yang Chen's bracelet. It was sent flying to God knows where. In the distance, an attacker suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His natal magic treasure had been smashed, causing him to be seriously injured. Yang Chen waved his arm extremely quickly. The magic treasures that were flying over were smashed into irregularly shaped scrap metal. The attackers were practically competing with the speed at which they spat out blood. One by one, they spat out blood, as if their natal blood essence was free. However, no matter how fast Yang Chen waved his arm, it was impossible for him to block all the magic treasures. There were still a few that slipped through the net and accurately bombarded Yang Chen's body. Boom! 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 A series of loud sounds came from Yang Chen's body. 8 seemingly solid dragon shadows suddenly appeared on the surface of Yang Chen's body. They flew up and down, and each dragon blocked a magic treasure. Then, there was a rumbling sound. In addition to the 8 magic treasures blocked by the dragon shadows, there were another 3 flying swords that directly pierced Yang Chen's body. In the stunned eyes of all the attackers, the 3 flying swords, which seemed to be extremely sharp in the eyes of their owners, seemed to have suddenly stabbed into an iron mound. They made a crisp sound and stopped on the surface of Yang Chen's body. They did not even pierce through Yang Chen's skin. The yellow turban strongman body refining technique had been practiced to the 6th realm of gravity. He was no longer afraid of most golden immortal level offensive magic treasures. Even if Yang Chen had not experienced the baptism of more heavenly tribulations, it was not something that could be broken by a few earth immortals and heaven immortals. Yang Chen's empty left hand directly pinched one of the flying sword. He gripped it hard, and the flying sword turned into a ball. Then, an attacker naturally spat out blood. They never thought that the result of more than a dozen earth immortals and heaven immortals attacking a golden core stage cultivator would be like this. This was completely different from the scene that the attackers had imagined. In their minds, Yang Chen would definitely be dismembered as soon as he came up. Then, they would get the magic treasures and cosmos sack on Yang Chen's body and escape at the fastest speed to find a place to divide the spoils. More than a dozen earth immortals and heaven immortals dealing with a golden core stage cultivator was simply in the bag. For this reason, each of the attackers rushed very fast, for fear that they would give others more opportunities to grab Yang Chen's magic treasures if they were too slow. However, all the beautiful fantasies were turned into bubbles in front of Yang Chen, who was not human. The guy who rushed the fastest and did not spit out blood miserably caught up with the bracelet that Yang Chen raised high and smashed down. Bang! A cloud of blood mist exploded in front of Yang Chen. It was just a simple and unreasonable blow, but it smashed the fastest heaven immortal expert into the finest powder. A golden core stage cultivator killed a heaven immortal expert in seconds. The attackers could not believe their eyes when they saw this scene. However, the blood that was spurting out of their side and the blood mist that had almost stained their bodies clearly told them that what they had just seen was not an illusion, but a real scene that happened in front of them. How is this possible? This was the first reaction in the hearts of every attacker, and then came a deeper fear. Chapter 1883. Yang Chen's performance exceeded everyone's psychological expectations, which they did not expect before they made their move. The death of their first companion was shocking, but in the eyes of these powerful guys who had lived in the spiritual world for many years, Yang Chen was not so frightening that they would retreat without a fight. As long as it was a fight, there would inevitably be accidents, and casualties were inevitable. Everyone was experienced, and would never lose their morale because of a simple setback. The more outstanding Yang Chen's performance was, The more excited the people who attacked him became, especially when they saw the black ring in Yang Chen's hand show such a powerful combat power. People with discerning eyes could see at a glance that the black ring in Yang Chen's hand was not Yang Chen's natal magic weapon. Before they made their move, they all had a deep understanding of Yang Chen. There was no doubt that Yang Chen's natal magic weapon was the beheading immortal saber. It was not a natal magic weapon, but it had such a powerful power. This could only mean one thing: Yang Chen did have something coveted. Especially this black ring that easily destroyed everyone's natal magic treasures. What was a good magic weapon? There was another prerequisite for great power, and that was, it could not be someone else's natal magic weapon. Otherwise, even if they snatched it, they would need to refine the aura that the other party had refined and immersed in for many years before they could use it. Not everyone had a heaven-defying demon pet like Xiao Tian. The black ring happened to meet these two conditions. It was powerful, but it was not a natal magic weapon. Apart from the alchemy things on Yang Chen, this alone was worth risking their lives. Why did everyone come to kill Yang Chen? Wasn't it for the good things on him? Yang Chen's outstanding performance not only did not make the attackers flee in fear, but further stimulated everyone's greed. The death of their companions would not affect them in the slightest. Those who were besieging and killing them were all experienced Earth Immortals and Heaven Immortals. They were far from those human immortals who had just ascended to the spirit realm for less than 1,000 years. After all, there were more than 10 people attacking him at the same time. Even if Yang Chen's hands moved too fast, there would always be places that he couldn't cover. After smashing an enemy to death, at least 6 other magic treasures immediately followed and smashed their bodies. The dragon image dancing around Yang Chen's body once again received the attack. A dull bell chime rang out along with the attack, spreading out in all directions with a power that could shock one's spiritual sense. The attackers were immediately pleasantly surprised to find that this was another tempting protective magic weapon. Over the years, the cultivators had lost almost everything under the onslaught of the demonic beast tide. Apart from the little belongings they carried with them, everything else was drowned in the demonic beast tide. Originally, it was just a guess. Now that they had seen such a coveted item with their own eyes, how could they not be tempted? As his attacks became more and more frenzied, Yang Chen noticed an interesting phenomenon. Previously, he had smashed a few offensive treasures, and it seemed that several people had already vomited blood due to the destruction of their natal treasures. However, during the attack, Yang Chen felt that at least 4 of the people who vomited blood were in disguise. The magic weapons that they had smashed were not their own natal treasures at all. Sure enough, they were cunning, even thinking of this kind of trick. Even in the face of a little cultivator in the gold core stage, as a heaven immortal level expert, he was not stingy to use this kind of deceptive trick. It had to be said that these guys could survive in the demonic beast tide by no means by luck. The bracelet in Yang Chen's hand waved wildly. After smashing 7 or 8 offensive magic weapons in a row, he was also hit dozens of times in a row. The golden bell and Yang Chen's strong body resisted these attacks. Amidst the roar of the bell, Yang Chen was unscathed, while the other side became more and more courageous. Without the mysterious Sky-Dark Sea Shuttle, Yang Chen's current speed was not fast. The attackers also learned from the previous companion's lesson, and were not very close to Yang Chen, completely using high-speed guerrilla warfare. Yang Chen's powerful strength could only destroy a few insignificant magic weapons at most, but he could not touch the body of the attacker. The situation seemed to be stretched and very ugly. Several of the attackers whose natal magic weapons had been destroyed had also slightly suppressed their injuries during this period of time and joined in the battle. Yang Chen suddenly became more and more flustered. His body was constantly hit, and the buzzing sound of the bell was continuous. The opponent's tactics were very clear. Yang Chen was only relying on the power of the magic weapon to resist until now, but the magic weapon also needed the owner to consume their own spiritual power to activate it. Once the spiritual power was exhausted, the magic weapon would become a waste. No matter how powerful Yang Chen was, he was only a gold core stage cultivator. He could not fight against so many Earth Immortals and Heaven Immortals. Sure enough, Yang Chen also realized the problem. After smashing a magic weapon in front of him, he began to flee in a panic in a certain direction. The attackers naturally would not let Yang Chen go so easily. It was not easy to stop Yang Chen, but one of them was killed by Yang Chen. How could they let Yang Chen escape so easily? They immediately chased after him regardless of anything else. It seems that he can't have super experts around him. As Yang Chen fled in front, two Xian immortal experts suddenly appeared not far from the original battle circle, looking coldly in the direction that Yang Chen fled, and one of them said slowly. Yang Chen had always been very mysterious in the eyes of the outside cultivators, and it seemed that there were endless experts around him. Even this time, these people did not dare to use all their strength at the beginning, but first a group of heaven immortals and earth immortals to test the waters. It had to be said that these guys' caution made sense. Even a heaven immortal expert was smashed to death. It could be said that even without the protection of experts, Yang Chen could still protect himself in the territory of his sect. Unfortunately, this time, he encountered an expert who had been waiting for an opportunity, and finally, Yang Chen's bottom line was tested. The appearance of a Xian immortal expert naturally meant that it was the final stage, and they would no longer give Yang Chen a way out. Although everyone wanted to know the secret of Yang Chen's alchemy, out of caution, no one dared to give Yang Chen a chance to escape, not even giving him a chance to speak. They would kill him first, and then find the answer from him. Two Xian immortal experts flashed, and in a few leaps, they had already landed beside Yang Chen, one in front and one behind, blocking Yang Chen's way. "It's you." Yang Chen finally saw the face of the Xian immortal expert in front of him, and all the doubts in his heart were also answered. The one who appeared in front of Yang Chen was obviously a Xian immortal expert from Chunyang Palace. This elder Han followed Sai Qianqiu and Jiyu Zhishang to seek refuge in Chunyang Palace, and was one of the guys who claimed to be Zhu Xianing's protector. Only he knew some things about Chunyang Palace, knew that DeLong was not with Yang Chen, and knew that there were no other experts around Yang Chen, so he made a move on Yang Chen. Chapter 1884. Even the major sect had been infiltrated by the Zhao family's people. Chunyang Palace could not be so pure. It received tens of thousands of people at once. The mud and sand must have been destroyed. Yang Chen clearly understood that there must be people from other sect in Chunyang Palace, even the Zhao family, but he did not know who they were. After all, Yang Chen did not spend much time in the sect. Most of the sect affairs were handled by the palace master and the master ancestor. It was normal that some spies could not be identified. Knowing that there was a spy in their sect, but not knowing who it was, that feeling was like a thorn in the back and a fishbone in the throat. Whether it was Yang Chen or the palace master, they were extremely vigilant in their hearts. Now this elder Han jumped out on his own, which saved Yang Chen a lot of trouble. No matter which force this guy was from, he had been blacklisted. This person should be arranged by Zhu Xianing's father, or recruited by Sai Qianqiu and Jiyu Zhishang. In any case, he could no longer step into Chunyang Palace. The Xian immortal master behind him, Yang Chen had never seen him before. His aura was very strange, and he should not be a person from Chunyang Palace. Elder Han and this master, one after the other, launched the strongest attack, leaving no room for maneuver. They did not intend to let Yang Chen keep his life. Not only that, but the Earth Immortal and Sky Immortal masters who had just chased Yang Chen also quickly dispersed around, and their spiritual awareness firmly locked on Yang Chen. Even if Yang Chen had a great ability, it was impossible to escape from the inescapable net of so many masters. A foolproof arrangement. As long as Yang Chen was killed, he could get a lot of benefits. Chunyang Palace could continue to be slowly infiltrated and controlled. Who would not covet a big force of tens of thousands of people? All the plans seemed to be flawless. So far, there had been no mistakes. Yang Chen seemed to have no other way out except to wait for death. However, there was no absolute in the world. Anything, when it came to Yang Chen, seemed to be subverted. This had happened many times in the past, and this time was no exception. Yang Chen's figure suddenly disappeared, and in Yang Chen's original position, there was another person. What suddenly appeared was a young man who looked like a fool. His face was filled with infatuation as he stared fixedly at several pieces of wood a foot away from him. He frowned as he looked at the pieces of wood that had formed into a hole, with one piece missing. The young idiot was naturally Lin Zhengyuan, whom Yang Chen had worked hard to find before the Devil Tribulation. She used to live in Gong Suanling's geographical map of mountains and rivers. She didn't know when Gong Sunling gave it to Yang Chen. During this time, she lived in the Dragon Palace and accompanied Yang Chen. All of Lin Jingyuan's attention was focused on the 28 locks of Lu Ban in front of him. He only needed one more piece to complete it. Suddenly, Lin Jingyuan suddenly sensed nearly 20 murderous auras, and these auras were all concentrated on him. The instinct in his mind immediately took the upper hand. Lin Jingyuan no longer cared whether the locks of Lu Ban could be completed or not, and directly attacked. Elder Han, who was opposite Yang Chen, suddenly saw Yang Chen suddenly become Lin Jingyuan, and he immediately knew that something was wrong. Yang Chen was really cunning. He only revealed his trump card now. Elder Han was also a decisive person. When he saw that things were not completely under his control, he did not say anything and did not wait for Lin Jingyuan to attack. He turned around and fled. Since Yang Chen had released Lin Jingyuan, even if he did not know this fool, he knew that he must be a big killer. How could he dare to wait for death on the spot? In Elder Han's mind, he was a Xian immortal expert. Even if he could not kill Yang Chen, it should not be a problem for him to escape with his life in front of this fool. As for his companion, he had to wait until he survived first. However, when Elder Han's body just turned around, before he could fly out, he felt his head tighten. He clearly heard a crack, and then he saw the scene behind him. Lin Jingyuan's body had already turned into a bolt of lightning. He left in front of his eyes and directly penetrated the Xian immortal companion behind Yang Chen. At that moment, time seemed to have stopped. His companion's flying sword had just pierced the place where Yang Chen was originally standing. However, his figure suddenly stopped, and he maintained his forward posture, not moving at all. Shrill screams came from all around. Elder Han wanted to see but he could not see, but he knew that these were his subordinates being slaughtered by this killer. Where did Yang Chen find such an expert? He actually brought such a terrifying threat with just a wave of his hand. Even Elder Han and his Xian immortal companion were unable to move. The screams only lasted for a few breaths before they stopped. Elder Han knew in his heart that just by counting the screams, he knew that a few of his subordinates had been killed. That number happened to be the number of people that he had brought out and chased after him. Not a single one was left out. Yang Chen, who had just disappeared, appeared again. He bent down to pick up the wooden block of the Lu Ban lock that had just fallen, and extended his hand with a smile. At this moment, Lin Jingyuan's figure flashed and appeared in front of Yang Chen. He took the Lu Ban lock from Yang Chen's hand in a friendly manner. Then, he was hugged by Yang Chen's shoulder, and they disappeared quickly. When Yang Chen appeared again, Elder Han saw that his Xian immortal companion had a large pool of blood seeping out of his chest. He also fell to the ground with a thud, and did not get up again. Yang Chen walked in front of Elder Han with a smile. Only then did he feel a wave of pain coming from his neck. Thinking back to the cracking sound he had just heard and the scene he had suddenly seen behind him, he finally understood that his head had been twisted 180 degrees and turned to the back. No wonder he couldn't move, so that's why. Up until now, Elder Han was still alive because of his strong cultivation. But after losing control of his brain and spine, his body couldn't move at all. You really have an expert protecting you. I should have thought of it. Elder Han forced himself to say this. Which family are you from? Zhao family? Demon sect? Or Dao sect? Yang Chen asked slowly. He didn't expect to know anything from Elder Han, but he was unwilling to not ask. I knew you were an expert at borrowing power. You really live up to your reputation. I admire you. Elder Han ignored Yang Chen's question and laughed bitterly. His body fell to the ground, and he was no longer breathing. To be able to hold on until now with his neck broken, his cultivation was already strong enough. An expert at borrowing power? Yang Chen shook his head helplessly, and said seriously to Elder Han's corpse, actually I'm very strong too, but you won't be able to see it. Chapter 1885. Yang Chen had no choice but to take Lin Jingyuan with him. Even if Yang Chen's golden body technique was strong now, he could not withstand the continuous attacks of a group of masters. In the final analysis, Yang Chen's spiritual power cultivation was too low. Lin Zhengyuan had been with Gong Sunling before. When the devil tribulation broke out, Gong Sunling and Gao Yu even took Lin Zhengyuan straight to the core of the trial ground in order to see the most powerful demonic beasts. With Lin Zhengyuan's protection, the two women were safe and sound in the raging tide of demonic beasts. As the demonic beasts broke out, they slowly retreated to the side of Shipping Mountain, and then returned to Chunyang Palace for a rest. During this period, the two women had collected thousands of corpses of demonic beasts above the 5th grade of the profound immortal realm. Although it was not as many as what Di Long and Li Cheng ate, it was enough for the two profound immortal experts who followed them to eat their fill. Not only that, the two women generously distributed these demonic beasts' corpses to the other women of Yang Chen. In addition to the Murong sisters, each of the sisters was accompanied by a Xian immortal demon master. These things were great nourishment for them. Even if they recovered their sanity in the immortal realm in the future, it would be a huge favor. This kind of action was also a rare combat experience for Lin Zhengyuan. His current cultivation was at least above the golden immortal. Usually, there was no opponent worthy of his attack in the spiritual realm. These raging demonic beasts gathered together were no less than ordinary golden immortal masters. Even Lin Zhengyuan had to retreat with Gong Sunling and Gao Yu at the right time. Not everyone would have the experience of facing a tidal wave of opponents during their training. It would be a good reference for their future cultivation. Presumably, when he returned to the immortal realm and remembered this experience, he would also thank Gao Yu and Gong Sunling for the arrangement. Now Gao Yu and Gong Sunling no longer need the protection of Lin Zhengyuan, as long as they follow the crowd step by step. Anyway, there were Xian immortal masters around them, they could challenge powerful monsters at any time to gain combat experience, there was no need to be so picky. Yang Chen's cultivation was the lowest now, and he needed protection. Lin Zhengyuan naturally became Yang Chen's bodyguard. Lin Zhengyuan stayed in the Dragon Palace. Not to mention the best enjoyment, he also had a brand new toy, Luban Lock. After taking away the spoils from the dead guys, Yang Chen looked at Elder Han's body and shook his head. She didn't know how much effort this guy and the people behind him used to get into Zhu Xianing's faction and joined the Pure Yang Palace, but now for an inexplicable opportunity, they hurt their lives and were greedy. Ignoring these guys, Yang Chen, he went straight to the conch underwater mansion. Along the way, Elder Han was not the only one who wanted to attack Yang Chen. However, there were no Xian immortal masters among them. It was just that in the face of a few Earth immortals or Heaven immortals alone or in groups of 3 or 5, Yang Chen relied on his strong body and protective magic treasures to kill the strongest one. Basically, Lin Zhengyuan didn't need to do anything, Yang Chen could deal with it. Along the way, Yang Chen also made a little reputation. But as long as they knew his real cultivation, no one believed that this was what Yang Chen could do. Thinking of the Xian immortal masters who unlocked the seal that Yang Chen exposed before, after 3 to 5 times, basically no one wanted to attack Yang Chen. Before reaching the Hatred Parting Sea, there was no one to harass him. After arriving at the conch underwater mansion, Yang Chen was quite speechless about the experience along the way. He was the one who killed those guys, but the later rumors didn't put the credit on him. Everyone seemed to know that Yang Chen was protected by Xian immortal masters. This was almost a consensus. In this regard, Yang Chen could only shake his head and sigh. It was just an empty reputation, it was just a fleeting cloud and not worth bothering about. Cultivators were cultivators, cultivation was still the most important. Jing Hu was not in the conch underwater mansion. How could Jing Hu, who was close to ascension, miss such a rare opportunity to gain experience? He had spent his whole life in the conch underwater mansion. Now that he was about to ascend, he had to go out and see the big scene. This guy, together with Old Tree Demon Hu Yun and the others, embarked on the journey of hunting demon beasts to gain experience. Now the person in charge of the conch underwater mansion was Yang Chen's master ancestor Wang Yong. The heavenly tribulation room here could bring a human immortal disciple to Chunyang Palace on average every year. It would not take long for this number to make Chunyang Palace a bigger super sect. The arrival of Yang Chen did not surprise master ancestor Wang Yong at all. After recultivating to the level of Yuanying stage, it was better to cross the tribulation. However, the heavenly tribulation room was not ready this year. Yang Chen needed to wait for a few months before he could use it. The matter of Elder Han had been passed back to Chunyang Palace. The palace master had not done anything yet, but Sai Qianqiu and Jiyu Zhishang had already lost their faces. It must be known that Elder Han followed them into Chunyang Palace. Now he was robbing and killing Yang Chen on the road. That was the son-in-law of their own miss. How could this be tolerated? Elder Han joined them for a longer time than the history of Chunyang Palace in the spiritual world. This was not just aimed at Chunyang Palace and Yang Chen, but it was prepared for Zhu Xianying. The two were furious and began to investigate the matter thoroughly. All the people who were related to Elder Han were carefully examined. Fortunately, in Chunyang Palace, in addition to those who ascended from the mortal world, most of the people who joined Chunyang Palace later were the disciples of Sai Qianqiu and Jiyu Zhishang, so it did not cause too much trouble. It was precisely because of this that the investigation was very smooth. Many people did not hide anything from the personal investigation of the two master ancestors. Soon, a small group with Elder Han as the core was exposed to the eyes of Sai Qianqiu and Jiyu Zhishang. Elder Han was the core with the highest cultivation. Even Elder Han had fallen. These disciples who did not get the news in advance had no resistance in the face of the two strongest elders, Sai Qianqiu and Jiyu Zhishang, and all of them were captured. From the mouths of these people, the high-level officials of Chunyang Palace dug out an unknown small sect. Surprisingly, there were 8 Xian Immortal Masters, more than a dozen Fairy Immortal Masters, and more than 100 Earth Immortal Masters in this small sect. The worst one was a 6th-grade Earth Immortal, and the strongest one was a 4th-grade Xian Immortal. This small sect was almost never paid attention to by everyone. The disciples in the sect usually pretended to be rogue cultivators. It seemed that they had nothing to do with each other. They only secretly gathered together when there was a major event. Before it was exposed, many of them did not know that Elder Han would actually contact another Xian Immortal companion to attack Yang Chen. So far, these people who followed Elder Han into Chunyang Palace still did not know the real purpose of Elder Han and his companions. If they wanted to know, they probably had to capture all the Xian Immortal Masters. Chapter 1886. Sai Qianqiu and Jiyu Zhishang almost hated this sect that was hidden in the dark. Although their goal had not been confirmed for the time being, there was no need to ask. It must be related to their miss coming in so early as an undercover agent was definitely not a good thing. Given that the members of the other sect were scattered and hidden, and all of them were elites, it was very difficult to capture them in one fell swoop. However, it was troublesome to grasp the whereabouts of these people. Although this small group had only targeted Yang Chen so far and had not done anything to their miss, if this small problem was not dug out, Sai Qianqiu and Jiyu Zhishang would not be able to sleep and eat in peace. As a last resort, they could only turn to Elder Wu Xiong for help. The Wanbao Tower controlled by Elder Wu Xiong was no longer as shabby as it was when it was first established. With Lan Ying's friends as the core, coupled with most of the assets of Jufu Lu given by Yang Chen, Elder Wu Xiong established a huge business and intelligence network. Under the arrangement of Yang Chen in advance, Wanbao Tower transferred most of its assets and personnel back to Sunset Rock and Linyang River before the demonic tribulation. In the territory of Chunyang Palace, an intelligence network was formed that almost extended everywhere. Elder Han temporarily came up with the idea to target Yang Chen. The 10,000 Treasures Tower had no way to know this in advance, but the cultivators who were mingling in the Sunset Rock and Linyang River, as long as the 10,000 Treasures Tower wanted to find them, they could find them. Even if these two places had gathered more than tens of millions of cultivators, it was the same. Not to mention, the cultivators gathered in these two places could all be said to be tenants of Chunyang Palace. When the high-level officials of Chunyang Palace were determined to deal with a small sect with more than 200 disciples, it was not known how many cultivators wanted to take the opportunity to return the favor to Chunyang Palace. Chunyang Palace did not need to send out many Xian Immortal Masters. Elder Wu Xiong just revealed some targeted news to a few sect, saying that the murderer who attacked Yang Chen had been found. At least dozens of Xian Immortal Masters immediately jumped out and vowed to seek justice for Master Yang. Under the sudden attack of so many experts, the members of that small sect were all captured. From their mouths, Sai Qianqiu and Jiyu Zhishang knew their motive. It was also because of Zhu Xianing's father. These people originally planned to enter their circle and then use Zhu Xianing's relationship to ascend to the immortal world. Then, they would join Zhu Xianing's father's faction and serve another faction. It was purely a battle between two big shots in the immortal world. It had nothing to do with Yang Chen. This time, Elder Han had done this for personal reasons. Yang Chen was simply too tempting. That was why he had privately teamed up with another expert he was on good terms with to plan this operation. After confirming this point, Sai Qianqiu and Jiyu Zhishang secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. At the same time, they felt extremely fortunate. If it weren't for Elder Han's greed after seeing Yang Chen's situation, maybe this time bomb would only explode when they reached the immortal world. At that time, it would not be as easy to deal with as it was now. It was not targeted at Chunyang Palace, the Zhao family, or other super sects arrangement. In this way, it could barely be regarded as a false alarm. Except for the slight delay of Yang Chen on the way, there were no other consequences, which could be regarded as a good thing. Yang Chen finally waited for the moment when the heavenly tribulation arrived. With his spiritual power cultivation, he had long surpassed the nascent soul stage. He was just waiting for the moment when the heavenly tribulation arrived. There was only Yang Chen in the heavenly tribulation room. This year, Grandmaster Wang Yong did not arrange for anyone else to enter the conch underwater mansion. He was completely serving Yang Chen alone. At the moment when the heavenly tribulation descended, even the calm Yang Chen could not help but be a little surprised. The heavenly tribulation room did not look big, but after entering, he found that the space was vast. At this moment, in the space that was like heaven and earth, it was densely packed with thunderballs that rushed towards Yang Chen. Compared to the so-called grand scene when Yang Chen faced the heavenly tribulation in the mortal world, it was many times more intense. Yang Chen's whole body was bathed in thunder and lightning. The winding and shining electric snakes kept wandering on his body, drilling into his body from the surface. Yang Chen's body was also completely tempered in this pool of water. The impurities in his body that had not appeared for a long time actually appeared and was expelled from his body again. It was a vivid scene of being bathed in thunder and lightning and being reborn. This was an unprecedented experience. Even if Yang Chen had even experienced the golden immortal tribulation in his previous life, he had not enjoyed the feeling of soaking himself in the water-like heavenly tribulation and completely tempering his body. Of course, in his previous life, Yang Chen did not have the strength to make the heavenly tribulation like this, nor did he have the courage to face such a level of heavenly tribulation. Even in this life in the mortal world, Yang Chen did not have this confidence. After 9 consecutive lightning tribulations, Yang Chen's whole body had a feeling of being cleansed and returning to his natural state. His temperament looked more stable, and he occasionally gave people a strong sense of confidence that everything was under control. This made Grandmaster Wang Yong almost not dare to confirm that the person in front of him was Yang Chen at first glance. He had never heard of a person whose cultivation had been abolished and who was even more powerful than before. But now, Yang Chen gave him such a feeling. Grandmaster Wang Yong wondered if what he saw was an illusion, but Yang Chen was really standing there. Could it be that there was a problem with Yang Chen's cultivation? Grandmaster, don't worry. Everything is fine. Grandmaster Wang Yong's eyes were full of doubt and worry. Yang Chen saw it very clearly. While his heart was warm, Yang Chen did not forget to comfort Grandmaster Wang Yong and let Grandmaster Wang Yong rest assured. Wang Yong finally believed that Yang Chen not only had no problems now, but he was even stronger than before. Even Wang Yong had an indescribable feeling. It seemed that Yang Chen, who was just in the Yuanying stage, was more powerful than him, who was already in the late stage of human immortal. If it was a one-on-one, Wang Yong really did not dare to say that he was an opponent of Yang Chen. This feeling was very bad. Really, at least in the heart of Grandmaster Wang Yong. As a Grandmaster, if he did not have the confidence of a Yuanying stage Grand Disciple in terms of combat effectiveness, then there must be a problem with his own cultivation, at least there must be a problem with his heart. Grandmaster, this disciple has another opportunity. Grandmaster does not have to worry. What kind of person was Yang Chen? And he saw Wang Yong's problem at a glance. In any case, Yang Chen would not let his grandmaster have a problem with his cultivation, so he immediately explained. Finally, it made Wang Yong understand that it was not him who had a problem, but Yang Chen was really too monstrous. In the end, Wang Yong was also very happy. With such a brilliant grand disciple who was even better than his master and grandmaster, didn't it also prove that he was extraordinary in teaching his disciple? The final solution was that Yang Chen would stay in the conch underwater mansion and use the heavenly tribulation room whenever needed, while Grandmaster Wang Yong would leave here and rush to join the vigorous battle against the demonic beasts to hone his cultivation. Chapter 1887. After experiencing another thunder tribulation, Yang Chen discovered that the toughness of the body brought by the golden body secret art had once again improved. Yang Chen no longer used the realm of the yellow turban strongman body refining technique to describe his golden body, because the two did not seem to be comparable at present. What made Yang Chen most expectant was that Yang Chen found that he had integrated many cultivation methods, especially the golden body secret art after the merit chapter. His cultivation realm had left the level of the yellow turban strongman body refining technique, and it was no longer like the previous situation. In the past, Yang Chen had cultivated the yellow turban strongman body refining technique, but Yang Chen knew very well that the yellow turban strongman body refining technique was just the body refining technique for the inferior servants in the immortal world. In the mortal world, it was an absolutely magical cultivation method, but in the immortal world, unless it could be cultivated to the 6th gravity or above, it would be looked up by people. If he could really reach the realm of the sky-raising strength, he would not dare to say that he could walk unhindered among the great principal golden immortals, but absolutely no one would dare to touch the tiger's whiskers easily. Unfortunately, although the yellow turban strongman body refining technique was powerful, after all, it was a kind of inferior body refining technique that could only be cultivated by the inferior servants. It was the kind of cultivation method that was born to be inferior, and it could not be used in public. Yang Chen began to cultivate the yellow turban strongman body refining technique in the mortal world, and his cultivation realm had reached the middle stage of the earth-penetrating strength. With the body refining technique as the foundation, Yang Chen could be invincible in the mortal world, but when he went to the immortal world in the future, he would face that kind of speechless embarrassment. Now that the golden body secret art was out, it seemed that the body refining technique had also improved qualitatively. The effect of the merit chapter plus the golden body secret art seemed to have really turned Yang Chen's body into a golden body. Thinking about it made people look forward to it. How powerful would the golden body refining technique be? However, there were still some shortcomings, at least in terms of strength growth. Yang Chen did not see the cultivation of the golden body refining technique as obvious as the yellow turban strongman body refining technique. Even so, the golden body secret art could not fall to the level of the yellow turban strongman body refining technique. At most, with the further cultivation of the golden body refining technique, Yang Chen's physical strength would slowly accumulate to the realm of the sky-raising strength, but it could not be improved on this basis. This was still acceptable to Yang Chen. The days that followed were calm and uneventful. Yang Chen was cultivating leisurely in the conch underwater mansion. In the spirit realm, restoring one's cultivation in the mortal world and greatly increasing the spiritual pressure might seem simple, but it wasn't easy to reach the heavens in a single step. Yang Chen was not cultivating the demonic cultivation method of Madame Fanghua. His cultivation base always had to be done step by step. The whereabouts of the conch underwater mansion were hidden. Without a token, it was impossible to find a trace. Even if Yang Chen cultivated here alone, there was no problem of safety. Especially with Lin Zhengyuan by his side, there was no need to worry. Compared with Yang Chen's calm cultivation, the outside world was turbulent. In the past 50 years, cultivators from all sides frequently came in and out of the monster tide, and they gradually recovered some of the original lost land. The cultivators had pushed back the circle of monster beasts by at least 100,000 miles. Looking at this situation, it was only a matter of time before the lost land was completely recovered. The cultivators who were strong enough, brave enough, and lucky enough had gained enough benefits from this slaughter feast of monster beasts. The combat experience and the spoils of war obtained from the monster beasts were enough to make them look forward to this demonic tribulation in the spiritual world. Of course, there were also some poor bugs who were not lucky enough or not strong enough. They were silently submerged in the monster tide, and not even their corpses were preserved. The demonic tribulation was a demonic tribulation. If it was not terrifying enough, how could the cultivators admit this? In front of those monsters who had no feelings, no mercy, and only killing, the slightest inadequacy would cost them their life. If this was not a demonic tribulation, then what was a demonic tribulation? However, no matter how turbulent the tide was, there would always be some outstanding people who became the tide-bearers. After the big sect learned from the painful experience, they finally revealed their ferocious faces, letting people see what real strength was. Of course, everything was targeted at the monster beasts. The monster tide swept through more than half of the spiritual world, or to be precise, almost 99% of the spiritual world. Not to mention the small sect, even the mountain gates of the big sect could not be saved. All of them were destroyed in the first wave of the terrifying attack of the Xian immortal monster beasts. Among the super big sect, only the 5 Dao sect's side courtyard in Shipping Mountain survived. The other one was the side courtyard of the Yin-Yang Demon School in the Devil sect's territory. Of course, the side courtyard of the Yin-Yang Demon School was also provided by Yang Chen. Later on, it was specially supervised by Lady Fanghua. Now, it had become the base of the sect. The other super sect had now become poor wandering refugees who did not even have a territory. After overcoming the difficulties of having to leave their hometown in the early stage, the big sect finally began to fight against the monster tide with the intention of reviving the sect. No matter what price they had to regain their original territory. In fact, 99% of the sect in the spiritual world had become refugees who had left their hometown, which had also led to a series of problems. The first was the current settlement. Fortunately, for the time being, it seemed that the areas that had not been affected had a large number of cultivators gathered together. These foreign cultivators were also very respectful to the original owners of the territory, and did not bully or directly rob them. After the settlement, it was time for the cultivators to cultivate. There were too many people and too little space. Sometimes, the spirit vein was not enough for so many cultivators to cultivate, so everyone could only endure. In this regard, the cultivators in Mount Shipping's Sunset Rock and Linyang River were the luckiest. The Chunyang Palace had found several spirit veins of fairy immortal level in this barren land. Together with some spirit veins of the resentful parting sea, it was enough for many cultivators to cultivate as usual. Naturally, the strength of the cultivators in this area was also the most powerful. A big problem caused by everyone leaving their hometown was, who would have the original lost territory? Would it belong to whoever conquered it? Or would they respect the original sect, and even if it was occupied by the monster, it would still be the original sect's territory? In this regard, only the big sect had the right to speak. The others had no room to speak, nor did they dare to say anything in this regard. Who knew what these big sect were thinking? No matter what they said, they might offend some seniors and masters, and then they would die inexplicably in the monster tide. That would not be worth the loss. It was better to wait for the big shots to decide and implement it themselves. After the representatives of the big sect discussed for a while, they finally came to a final conclusion. Whoever's territory was the current territory. No matter who conquered it, they had to return it to the original sect. Of course, those that had been destroyed were excluded. Chapter 1888. He had his own background to come to this conclusion. On the one hand, the major sect wanted to maintain their image as a super sect, so they couldn't be too greedy in this regard. Otherwise, it would destroy the hard-won situation of being united against a common enemy. On the other hand, it was also for the sake of maintaining stability and unity. This kind of distribution was the most convincing. Otherwise, most of the territories in the spiritual realm would be taken by the major sect with many super experts. Others shouldn't even think about it. Ordinary sect cultivators weren't qualified to participate in the discussion, but they still agreed with this result. Since everyone was in trouble, they couldn't take advantage of the situation at this time. At most, They could help out a bit more when they went to a certain sect's territory. If they wanted to help out, they could help out. If they didn't want to help, they could just stand by and watch. No one would say anything. Fortunately, the major sect, especially the mysterious heaven sect, had thought of this problem from the beginning. As such, they had discussed it with the other sect early on. This saved them a lot of trouble and wrangling in the future. Most cultivators raised both hands in favor of this conclusion. Just this point alone gave the mysterious heaven sect a lot of points. Sect Master Wang, who represented the mysterious heaven sect, was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. It had to be known that ever since the incident with the Taishanmen in the mortal world, this was the first time the mysterious heaven sect had received the unanimous support of everyone. Not only was Sect Master Wang happy, but Elder Li was even happier. He had now used the divine perching jade that Yang Chen had given him to rope in a core elder and several influential elders. It had to be known that among the original 9 core elders, besides Sect Master Wang, Elder Liu, and Elder Li, 1 was dead, 1 was seriously injured, and 1 was roped in by him. There were only 3 left. It had only been 50 years, and he believed that if he took his time, it wouldn't be a problem to rope in 2 of the remaining 3 core elders within 100 years. He also had to rope in the great elders. In the future, the vacancies in the core elders would have to be filled by the great elders. Even if the dead core elder recovered after 1,000 years with the help of the divine perching jade, if he ignored the sect's affairs for 1,000 years, how much power would be left? Wanting to go against Elder Li, who had a high position and authority, it was already giving him face by not slapping him to death. As long as the pill that Yang Chen said could help Sect Master Wang ascend, it would be time for Elder Li to take control of the mysterious heaven sect. The more proud he was, the more Elder Li was able to keep his composure. He was even more conscientious in the mysterious heaven sect's side courtyard, making sure everything in the sect was in order. After all, the sect's shipping mountainside courtyard was given to him by his grand disciple. Naturally, sect leader Wang was happy to let Elder Li manage it. The other 4 major sects of the Tao League also had their own courtyards in Shipping Mountain, but they only had 1 heaven immortal spirit vein. Unlike the Black Heaven sect, not only did they have a heaven immortal spirit vein not far away, they also had a precious mineral vein underground. The Dharma treasures of the sect's disciples that had been strengthened by the ores extracted from this mine alone had increased the Black Heaven sect's strength by at least 10%. This made the Black Heaven sect even more outstanding among the 5 major sects of the Tao sects. Whether it was Sect Master Wang, Hall Master Liu, Elder Li, or other core elders who knew Yang Chen's identity, they all thought that this was Yang Chen's filial piety to the profound heaven sect, and did not think of other aspects at all. At most, a few elders who didn't want Elder Li to stand out would work together to suppress him and not give Yang Chen too much credit. In fact, with Elder Li around, the rewards that should be given would always be there. At most, there wouldn't be so many words. Moreover, this was just a temporary phenomenon. When Elder Li ascended to the throne one day, whether it was credit or status, wouldn't it just be a matter of a few words? The performance of the mysterious heaven sect's disciples, who had been strengthened by the magic treasures, was naturally more outstanding in the process of killing the beasts. The fact that the mysterious heaven sect had taken the lead in dividing the sect's territory also made the mysterious heaven sect stand out. Most importantly, although the mysterious heaven sect had also suffered heavy casualties when the beast tide broke out, other than 2 important people and some experts who followed them, the other disciples who had been sacrificed were relatively ordinary. The more outstanding the mysterious heaven sect's performance was, the more the other sect secretly feared them. This was not something that could be changed by the will of any cultivator. Everyone in the mortal world had worked together to destroy the mysterious heaven sect. Although the mysterious heaven sect claimed that it was the Zhao family's scheme, no one could be sure that the mysterious heaven sect wouldn't settle the score after the demonic calamity, so they had to be on guard. The more powerful the mysterious heaven sect was, the more everyone feared them. The mysterious heaven sect seemed to be unaware of this. Of course, it was impossible for other cultivators to let the mysterious heaven sect sense their dissatisfaction with the mysterious heaven sect. At this time, they needed the nominal leader of the mysterious heaven sect to lead everyone in a counterattack. Since everyone recognized that the Mysterious Heavens sect had to shoulder the heavy responsibility, the Mysterious Heavens sect naturally couldn't hide anything. They would naturally do as much as they could. They didn't notice that some sect had begun to use the demon beasts to slowly consume the Mysterious Heavens sect's disciples. On the other hand, the more outstanding the Mysterious Heavens sect was, the more the Zhao family, who had arranged all of this, hated them. Although they couldn't see what the Zhao family had planned to do to the Mysterious Heavens sect, it was obvious what would happen in the future. Some things happened subtly, and no one seemed to notice this change. However, one day, when everyone looked back, they would find that the situation had unknowingly developed to this point. There would always be a day when anger would erupt, and the Mysterious Heavens sect had caught up to this day. No one knew where this force came from, but they suddenly attacked the Mysterious Heavens sect's branch in Shipping Mountain. The Mysterious Heavens sect's Shipping Mountain branch was now the location of the Mysterious Heavens sect's sect master, and it was like a mountain gate. The attackers also knew that it was impossible to eradicate the entire branch in one fell swoop, so their goal from the beginning was not to destroy the Mysterious Heavens sect, but to cause as much damage as possible. The attackers were all mysterious immortal level experts. They hid their figures and auras, and they didn't hold back when they attacked. After launching the attack, they immediately left, leaving behind at least hundreds of ordinary Mysterious Heavens sect disciples. The entire branch was in chaos, and everyone was in a state of panic. Sect Master Wang and a group of elders quickly took action, and with the help of all the experts, they finally stabilized the situation. Then they began to investigate and calculate. When the results of the investigation came out, several core higher-ups discovered that this attack was just a cover, and the real target was somewhere else. There were two goals of the attackers. One was the Mysterious Heavens sect's experts who had been killed by the demon beasts and revived by the divine perching jade in a safe place. The other was Yang Lan, who had been forgotten by many people and was still being tortured. Chapter 1889. The news that the Mysterious Heavens sect had been attacked could not be hidden in the Shipping Mountainside courtyard. In a situation where Shipping Mountain accommodated tens of millions of cultivators, even if someone was bored and said a few words, it might be known by everyone, let alone such a big event. It was as if in an instant, the news of the Mysterious Heavens sect being attacked had spread like wildfire. Not only did the news spread throughout Shipping Mountain, but it also spread to Sunset Rock, Linyang River, Hatred Parting Sea, and even further places. The cultivators outside the Mysterious Heavens sect were all discussing it. Those who were close to them expressed their common hatred, while those who were distant were secretly happy. Deserved it. The Mysterious Heavens sect also had such a day. The core higher-ups were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. The Mysterious Heavens sect's Shipping Mountainside courtyard was clearly the Mysterious Heavens sect's territory, yet there was such a bold guy who dared to mess with them. Was he tired of living? After a detailed calculation, the Mysterious Heavens sect had lost hundreds of ordinary immortal and earth immortal disciples, and more than a dozen heaven immortal disciples. This was not the biggest loss. At the end of the day, whether it was heaven immortal, earth immortal, or human immortal disciples, they were just ordinary disciples. What really hurt the Mysterious Heavens sect were the dozens of elders who were killed by the demon beasts and resurrected by the divine perching jade. They were the true elites. Although these elders had died in the first wave of the demon beasts, they had obtained a chance to be reborn by relying on the primordial spirits left behind by the divine perching jade. The only problem was that their cultivation couldn't be restored immediately. It would take about 1,000 years for them to completely recover. These were the true elites of the sect. Otherwise, they wouldn't be qualified to be bestowed with the divine perching jade. The weakest among them was at the late heaven immortal stage. How could they become the pillars of the sect if they weren't at this level? It was precisely this group of experts who would be able to recover their original cultivation after 1,000 years, and who might even be able to transcend because of an additional layer of life and death experiences. That group of experts had unexpectedly died in this ambush. Not a single one of them had managed to escape. The other party must have been carefully selected to target the Mysterious Heavens sect's weak spot. This attack was enough to make everyone in the Mysterious Heavens sect extremely sad. Not to mention the current sect leader Wang and the others, even the future sect leader, Elder Li, almost fainted from the heartache. These elites of the sect wouldn't hinder him from becoming the sect master, but they would be the mainstay of the sect 1,000 years later. They were the strength under sect master Li's command. If they were to die just like that, those damned scoundrels should be dismembered into 1,000 pieces and their bones ground into ashes. Filled with rage, Elder Li immediately requested to personally investigate this matter. The target of the thief was so clear that he even knew where these experts were hiding. It was impossible that there was no insider. Moreover, only someone who was extremely familiar with the inner workings of the mysterious Heaven sect would be able to launch an attack at the perfect time to create a diversion. In particular, another thing, Yang Lan was also robbed, which explained this point. Yang Lan was a completely insignificant person. Keeping his life was just to let him suffer in his lifetime and avenge the Taishanmen disciples in the mortal world. Even such an insignificant person was robbed, and even his resting place was clearly investigated. It could only be said that there was an internal problem. Because of Yang Lan's relationship, it was likely that the people who did it were from the Zhao family. Only the Zhao family would be happy to see the masters of the mysterious Heaven sect who were recuperating destroyed, and they would be willing to rob Yang Lan, their chess piece. All the disciples who could come into contact with the experts were listed. There was no exception for those who knew where Yang Lan was. All of them were pulled out and screened one by one. This matter was related to the safety of the sect, and it was at such a delicate time. Troubled times required heavy punishment. At this time, they couldn't care less about catching the thief. They would rather kill 1,000 wrongly than let one person go. The entire Black Heaven sect instantly fell into a state of fear, where everyone was in danger. Taking advantage of this great opportunity, Elder Li not only began to investigate the traitors, but he also pulled a few people who were usually at odds with him to the law enforcement hall. Hall Master Liu and Elder Li were in cahoots with each other, so they naturally understood. Without a few moves, those people who didn't know what was good for them committed suicide. Very soon, under this kind of atmosphere, the suspect was finally exposed. A large number of the sect's disciples were gathered in the small courtyard. They would often see each other, so no matter what they did, it was rare that they wouldn't be noticed. As long as they compared the daily behavior of these suspicious people and the people they came into contact with, they would naturally be able to find a few suspicious people. The crazy mysterious Heaven sect disciples wantonly moved out and turned the surroundings upside down. All the cultivators in Shipping Mountain knew how crazy the mysterious Heaven sect disciples were at this time, so who dared to talk? They didn't even dare to complain. When the mysterious Heaven sect disciples came to their door, if they didn't want to be treated as suspects of the attack on the mysterious Heaven sect, they would immediately cooperate. After all, many experts were mobilized. With the current situation in Shipping Mountain, it was impossible to completely hide the movements of so many people. There would always be clues left behind. The mysterious Heaven sect disciples immediately followed the clues and searched for them. They also found a few unlucky fools who didn't immediately escape and still wanted to stay in Shipping Mountain to watch the show. If they found one, they would be able to find a whole bunch. Outside the sect's main headquarters, the mysterious Heaven sect found hundreds of abnormal people. The sad thing was that some people were indeed traitors, but they could swear that they had nothing to do with the attack. They were just pawns that the sect had placed in the mysterious Heaven sect to investigate. Because of a moment of carelessness, they were caught at this time and were found. During this time, Hall Master Liu's Law Enforcement Hall received a lot of business and made a lot of money. Just the sect's disciples were summoned, and more than half of them were tortured. Finally, after a thorough investigation for half a year, they found the real culprit. The higher-ups' guess was correct. The culprit was indeed the Zhao family, and the traitor personally admitted that he only wanted to die. The Zhao family's goal was to retaliate against the mysterious Heaven sect and attack the mysterious Heaven sect's reputation. Who told the mysterious Heaven sect to be the vanguard of the rebellion against the Zhao family? As for taking Yang Lan along the way, they probably wanted to get information from Yang Lan about how the mysterious Heaven sect determined that it was the Zhao family that destroyed the Taishanmen in the mortal world. After all, outsiders didn't know about Yang Lan's confession, and only the core higher-ups knew. In the end, the core higher-ups wouldn't betray the mysterious Heaven sect. These traitors didn't know much about the specifics. As for the location of the Zhao family, they didn't know a single one. Chapter 1890. They had finally confirmed who the culprit was. The Black Heaven sect was enraged, and the other sects were also furious. The Zhao family was the public enemy, this was a common understanding. The mysterious Heaven sect wasn't the only sect that lost disciples in the demon beast wave. All the other sects in the trial grounds had suffered heavy losses. It could be said that this was the biggest loss in tens of thousands of years. Which sect didn't hate the Zhao family? Today, the Zhao family was able to send experts to attack the mysterious Heaven sect and kill all the experts. Tomorrow, the Zhao family could attack any other sect. Every super sect had the same worries as the mysterious Heaven sect. They all hated the Zhao family and feared them more than anything. It was conceivable that the Zhao family hadn't suffered any damage during this demonic calamity, but the other sects had suffered heavy casualties. This was a blood feud. If they were the Zhao family, they would also take advantage of the chaos in the world to expand their gains. They wouldn't wait for the other sects to slowly recover their lost land before settling the score with the Zhao family. As a result, every super sect faced the same crisis as the mysterious Heaven sect. The lesson of the mysterious Heaven sect also served as a reminder to the other sects. The experts that were recuperating were immediately transferred to the most trusted elders of each sect. Ordinary disciples didn't even need to think about their whereabouts. This matter made the mysterious Heaven sect even angrier. It was equivalent to the mysterious Heaven sect paying the price of dozens of Shen immortal experts to remind the other sects. The strength of the mysterious Heaven sect was directly reduced by a lot. The high-spirited leader of the mysterious Heaven sect directly tasted the bitter consequences. Enraged, the experts from Profound Heaven sect swept through all the places and cultivators involved in the Zhao family's attack. The number of cultivators killed due to carelessness exceeded several thousand. Ordinary cultivators were angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. Who told their friends to be unlucky and get involved in such an unlucky incident? As soon as the news of the attack on the mysterious Heaven sect spread, the slaughter of the demon beasts slowed down. Everyone was fighting a bloody battle at the front, but something like this happened at the back. How could the other sects fight with their lives on the line? No matter what, they had to wait until the back was completely stabilized before fighting, right? As the battle on the front lines eased, the major sect immediately realized the problem. Perhaps the Zhao family had intentionally created this situation. There must be a deeper story behind the demon beast tide that had spread throughout the spiritual realm. It's just that now no one knows what the purpose of the Zhao family's big demonic tribulation was, including Yang Chen. They didn't know the reason behind it. However, it was true that the Zhao family's actions had aroused everyone's collective anger. No matter how much the other sects disliked the Mystic Heaven sect, the Mystic Heaven sect was still a bright sect. It was a clear competition with the other sects, unlike the Zhao family, which had been hiding in the dark since the beginning of time in the mortal world. They were like poisonous snakes that chose their targets, and no one knew who they would bite next. Everyone would rather have a competitor in the light than face a poisonous snake in the dark. Almost as soon as the major sect received the news, they immediately began to investigate the Zhao family members in their areas. They were very strict with all kinds of clues, not letting go of any clues. Many people were caught in the crossfire. Relatively speaking, the other super sect did not suffer as heavy a loss as the Mystic Heaven sect, so they did not hate the Zhao family as much and were not as angry. The cultivators who were implicated would at most suffer temporary grievances. It was not to the point where the Mystic Heaven sect's lives were in danger yet. Even so, the cultivators who had been implicated for no reason were all grumbling. Fortunately, the super sect was relatively polite and pointed out the Zhao family's intentions. When they found out that there was nothing wrong with the cultivators, they even sincerely apologized and compensated them. Therefore, their attitude towards the sect was temporarily good. On the other hand, the Zhao family, who had implicated them for no reason, made them completely hate them, especially now that everyone had a common understanding that the great devil tribulation in the spiritual realm was caused by the Zhao family. The cultivators who had been forced to leave their homes hated the Zhao family to the core. In this kind of environment, some of the Zhao family members who were hiding among the cultivators were unfortunately pulled out. Some were sent to the major sect to be rewarded, while others were directly killed after being exploited. During this period of time, strictly speaking, the Zhao family's losses were enough to make them feel heartache. Not to mention the cultivators who were frantically searching for the remaining members of the Zhao family, the anger of the Mystic Heaven sect had not been extinguished even after a year. It was still burning crazily. The cultivators of Shipping Mountain were unlucky. It was simply an unexpected disaster. As a last resort, a large number of cultivators of Shipping Mountain who were not ready to go to the monsters for the time being began to migrate to Sunset Rock and Linyang River, bringing more people to the Pyongyang Palace. Elder Wu's Wanbao Tower was now the largest business in this area. It was originally his territory. After the scale was reduced, a large number of materials were transferred to the main store at the Sunset Rock. Coupled with the preparation for several years in advance, there were all kinds of goods. The cultivators who fled to this place could almost find anything they needed in the Wanbao Tower. The cultivators who had been forced to leave their homes became the biggest source of customers for the Wanbao Tower. During this special period, the Wanbao Tower did not take advantage of the situation. It only raised the price of ordinary goods by 50%. Compared to many other businesses, it was already very generous and became the first choice of the majority of cultivators. In addition, the Wanbao Tower was fair and honest. Even people from the major sect were willing to come to the Wanbao Tower to do business. The devil tribulation in the spiritual realm was a devil tribulation for most people, but for the Wanbao Tower, it was a great opportunity. In the past few decades, the scale of the development of the Wanbao Tower had directly surpassed many big businesses that had existed for many generations and directly entered the top of the business. The expansion of the scale of the Wanbao Tower had brought about a rich intelligence system. The friends of Lan Ying were simply born to eat in this line of work. They were familiar with all kinds of means. It was completely easy for them to get some underground news. The people of the Wanbao Tower also played an important role in the Shentian sect's ability to dig out some spies of the Zhao family so smoothly. Although the information provided was sold for spirit stones, Elder Li, who bought the information, was very satisfied with the accuracy of the information, which laid a solid foundation for the Shentian sect to dig out the spies. Now, Elder Wu Xiong was browsing the intelligence gathered by the spies of the Wanbao Tower, and then adding his own analysis to draw some conclusions. While he was watching, Elder Wu Xiong suddenly frowned. After reading a few copies in a row, he suddenly stood up and shouted, "Not good, Chunyang Palace is in danger." Chapter 1891. On the surface, the one that the Zhao family hated the most was not the Profound Heaven sect. Although the Profound Heaven sect had put the destruction of the mortal world's greatest heaven sect on the head of the Zhao family, and the last time they led the major sects to kill tens of thousands of the Zhao family's outer disciples, the Zhao family's most hated should be the Pyongyang Palace. Or to be precise, it should be Yang Chen. The reason why the major sect took action last time was that the Zhao family destroyed the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace, which caused the people who were the guarantors of Chunyang Palace to be embarrassed and fight back angrily. More recently, Yang Chen warned in advance that the devil tribulation was about to break out, cracked the formation arranged by the Zhao family, and took 9 Xian Immortal Masters and a dragon puppet at the intermediate stage of Golden Immortal for himself. This kind of thing was simply against the Zhao family. It would be strange if the Zhao family did not have any ideas about Yang Chen and Chunyang Palace. As if to verify Elder Wu Xiong's guess, just when Elder Wu Xiong slapped the table and exclaimed, at least 20 Xian Immortal Masters appeared silently outside the new mountain gate of Chunyang Palace, vaguely surrounding the entire Chunyang Palace. In recent years, the Pyongyang Palace seemed to rely on its identity as a landlord. After taking in a large number of cultivators, it was a bit inflated. Knowing that it would not be affected by the monsters here, the protection of their own sect was not strict. It was just that at this sensitive time, no one dared to do anything to Chunyang Palace, so Chunyang Palace had been safe and sound since the beginning of the devil tribulation. However, this situation was completely broken by the sudden attack. More than 20 Xian Immortal Masters rushed into Chunyang Palace from all directions, killing everyone they saw. Because of the proper arrangement, most of the disciples of Chunyang Palace were fighting with the evil beasts outside to gain experience and material objects. There were not many people left at the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace. How could these ordinary disciples withstand the ferocious attacks of these profound immortal experts? In just a few moves, they were covered in corpses. The mysterious Shen immortal experts charged in from all directions, and they actually didn't meet a single opponent along the way. In just a few hours, there was no one alive in the new gate of Chunyang Palace within a radius of thousands of miles. After killing people, it was natural to prevent fire. Finding that they did not encounter any masters, these mysterious people directly burned the newly built hall of the sect of Chunyang Palace into a huge torch. The flames spread quickly, and in a moment, all the buildings of Chunyang Palace were involved in the fire. When the Chunyang Palace with a radius of thousands of miles became a burning torch, these mysterious masters had quietly disappeared into the darkness, leaving no trace. When the cultivators outside saw the abnormality of Chunyang Palace and tried their best to extinguish the flames, they were surprised to find that the new mountain gate of Chunyang Palace had completely turned into a piece of scorched earth. In addition to the ruins, there were thousands of charred corpses, and nothing else. Boom! The news began to spread at the speed of light in an instant. It didn't take long for all the cultivators in Shipping Mountain, Sunset Rock, and Linyang River to know the news that the new mountain gate of Chunyang Palace had been destroyed. Countless cultivators sighed. The strength of Chunyang Palace was not good, but they did that kind of thing that offended the Zhao family. It was not surprising that they were found like this. It was a pity that Chunyang Palace had reminded everyone of the arrival of the devil tribulation in advance. It was unknown how many lives were saved, but now it ended up like this. Before the Sai fell to the ground, the news of the appearance of the palace master of Chunyang Palace and a group of core executives came. It was also fortunate that when those mysterious people launched the attack, the core executives were not in the sect. They were all dealing with affairs in various places. Fortunately, none of the core executives were injured or killed. From the palace master to the palace master, the disciples of Chunyang Palace who appeared later all had an expression of extreme anger. This mountain gate had been destroyed once, and they had to find a new place to build it. It was destroyed again, along with the lives of thousands of ordinary disciples. This was a naked slap in the face of Chunyang Palace. If this could be tolerated, what could not be tolerated? It was indeed the masters of the Zhao family who attacked the Chunyang Palace. This group of people was simply the group of masters who attacked the Shentian sect last time. The Zhao family was actually very inexplicable. They were secretly cultivating well, but suddenly they became the enemies of the major sect. The Shentian sect even jumped out and said that the mortal Zhao family was the culprit of the destruction of the Taishanmen. What a joke! Was the trivial greatest heaven sect worth the patriarchs of the mortal world to deliberately take action? Did they really think that they were the leader of the Taoist sects? The Taishanmen were destroyed, but the Zhao family in the mortal world also did not leave any descendants. The Zhao family had no place to reason, but the Shentian sect actually bullied them. The Shentian sect was, after all, a supersect and the leader of the Taoist sects. It was normal for them to vent their anger. But what about the Chunyang Palace? A small sect dared to criticize the actions of the Zhao family. Were they tired of living? In particular, Yang Chen got the news from the people who had ascended to heaven that they did not accept the recruitment of the Zhao family in the mortal world, but they even indirectly led to the destruction of the Zhao family in the mortal world. Such a person must be taught an unforgettable lesson. The people who made the first move were unlucky. They caught up with the great elder of the Yin-Yang Demon School and a Shen immortal elder who went to visit the Chunyang Palace. As a result, several masters who wanted to vent their anger for the family were completely annihilated, which led to the Zhao family's peripheral forces being besieged by the entire spiritual world. After suffering a major blow, the Zhao family decided to lie low first. They did not expect that Yang Chen would expose the arrangement of the Zhao family's ancestors at this critical moment. Not only that, he even unsealed all the masters sealed by the Zhao family's ancestors, destroying the ancestors' plan. Damn it! Over the years, the The Zhao family inquired from all sides and finally learned that there was a traitor in the Shentian sect, Yang Lan. This person should be related to the destruction of the Taishanmen in the mortal world. At the same time, he was also the key to placing the murderer on the head of the Zhao family. After a series of arrangements, the Zhao family chose a suitable opportunity to make a move. While directly killing many disciples of the Shentian sect, they also slaughtered all the masters who were cultivating. Finally, they took away Yang Lan. Yang Lan had already been tortured by the Shentian sect to the point of dying. The reason why he was still alive was because the higher-ups of the Shentian sect wanted him to be tortured forever. After the Zhao family unlocked his ban, Yang Lan, who was good at seizing the opportunity, immediately turned to the Zhao family and told them everything he knew. In the face of the Zhao family, who had basically investigated himself, Yang Lan did not dare to hide anything. After explaining the destruction of the Taishanmen in the mortal world, he did not forget to give Yang Chen, his old enemy, some medicine. In front of the Zhao family, Yang Lan very viciously blamed the destruction of the Zhao family on Yang Chen. He did not even forget to provoke the hatred of the Shentian sect against the Zhao family because of Yang Chen. As a result, the Zhao family attacked the Chunyang Palace. Chapter 1892. Yang Lan seemed to be born to fight against Yang Chen. As long as Yang Chen's achievements were better than his, Yang Lan would be extremely uncomfortable and jealous. He could tolerate anyone else being above him, but he couldn't tolerate Yang Chen, the son of his former tenant family, being better than himself. After learning about Yang Chen's recent situation from the Zhao family, Yang Lan was still a little proud in his heart. His cultivation was abolished and he had to recultivate. This was because God couldn't stand it, so he was punishing Yang Chen. However, when he knew that Yang Chen provided a large number of dwelling god jade, and he was still the young master of Chunyang Palace, and that he had previously destroyed the arrangement of the Zhao family, all the major sect owed Yang Chen a great favor. Yang Lan's jealousy immediately went to his head. In order to frame Yang Chen, he even ignored his sister, Yang Lan. The Zhao family had been exterminated in the mortal world. All the news obtained later was hearsay, and none of it was provided by the real party. Yang Lan was also one of the important parties who personally participated in the extermination of the Taishanmen sect, and he was tortured by the Shentian sect, so his words were still very credible. Originally, the Zhao family did not intend to make a move on Chunyang Palace at this juncture. After all, a small Chunyang Palace was insignificant for the huge Zhao family. Even if Chunyang Palace now had tens of thousands of disciples, in the eyes of the Zhao family, they were still small ants that could be pinched to death at any time. However, some of the masters in the family couldn't resist Yang Lan's bewitchment. They were still stimulated by anger and launched an attack on Chunyang Palace. Yang Lan's mouth could coax the young sect master of the greatest heaven sect into not knowing the north, south, east and west. It was easy to deliberately flatter these masters who have always been hidden. Most of the disciples of Chunyang Palace were not in the sect. At this time, destroying the gate of Chunyang Palace was indeed a lesson. It was still far from the real extermination. Even so, this incident caused a huge reaction in Mount Shipping's Sunset Rock, Linyang River and Hatred Sea. It should be known that at this time, Chunyang Palace could almost be said to be the collective creditor of hundreds of millions of cultivators gathered here. All of them, including the 5 sect, owed a huge favor to Chunyang Palace. The reason why all the cultivators here could live and cultivate normally was that Chunyang Palace generously contributed the land and spiritual veins in their territory. However, now, Chunyang Palace was destroyed again, and it was under the nose of these hundreds of millions of cultivators. It could be said that the Zhao family's actions were a collective slap to the faces of these hundreds of millions of cultivators. If you attacked the profound heaven sect, that would be a great thing that no one dared to say. But if you attacked the pure Yang Palace, that would mean that you didn't give everyone face and didn't want to make everyone feel better. Boom, all the cultivators in this huge area, including the disciples of the 5 major sects, were suddenly in an uproar. Without the call of the palace master of Chunyang Palace, they immediately began to look for those suspicious guys spontaneously. Everyone had to do their best. If they didn't do their best at this time, it would be a proper rhythm of being ungrateful and biting the hand that fed them. This was the territory of the Tao sects, not the territory of the profit-seeking guys of the demon sects. If they carried such a reputation, they would never be able to raise their heads again in this life. No matter how great the masters were, they could not afford it. The disciples of the five major sect were even crazier than when their own sect was attacked. More than half of the disciples turned out in full force, frantically looking for the enemy in this huge area. The cultivators of other parties were even more proactive. They did not have the reluctance of being half happy and half forced when the Shentian sect was attacked. Each of them ran more happily than a rabbit that had been shot. Any abnormal behavior would be thoroughly interrogated by them. As long as it was not the Zhao family, even if they were interrogated, when they heard that it was a matter of the Chunyang Palace, they would immediately cooperate and say whatever they wanted to know. Even if it was a Shen immortal master who was questioned, they did not put on the airs of a great master, and their cooperation made people crazy. In an instant, the Zhao family members hidden in the crowd began to be miserable. Who would have thought that nothing big would happen when they attacked the leader of the Dao sects, the Shentian sect, but the small Chunyang Palace would become such a scene? No matter how brilliant the masters were, they could not hide under the search of hundreds of millions of crazy cultivators. Soon, the whereabouts of this group of people were locked. The five major sect sent half of the masters to guard the sect, and together with hundreds of Shen immortal masters gathered spontaneously from other parties, they surrounded the dozens of people of the Zhao family. The people of the Zhao family also found that things were not good, but now they could only resist stubbornly. They were not as lucky as the major sect. With the hundreds of kilograms of dwelling god jade given by Yang Chen, almost every Shen immortal master could get a piece. Under the siege of hundreds of Shen immortal masters, the only thing the Zhao family could do was to fight desperately. Killing one was enough, killing two was a profit. However, under such an absolute advantage, they could not simply rely on fighting desperately for a chance of survival, let alone killing the opponent. No matter how powerful the masters were, they could not stand the continuous attacks and siege of others, and the masters of all parties never intended to give the Zhao family a fair chance to fight. Whether it was against the Shentian sect or the Chunyang Palace, the masters of the Zhao family always used sneak attacks to catch their opponents off guard. This time, it was the opposite, and they became the targets of sneak attacks. The people of the five major sect were the most ruthless, especially the Shentian sect. On the one hand, they wanted to avenge their sect, and on the other hand, they wanted to return the favor to the Chunyang Palace. They were simply unscrupulous when they fought. Hundreds of Shen immortal masters directly wiped out the entire area with a radius of 1,000 miles. More than 60 Zhao family's fairy immortals and Shen immortals were killed, and no one was left. It was not that the five major sect did not want to keep them alive, but in that situation, it was difficult to find an opportunity to capture an enemy of this level alive. When the dust settled, the people of the five major sect began to search for clues among the dead bodies. What was depressing was that they found some of the belongings of the dead Shentian sect disciples and some of the belongings lost in the Chunyang Palace. However, the culprit identified by the Shentian sect, Yang Lan, had disappeared without a trace. It was unknown whether he escaped by himself or was taken away by the Zhao family. The master of the Zhao family was about to cry. More than 40 Shen immortal masters were deployed to attack the Shentian sect, and none of them were injured. After the incident, only some small fries were found out by the Shentian sect. Compared with the loss of the Shentian sect, it was definitely worth it. However, only more than 20 Shen immortal masters were deployed to attack the Chunyang Palace. Before the Chunyang Palace could fight back, those indignant cultivators had already killed more than 60 Shen immortal masters of the Zhao family and many ordinary masters. The huge loss could make the master of the Zhao family spit out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 1893. After the accident, the head of the palace and several core executives of Chunyang Palace rushed back to the ruins of Chunyang Palace and stood on the ruins, wanting to cry but having no tears. At least in the eyes of others, they had such an expression. However, several people knew very well that they did not really grieve for this mountain gate. What they really cared about was the disciples who stayed in the sect and were killed. The mountain gate of the Pure Yang Palace had long been a decoration, but there were only a few people who knew this secret. Elder Han, who wanted to hit Yang Chen before, was clear about it. Unfortunately, his mind was used in other places, and even exposed his own arrangement. The Earth Dragon had refined and integrated several Immortals' caves, and now lived in the immortal spirit vein under the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace. The head of the palace had been in the mortal world for hundreds of years, and he had long been able to control a sect of tens of thousands of people. After coming to the spiritual world, although suddenly Chunyang Palace had never changed, for the head of the palace, as long as he had real control, it was not difficult to screen the loyal disciples. Sai Qianqiu and Jiu Zhishang had been completely subdued by Yang Chen, and they did not dare to neglect the head of the palace. The head of the palace easily used the set of the mortal world in the spiritual world. The tens of thousands of newly joined disciples had begun to screen them one by one a long time ago. It was impossible for elders like Elder Han to find them at the beginning, but some low-level pawns could easily find them. With the huge manpower and financial support of another system of Elder Wu Xiong, under the means of the head of the palace, those who were not hidden deep enough were easily exposed. It didn't matter if they didn't check; once they checked, they would be shocked. Among the people brought by Sai Qianqiu and Jiu Zhishang, except for the few masters of the supreme mystic immortal level, among the rest, there were thousands of people who had problems. After all, these problems were only cultivators, not professional spies. It was really difficult to do it without any clues. Under the tight encirclement of the Wanbao Tower arranged by Elder Wu Xiong, any flaws would be magnified infinitely, and then the deeper secrets would be found. It was difficult to deal with these people. If they were chased away indiscriminately or dealt with within the sect, it would easily disappoint the other disciples. It would also make outsiders think that Chunyang Palace was rejecting these direct descendants of Chunyang Palace who did not ascend from the mortal world. After the occurrence of the demonic tribulation, the master of the palace had a plan. After discussing it with Yang Chen, he began to arrange it. Some of the loyal disciples went to kill the evil beasts for experience, and the others who were worth training to be the core disciples would meditate in the mountain gate, waiting for the cave residence of the Delong to be completed before entering the core mountain gate to meditate. As for the problematic disciples, they were all left in the sect. At this time, so many problematic disciples belonged to different factions. Not only would they not bring any harm to the sect, but in order to gain the trust of the sect, they would do their best to protect the sect. It just so happened that with them, those disciples who needed to gain experience could go out and practice with peace of mind. There was another consideration. These problematic disciples were basically the chess pieces of other sect. Chunyang Palace could not take the initiative to take action, otherwise, they would inexplicably offend others. Originally, the higher-ups did not intend to do anything to these problematic disciples. They just did not want them to enter the circle of core disciples. But this time, the attack of the Zhao family directly killed these disciples who stayed in the mountain gate. The emerging Chunyang Palace was worthy of being drawn in or explored by most sect. These problematic disciples almost occupied the majority of the second-rate forces. Originally, all the sect were very happy to see their nails nailed into Chunyang Palace, waiting to slowly dig out the details of Chunyang Palace, especially Yang Chen. The Zhao family completely killed their hopes when everyone was unprepared. After the incident, all the cultivators were so united to seek justice for Chunyang Palace. It was not necessarily without the idea of avenging their own disciples who were killed. In short, this time when the Zhao family made their move, it could be regarded as solving a big problem of the Pure Yang Palace. At the same time, it also created a weak image of being bullied to the Pure Yang Palace. For the Pure Yang Palace, it had invisibly formed a favorable situation. It could also be regarded as another way of inadvertently inserting a willow into the shade. If the Zhao family knew that killing so many disciples of Chunyang Palace was just to make Chunyang Palace more pure, it was not known whether the person in charge would spit out half a mouthful of blood on the basis of the previous heavy losses. On the surface, the head of the palace and other core executives still endured the grief, thanked all parties for their help, and then announced that the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace would be rebuilt on the original site. Counting it, this was the third time that the mountain gate had been rebuilt. Under the concerted search of all parties, the Zhao family finally seemed to be unable to bear this kind of senseless loss. Almost all those who had the opportunity to escape rushed into the monster tide. No one knew whether they were swallowed by the monster tide or took the opportunity to escape. But all the cultivators who firmly believed that this demonic tribulation was caused by the Zhao family were basically inclined to the second result. Since the demonic tribulation was caused by them, they must have a way to avoid the monster tide. Otherwise, wouldn't it be harming others and themselves? As a normal cultivator, they would not be so stupid, right? After several years of turmoil, Linyang River of Shipping Mountain had once again returned to peace. The minds of the cultivators had basically changed from avoiding the demonic tribulation to taking the opportunity to hone themselves, and then slowly fight back to their original territory. The Sunset Cliff and the Linyang River had also changed from being places of refuge to stable backlines for those who had returned from the demon beast tide to recuperate and cultivate in seclusion after they had comprehended something. As for the territory of Shipping Mountain, the courtyard of the 5 major sect of Taoism, no one dared to have any ideas now. Although the 5 major sect would also do their best to make it convenient for all parties, it was naturally better to owe a favor to the 5 major sect than to owe a favor to Chunyang Palace. The cultivators still had this knowledge. Basically, as long as they came back to recuperate, they would go straight to the Sunset Rock through Shipping Mountain. As a result, the Sunset Rock had become the largest market in a radius of millions of miles. It had the most trading cultivators, the most complete goods, and even the various good things that were harvested from the monster tide were the most abundant. The daily trading volume was enough to make the original 5 major sects' sect market manager drool. The days were very calm. After decades of changes in Chunyang Palace, everyone had basically forgotten about it. Everyone was looking forward, looking at the new mountain gate, which was obviously a magic weapon, rising from the ground on the site of the Chunyang Palace. Who would remember what the old mountain gate looked like? Chapter 1894. No one seemed to be able to tell when the new mountain gate was built. The cultivators were all concerned about the changes in the situation. They were concerned about their own cultivation. They were concerned about what they could gain from the demon beast tide. They were concerned about when their sects would be able to return to their original positions. No one really cared about how a mountain gate was rebuilt on the ruins. Generally, only the people in their own sect would pay attention to this kind of thing. After the incident in Chunyang Palace, many disciples returned from all over the world. The gate was built by them collectively. It was very simple to build a gate. The most important thing was to build it on a land with a spiritual vein. This was not a problem for Chunyang Palace. There was a spiritual vein of fairy level on the original site. They only needed to build some houses. For the practitioners, it was a simple thing to use their power to build some houses. They didn't even need to do it themselves. They just needed to let the natives do it. But this time, Chunyang Palace was all built by their own disciples. Soon, there was a roughly obvious building complex. Then he didn't know which expert arranged a decent formation overnight, and the mountain gate of the Pyongyang Palace was once again erected. At this moment, it was impossible for the Pyongyang Palace to publicize the reconstruction of the mountain gate for the 3rd time. This was not a glorious thing. It was so quiet that the reconstruction was completed. Except for the core high level of Chunyang Palace, no one knew that the new gate was completely refined and integrated by the Delong into its own cave residence. The houses built by the disciples were swallowed by the Delong, and then immediately transformed into an identical one and put it in the same place. No matter from which angle, it was flawless. Because it was a refined cave residence, others naturally thought that this was a new gate with some magic treasures. But this was not a rare thing. All the major sect was like this. After all kinds of protective formations were added, it was no different from Chunyang Palace. What appeared in front of everyone was only the outermost cave residence controlled by the Delong, which was also the gate of Chunyang Palace. Inside the gate, there was a second cave residence that could only be entered by the core disciples. The conditions inside were better, and the spiritual vein was more abundant. That was the Real Gate of Chunyang Palace. When necessary, the Earth Dragon could swallow the Immortals' cave at any time and anywhere, and move to any place it could reach at any time and anywhere. It was almost impossible for outsiders to find the specific location of the Pyongyang Palace. Compared with the original gate, the biggest difference in the new gate was that if one wanted to enter the core area, he must first enter the mouth of the Delome. If outsiders or disloyal disciples had the courage to enter the mouth of the Earth Dragon, then naturally everything would not be mentioned. If not, then they could only be rejected by the Pure Yang Palace. Everything that happened in Chunyang Palace was not deliberately told to Yang Chen, who was practicing in the conch underwater mansion. With the Earth Dragon, there was no need to worry about the true secrets of the Pure Yang Palace being exposed, and there was no need to worry about the big losses of the real core disciples. There was no need to alarm Yang Chen's retreat. Yang Chen cultivated slowly and steadily in the conch underwater residence. After entering the nascent soul realm, Yang Chen's cultivation speed slowed down. This was understandable. Whether it was the Qi refinement realm, the foundation establishment realm, or the golden core realm, they were basically crushed by the spiritual pressure in the spiritual world. From the beginning of his cultivation to transcending the thunder tribulation and forming his nascent soul, Yang Chen spent less than 300 years in the mortal world. He only spent about 60 years in the spiritual realm. His cultivation speed had increased fivefold. However, after reaching the nascent soul stage, the quality of spiritual power brought by Yang Chen's cultivation of the golden body secret art in the spiritual world became obvious. It was impossible for him to improve his cultivation speed by 5 times. Being able to improve his cultivation speed by 2 times was already his limit. In the mortal world, Yang Chen stayed in the Yuanying stage for almost 300 years. It may only take more than 100 years to reach the Daching stage here. With the experience of crossing the thunder tribulation, if Yang Chen wanted to be baptized by the heavenly tribulation, he must be far better than when he just reached the Daching stage. Therefore, Yang Chen was not in a hurry at all. Cultivating slowly and working hard to lay a good foundation was the right way. In the blink of an eye, another 200 years passed. Yang Chen's cultivation finally had the strength of the middle Daching stage without crossing the yin fire tribulation. It was time to cross the tribulation again. During these days in the conch underwater mansion, the women who had been honed in the monster tide had come to Yang Chen's side to accompany Yang Chen for a period of time, and also brought the latest progress of the cultivators in the spiritual world to Yang Chen. In the past 50 years plus the present 200 years, the cultivators have recovered almost 1/3 of the territory. At this rate, it would only take a total of more than 700 years to completely eliminate the monster tide, which was at least 200 years shorter than the millennium demonic tribulation in his previous life. This also fully showed that the power of the demonic tribulation in this life was indeed much smaller. Yang Chen had unlocked the seal of all the Xian immortal masters in advance, and even the seal of the dragon puppet in the middle golden immortal stage had been unlocked. The Zhao family's formation seemed to be somewhat deficient. According to this trend, there was no need for Yang Chen to control the space entrance, and the demonic tribulation in the spiritual world would end in more than 500 years. Of course, this was based on the situation where there were no powerful monsters appearing at the entrance. Yang Chen didn't know how the entrance and exit of the monster beast space changed in his previous life, but this time, Yang Chen would definitely not leave any chance for the Zhao family. When Yang Chen's cultivation was restored, he would close the space entrance. No matter how many arrangements the Zhao family had, the space entrance was closed and there was nothing they could do. The whereabouts of the Zhao family was still a mystery. No one knew where they were. The Zhao family seemed to have hidden themselves all of a sudden, and there were no more clues. After all kinds of inquiries, there were no clues. It was as if they had completely disappeared. It was very mysterious. However, Yang Chen was very clear that this was just a superficial phenomenon. The demonic tribulation was intercepted by Yang Chen midway, and the Zhao family was forced to erupt due to their congenital deficiency. The Zhao family would definitely not be satisfied and would definitely have a backup plan. However, no one knew when and how the Zhao family's revenge would appear. The fear of the unknown was the most fatal. Everyone knew that the Zhao family would take revenge, but no one knew when and how the Zhao family would take revenge. In the long run, even a super big sect couldn't always be so tense. Once the Zhao family took advantage of it, the consequences might be even more serious. For the time being, it was not Yang Chen's turn to worry about this. No matter how urgent the matter was, there was nothing he could do without his cultivation. The first thing Yang Chen needed to do now was to restore his cultivation immediately and even more. To be honest, even if he recovered his human immortal strength, a mere human immortal stage was really not enough in the spiritual world. Chapter 1895. The physical changes brought about by Yang Chen's golden body secret art made Yang Chen discover that even if he did not use his spiritual power to protect his body, his strong body could withstand ordinary yin fire attacks. This made Yang Chen look forward to the upcoming yin fire tribulation, and he was also looking forward to what changes would happen to his golden body after being bathed by the yin fire tribulation. Yang Chen has been practicing in the conch underwater mansion for many years. Yang Chen has never let the tribulation room be used. It can be said that it has accumulated enough energy, just waiting for Yang Chen's tribulation to erupt. This kind of thing used to be done by Fatty Jing. The previous tribulation room was Fatty Jing's tribulation massage room. Entering the tribulation room, in an instant, Yang Chen felt that the yin fire tribulation immediately filled the entire room. Yang Chen's current strength was enough to trigger a massive amount of yin fire tribulation. The water-like yin fire tribulation began to burn on Yang Chen's body, and there was no distinction between the first and the second. The previous guess was not wrong. The yin fire had an extraordinary effect on Yang Chen's golden body. In silence, it almost burned Yang Chen's whole body. Some impurities in the body were directly vaporized under the yin fire, and the whole body was as clean as glass. The flame of the yin fire even burned the golden bell. This was the first time that Yang Chen found that the tribulation would affect his magic weapon, especially something that was not his own life source magic weapon. It seemed that the golden bell left by the Dragon Clan was not simple, but Yang Chen was still unable to determine the true use of the golden bell. The things that could be placed in the treasure house by the Dragon Clan were by no means ordinary. In the tribulation room, Yang Chen stayed for 2 months before he walked out of it with satisfaction. As soon as he came out, Yang Chen saw the 2 smiling faces of Gaou and Gong Sunling. This was already the second time that Gaou and Gong Sunling had come to the conch underwater mansion to meet with Yang Chen. Among the girls, they were the ones who came the most frequently. Shi Shanshan, Sun Qingxue, Dao Junqi, Shi Wushuang, and the Murong sisters were all seizing the opportunity to gain experience in the demonic beast tide. As for the 2 girls, because they had seen the most powerful demonic beasts at the beginning of the demonic beast tide, they were more willing to spend some time with their husbands. The Murong sisters also had the same experience as them. With the protection of the dragon puppet, the Murong sisters had also killed many powerful demon beasts in the early stages of the devil tribulation. However, as the sect leader's direct disciples, the Murong sisters naturally had to think more about the sect, so they couldn't meet Yang Chen often for the time being. When the husband and wife met, it was natural for them to be intimate. Then, the 2 women leaned comfortably in Yang Chen's arms and told him about what had happened in the outside world over the years. Basically, the cultivators were still taking back the lost land step by step. There was nothing particularly exciting. However, there was a piece of news that could barely be considered as good news. The territories of the Dao sect and the Demon sect had finally been opened up. They were no longer separated like before. Although the territories of the Demon sect and the Dao sect were originally adjacent, they were quite far away. After the devil tribulation broke out, the Dao sect was basically confined to the area between Shipping Mountain and Chunyang Palace, while the Demon sect was confined to another area dominated by Yin Yang Demon School, Wuji Demon School, and the Holocaust sect. They slowly recuperated and only began to counterattack when the demonic beasts became weaker. Yin Yang Demon School was very lucky to have a first elder, Lady Fanghua. Because of her relationship with Yang Chen had revealed a suitable place to her when they parted at the trial ground last time. It was enough to avoid the outbreak of the devil tribulation this time. Lady Fanghua brought her group of disciples and applied for a batch of materials and disciples from Yin Yang Demon School to build a courtyard of Yin Yang Demon School with the excuse that they needed to find a place to cultivate. In Yin Yang Demon School, Lady Fanghua and her disciples were destined to improve their cultivation very quickly because of the cultivation method they practiced. The higher-ups in the sect had a tacit understanding. On the contrary, a few higher-ups were very satisfied that Lady Fanghua was willing to hand over the fantasy city that was previously controlled by Lady Fanghua. They readily agreed to Lady Fenghua's request. The courtyard built by Lady Fanghua was now the mountain gate of Yin-Yang Demon School. Yin-Yang Demon School also avoided the embarrassing situation of living under someone else's roof because of Lady Fenghua's sudden rise. Wuji Demon School also borrowed the light of Yang Chen. Yang Chen's disciple was the son of the sect leader of Wuji Demon School in the mortal world. Therefore, Yang Chen also instructed Yi Zhenxiong, who had also ascended, to build a small stronghold in a relatively nearby area. After the outbreak of the Devil Tribulation, this small stronghold was accidentally discovered to have an excellent divine immortal spirit vein nearby. Later, it became the mountain gate of Wuji Demon School. Between the Yin-Yang Demon Sect and the Limitless Demon Sect was the territory of the Bloodlust Sect. This was not a branch, but the Real Mountain Gate of Holocaust Sect. The three demon sects also occupied hundreds of thousands of miles of land, which gave the disciples of demon sects a stable place to settle down after the outbreak of the Devil Tribulation. From the day the cultivators counterattacked the monsters, the Taoist, demon and demon sects began to consciously open up the connection between the three sides. Finally, the painstaking effort paid off. The territories of Dao sect and demon sect were completely opened up 10 years ago and a smooth connection was established. The territories of the demon clan and the rogue cultivator alliance were in another direction. They were far away from the Dao sect and demon sect and had not been connected for the time being. However, the demon clan and the rogue cultivator alliance had also opened up a connection. They formed a situation where they attacked the monsters from two directions with the demon sect and Dao sect. This seemed to be a very good trend. At least it showed that the cultivators were slowly recovering their original control over the spiritual realm. Everything was going in the best direction. However, this feeling made Yang Chen feel very strange. Did the Zhao family spend a lot of effort to create a large number of monsters to kill a group of cultivators? That would be too much of a disservice to the arrangements made by their ancestors. If they wanted to kill in the spiritual realm, wouldn't it be more efficient to use a dragon puppet at the intermediate golden immortal stage? However, before he completely understood the intentions of the Zhao family, this strange feeling could only exist in Yang Chen's mind. There was no way to explain it. The truth still needed Yang Chen to find out himself. It's good now. Husband, you should be happy, right? Gong Sunling was on the other side of Yang Chen. She stretched her beautiful body and said to Yang Chen with a smile, "What should I be happy about?" Yang Chen tightened his grip and hugged Jiaoyu and Gong Sunling even tighter as he asked with a smile, "Your beautiful butler and beautiful maidservants will be coming to see you soon." Gong Sunling seemed to be jealous and said these words as if she was joking, "You haven't seen them for more than 200 years. They must miss you a lot." Chapter 1896. Pa, Yang Chen gently patted Gong Sunling's naked body and chided her with a chuckle, "You should be punished for talking to your husband in such a weird way. Yes, you should be punished." Jiaoyu added fuel to the fire on the other side. "Ah Ling, go and cook a table of delicious food for your husband and sister. I'm starving." Gong Sunling smiled and went to do her work. It was her pleasure to cook all kinds of delicious food for her husband. She always enjoyed doing it. When the three of them were eating together around the jade table, Jiaoyu said to Yang Chen, "Husband, Lady Fanghua really wants to come and see you. Isn't it inappropriate to let them come here?" Conch Underwater Mansion was the secret of Chunyang Palace, and it still belonged to Fatty Jing. It was an exception to let Shashanshan and Sun Qingxue come over. After all, Shashanshan and the others were also people of the Dao sects. Jiaoyu did not have much precaution against them, but Lady Fanghua was from the demon sects. Jiaoyu had to weigh the pros and cons all right. Yang Chen nodded. Jiaoyu's words made sense. Yang Chen would definitely accept it. Whether it was Jiaoyu's identity as a master or a wife, Yang Chen respected them very much. After asking Xiao Tian, Yang Chen was pleasantly surprised to know that the Dragon Palace was now almost integrated. In the past hundreds of years, Xiao Tian did nothing else. On the basis of the integration of the Fire Dragon Palace and the mysterious Sky Dark Sea Shuttle by Ao Lan and Ao Lai, the Water Dragon Palace and the Earth Dragon Palace were also integrated. Now the Dragon Palace was a whole. The three attributes of earth, water, and fire were complete, only the metal and wood attributes were missing. Yang Chen stayed in Conch Underwater Mansion mainly for the Heaven Tribulation. Now that he had just passed the Yin Fire Tribulation, there were still hundreds of years before the next Wind Tribulation. There was no need to occupy Conch Underwater Mansion. It was better to have his own Dragon Palace in all aspects. Conch Underwater Mansion had not allowed the natives to pass the tribulation in these years. During the critical period, the top management of Chunyang Palace did not want other practitioners to know that Chunyang Palace had such a secret weapon. If it weren't for Gaou's reminder this time, Yang Chen wouldn't have thought of asking about the integration of Xiaotian Dragon Palace. After eating the delicacies, the three of them left the Conch Underwater Mansion. Yang Chen directly used a technique to keep the Conch Underwater Mansion before heading towards Longxian's territory with Gaou and Gong Sunling. All these years, Longxian had been quietly cultivating on the spirit vein. His cultivation had already reached the earthly immortal stage 9, and he was just a step away from stepping into the pinnacle of the earthly immortal stage. He was naturally happy to see Yang Chen. As Longxian's cultivation state increased, the amount of merit points that could be carried by the merit stele increased as well. Yang Chen took action and transferred his merit points over. This time, the amount of merit injected had reached the level of extreme. Just the injection of merit had taken Yang Chen an entire year. Note: extreme, 10 to the 48th power. Gaou and Gong Suanling's cultivation state had reached the earthly immortal stage 7 in these hundreds of years of experience. According to this speed, the two women's cultivation state would probably reach the early earthly immortal stage when the devil tribulation ended. Longxian, follow the two mistresses to experience the world. After injecting merit points, Yang Chen very irresponsibly drove Longxian away. The opportunity to experience the world was rare. If he always stayed on the spirit vein, his cultivation state would improve, but he would forget some of his fighting instincts. After Gaou and Gong Sunling reunited with Yang Chen for a year, it was time for them to leave and continue their experience. It was just nice to let them take Longxian with them so that they could take care of each other, lest Laro Ari, who was carrying his merit points, was killed and his own merit points would be in vain. After sending away the two women and Longxian, Yang Chen immediately occupied the place and placed the Dragon Palace directly on this heavenly immortal spiritual vein. It would be a pity if the spiritual energy dissipated. It would be better to let the Dragon Palace absorb it. Yang Chen didn't stay in the Dragon Palace for too long. About 10 years later, Yang Chen sensed Elder Hai's aura from afar. Needless to say, Lady Fanghua was nearby. After releasing the restriction of the Dragon Palace, a beautiful figure appeared on the central plaza of the Dragon Palace. Seeing Yang Chen, the beautiful lady didn't hesitate at all. She threw herself into Yang Chen's arms like a swallow. She opened her mouth slightly and offered 2 fragrant lips. She took the initiative to kiss him. Only when Yang Chen kissed the beauty until she couldn't breathe, did Yang Chen let go of her body and started to examine her gorgeous face. "Lord, this servant misses you so much." Following Lady Fanghua's passionate words, 30 plump and skinny women appeared behind Lady Fanghua. They bowed to Yang Chen in unison. Everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation and joy. One couldn't help but be intoxicated by it. This was Yang Chen's Dragon Palace. It was as natural as returning home for these women. After bowing, they stepped forward and helped Yang Chen change his clothes and massage him. Very quickly, they turned Yang Chen into an emperor who stretched out his hands and opened his mouth to eat. Lord, mistress, and the rest are very famous outside. As long as they say their names, they can scare off many cultivators. Nestling in Yang Chen's arms, Lady Fanghua occupied Yang Chen in a domineering manner. It was as though she was competing with her female disciples. After saying some lovesick words, they began to talk about things outside. Yang Chen didn't know that these women were so prestigious outside. Listening to Lady Fanghua's praise, he couldn't help but start to ask. The names of the women's fairies were indeed unusually loud now. Every one of them who stood out was a female hero who had slaughtered thousands of monsters in the monster tide and left behind a cold and elegant reputation. At least for now, they had surpassed the level of the cold plum fairy and dancing snow fairy in his previous life. Each of them was beautiful, cold, and elegant, and spoke bluntly to outsiders. In the end, they carried a fierce reputation that spread far and wide. The cultivators who knew their names almost envied and pitied Yang Chen. What they envied was that he had so many beautiful and unparalleled wives and concubines. What they pitied was that Yang Chen had never had a strong reputation. In front of so many fierce fairies, they were afraid that Yang Chen's life would not be as wonderful as everyone imagined. If they weren't involved, who would know about Yang Chen's happiness? Yang Chen didn't care about these gossips. As long as he was comfortable, it was fine. As a cultivator, why would he care so much about gossip? His wives and concubines were beautiful and powerful. This should be Yang Chen's pride. After talking about the anecdotes of his wives and concubines for a while, Yang Chen then asked Lady Fanghua about the situation of the demon clan. Talking about the situation of the demon clan, Lady Fanghua also became serious and began to explain in detail to Yang Chen. What she said at the beginning was roughly the same as what they knew, but in comparison, it was more detailed and thorough. Recently, the Holocaust sect seems to be a little abnormal. In the end, Lady Fanghua frowned and said what she felt was wrong. 50 years ago, the sect master of the Holocaust sect was seriously injured during training. When he returned to the sect, he died. Now the Holocaust sect has changed to a new sect master. Chapter 1897. The Holocaust sect master was seriously injured and couldn't be treated. Listening to this news, Yang Chen felt the same as Lady Fanghua. It was really weird. Among the super sect, which sect master didn't stay in the sect and strategize? Which one of them would be like the Holocaust sect master who insisted on fighting in the monster horde to gain experience? Even the palace master of Chunyang Palace was busy dealing with the sect's affairs at Linyang River, let alone a super sect that was many times bigger than Chunyang Palace. This kind of thing didn't match the performance of a sect master at all. The dignified Holocaust sect was also one of the super sect of Demon Sect. In addition, only half of Holocaust sect's territory was attacked by the monster horde. With such a good territory advantage, it wasn't necessary for the sect master to personally go to the front line to fight, right? This was really a little strange. Holocaust sect suffered a lot in the early stage. Yang Chen couldn't figure out the Holocaust sect master's thoughts and he couldn't help but ask. Compared to other sect, it was the one with the smallest loss. Lady Fanghua knew what Yang Chen wanted to ask and immediately answered. After all, the territory advantage is there. There is a powerful mountain guarding formation. After years of operation, if they suffered a huge loss, they wouldn't be worthy to be mentioned in the same breath as Yin-Yang Demon School. Then why did he go personally? This was what Yang Chen couldn't figure out. If the loss was huge, it could be said that the sect master went to the front line to boost morale. If the loss wasn't that huge, then the sect master shouldn't have done this. It is said that the bloody evil martial art that the bloody evil sect master cultivates is at a critical moment, and he needs a lot of blood of the cultivators of the celestial immortal and Xian immortal level to break through. Madame Fanghua also heard hearsay and said what she knew. If that was the case, then it was easy to understand. It was common for demon sect people to need fresh blood to break through. Since they needed such a level of blood, then those monsters were the best targets. However, there were still some things that didn't make sense. Yang Chen couldn't help but frown and ask, when the sect master goes out, won't he bring a few experts to protect him? To put it bluntly, even Yang Chen, the young palace master of Chunyang Palace, went out with either an earth dragon or a master like Lin Zhengyuan. As the sect master of Holocaust sect, one of the 6 great sect of the demon sect, it would be very embarrassing if he only brought a few heaven immortal experts with him when he went out. He should at least bring a Xian immortal expert with him, right? When sect master Wang of the mysterious heaven sect met Yang Chen several times, he always brought 36 profound immortal experts with him. If something went wrong, he could immediately take down and destroy Yang Chen. Even if the Holocaust sect was not the leader of the demon sect, they should at least have this kind of extravagance, right? If there weren't 36 of them, it was normal for 3 to 5 of them to come. With profound immortal experts by his side, he was seriously injured to the point that he couldn't be treated. What kind of super strong monster did he encounter? One should know that according to what Yang Chen knew, the cultivation of these monsters that were near the cultivators had dropped below the level of a heaven immortal. As the sect master of Holocaust sect and his guards, he shouldn't have been seriously injured by a few Earth immortal level monsters, right? However, this was the news that came from the Holocaust sect. It was impossible for outsiders to overstep their boundaries and barge into the Holocaust sect to ask about it. They could only accept the reality. Moreover, all the major sect were busy with their own affairs. Who would have the time to care about the life and death of another sect? If the Holocaust sect was destroyed because of this, the surrounding sect might even clap their hands secretly. The demon sect was particular about self-interest and wasn't as enthusiastic as the cultivators. The reason why Lady Fanghua paid attention to it was because she knew that Yang Chen would definitely want to know about this. That was why she paid extra attention to it. Among Yang Chen's women, his wives and concubines were worthy of Yang Chen's trust. However, none of them knew about the relationship between Yang Chen and the destruction of the Taishanmen sect. Even Gao Yu, whom Yang Chen liked and respected the most, didn't understand. However, Lady Fanghua, who even the conch underwater mansion didn't know about, was the only one who knew about Yang Chen's secret. He didn't know if it was because the other wives and concubines were from the Dao sects, and only Madame Fanghua was from the demon sects. In short, Yang Chen did not have a general trust in Madame Fanghua. Since Yang Chen reminded the major sect about the outbreak of the demonic calamity, Lady Fanghua knew that Yang Chen was either targeting the Shentian sect or the Zhao family. Therefore, she cooperated with Yang Chen's instructions and led the Yin-Yang demon school to this stage. Perhaps one day, Lady Fanghua would see the destruction of the Shentian sect in the spiritual realm. The imaginary scene, even if there was no relationship between Yang Chen, just the opposition between the Dao sects and the demon sects was enough to make Madame Fanghua imagine. Who is the new sect master of the Holocaust sect? In the spiritual realm, Yang Chen didn't have any contact with the higher-ups of the demon sect and wasn't familiar with them. Therefore, he could only ask Lady Fanghua. He became the new sect master so easily. If the sect master ascended normally, the sect might be more stable because the old sect master would definitely arrange everything before the ascension, including the succession of the sect master. However, the sudden death of such a sect master would definitely lead to a bloodbath in the demon sect. It was an elder. His methods are impressive. Lady Fanghua praised sincerely. Once the old sect master died, he killed 3 elders who opposed him and subdued the remaining experts within 3 days. His ruthless and decisive. Our sect master and a few elders were full of praises for him. We originally wanted to see if we could get some benefits from the Holocaust sect, but before the news reached us, the dust had already settled. The people from the demon sect were also full of praises for such experts who were to their liking. From Lady Fanghua's words, Yang Chen could tell that she admired his way of doing things. When he heard the last name that came out of Lady Fanghua's mouth, Yang Chen was delighted to realize that he actually had an impression of the new sect master of the Holocaust sect. There was no other reason. The new sect master's surname was Sima, and he was a rather famous expert in his previous life. Yang Chen had some memories of him in his mind. In his memory, this expert named Sima Fei was sent to the military camp at the end of the Milky Way in the celestial world. Then, he vanished without a trace. The reason why he remembered Sima Fei was that this guy's experience was similar to Yang Chen's. He was also sent to that desolate place because he had offended someone. This left a deep impression on Yang Chen, who was in the same boat. However, in his previous life, there seemed to be a rumor that there were heavenly demons wreaking havoc at the end of the Milky Way. He wondered if this guy was in danger. As he was mobilizing his memory, Yang Chen suddenly realized a puzzling problem. Since this Sima Fei was so decisive in killing, he must have been an important figure in the Holocaust sect before he became the sect master. Why was he in such a miserable state in the celestial world? Even if the celestial court was controlled by the Mystic Heaven sect, they didn't have the power to send a core elder of the Holocaust sect to a remote area, right? There was a trap.